Good morning and welcome to day one of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful morning greeting us here for day one of competition. It's going to be a fantastic day of SUP surfing action. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Dave Bainey. Dave, welcome. What a day of SUP surfing we have. The waves are pumping.
They sure are, Bo. The conditions are insane. The tide's a little high right now. As the tide starts dropping, we're going to get some really, really fun surf. We got a banger of heats coming right away out of the gate, so I'm excited, man.
So we're going to start off with women's SUP surfing, round number one. So we've got a lot of great competitors hitting the water. You can see some of the scenes here from this morning's free surf. You can see competitors, the waves a bit overhead, Dave. And we've got some great surfing ahead of us.
Yeah, we had some competitors out early, obviously warming up, feeling out the conditions, and man, we saw some really nice rides. A lot of women out there practicing, and everyone's looking good.
Oh, they certainly are. Everyone is on point here. Of course, fighting for that gold medal at the end of competition. And also the team standings as well. Team Spain been looking very strong. We'll see how they fare up in the surfing, but I have a feeling that Team Brazil might do well in this event, Dave, in the SUP surfing for the men and the women. Oh, little cover up there.
There we go. See, there's some heavy action out there already. Yeah, Team Brazil's got a solid team as always this year, and yeah, they're looking solid.
So you see scenes there, El Tunco down there, the city of El Tunco. Looking at the forecast for today, as we said yesterday as well, 4 to 5 feet of swell greeting us. Really light winds. The low tide just passed about 10 minutes ago. So looking toward the low tide this afternoon at 1:10 p.m. And we've got some really glassy conditions, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see the lineup right there, where we got some servers out the back in the lineup. But, you know, it's a wide playing field out there. You know, there's going to be some strategy of where to take off, what peak to go. And wave choice, I think, is going to be critical in this competition.
You can see round number 1, heat 1 of women's SUP surfing. We have Lara Del Ponte from Italy in the red, Nimse Garcia of Puerto Rico in the blue, and Carla Medel of Chile in the green jersey. So 3 athletes in this first heat. There will be some 4-person heats coming up later today. 20 minutes on the clock for each heat today. There is a maximum wave count of 25 for the SUP surfers, and of course priority will be coming into play as well today. Starting off the heats without priority, so surfers having to jostle for position. But you can see the long right-hand point break here of El Sunzal providing a fantastic wave and canvas for our athletes. A long ride, maybe like a 5 to 7 minute paddle back out, Dave.
Yeah, it's quite the paddle for sure. We see Blue kind of looking at that one. And yeah, the lineup's so, it's so big and so wide, and with the paddleboard, you can catch a wave pretty much anywhere. And, a good example last night, you and I paddled out. I saw you go outside and kind of deep, and you got some fun ones, but I saw you get kind of a closeout. I was kind of more on the corner, but it was a little softer. So, there's going to be some decisions to be made.
Certainly is. 19 minutes, 15 seconds on the clock. So we have started heat number 1 here of the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Competitors just finding their positions in the lineup. Well, looking like we might get a start here from our competitor. And we have a surfer up and running. This is Nimsa Garcia of Puerto Rico. Using that paddle to carve back a little bit. You can see it positioning herself closer to, it's a little bit steeper on that wave as she brings this one through now to that inside section. Carves off the top there. Nice turn. Gets a little stuck behind the white water here, so she'll just kick out, make her way back out for the next wave.
Yeah, Nimse starting off the heat. Wave started off a little slow, but she got a couple turns right through the midsection. Fortunately, it kind of closed out on her, but she'll at least go back out with a score.
So getting things started there for Nimse. Other competitors there just waiting to get into position. Round number 1 of the women's SUP surf. It's going to be 8 heats of the women to kick off this morning's action. Then we're going to be moving through into the men's rounds of SUP surfing. Lots of action to come today. Thank you so much for tuning in. Make sure you stay tuned to all the live scores on ISAsurf.org. Tuning in via YouTube or on the Facebook page. Fantastic to have you join us today. See beautiful scenes here along the coast of Surf City. Remember, share all of the links as well. Make sure you tell your friends about the event that is happening here in El Salvador. Great to get everyone watching at home. Cheer on the athletes. Put some comments in the comments box as well. Let us know who you're cheering for today.
Yeah, and they definitely got all the socials on lock. We got the Instagram, YouTube, Twitter/X, TikTok, and Facebook. So you could tune in anywhere.
Certainly can. Beautiful wave there going through on the inside. There is definitely a large playing field out here at El Sunzal, Dave. As you were mentioning before, competitors need to find the right spot to sit. As I look over my shoulder, they're quite spread out. Actually, on screen as well, they're quite spread out here in the lineup. You see Lara on the outside there. A little bit deep on this one. We'll see if she's able to get onto it in that red jersey. But it looks like Carla is in a better position for it. She takes off. A late takeoff for Carla. Can she hang on? Unfortunately going down, but that was a lot of technical maneuvers there from Carla dropping down that wave face. So she'll get a small score on the board. Still waiting for the first score of Nimse Garcia, Puerto Rico.
Yeah, Carla went for that one. That's one of the hardest things to do in stand-up paddling is, catch the late drop because you gotta match the speed of the wave and you're already standing up. But she almost pulls it off right here. You see her go back into that surf stance, gets back on the tail, and then just like one brace away from pulling it off. But
very technical. There's a lot of different weight shifts happening on your feet there as well. So, generally when a late drop, you kind of want to be a little bit forward and engaging that rail.
Yeah,
rather than on that back foot.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you want to be forward to get it, and then you got to get back real quick to engage the fins, right?
Yeah, exactly. So small scores dropping there for our competitors. Still waiting on that last one of Nimse Garcia. Looks like Lara did take off on that wave. Just a small score of 0.23 Carla with a .50. Top 2 competitors will move through to the main round of the SUP Surfing, and 3rd place and 4th place later on will be dropping into the Repercharge round. But something different this year, Dave, just that one single elimination Repercharge round happening for the competitors. So if they do make it into the Repercharge round and they get through, they'll move into the main round, but after that, elimination.
Yeah, and in years past, we've had, I think, 2 rounds of Repercharge, so I did hear some competitors kind of nervous about that in a way. You know, they're like, oh, wow, there's only one Repercharge round. So, yeah, that's something to get used to for sure, and puts a little bit more added pressure on these opening rounds.
See there, the World SUP and Paddleboard Championship returning here. Great to see SUP Surfing back as well, Dave. We missed SUP Surfing last year. We had the event in Denmark. So great to see it back on the calendar this year.
Absolutely, and you know, the competitors were so excited to show up at such a good wave too, and here we go. Oh, they're going to miss that one, but yeah, SUP Surfing is back in a big way, and you know, we have 27 countries here represented, so you know, just gives you a good kind of global scale of the sport, and it's really good to see.
Yeah, fantastic to have all the action back here in El Salvador. Well, back here in 2019 was the last time that SUP Surfing was here in El Salvador. And then, of course, we moved into Puerto Rico and then in France. So it's been a couple of years since SUP Surfing, so competitors, really great to be back competing again.
Yeah, and what a way to come back to this wave. Such a great venue for this place. Like just the lineup, the little village that we get to hang out in, just the combinations of everything. Like El Salvador is really a great destination for this place.
Yeah, it's so good how everyone's kind of together as well. We're all staying within like a mile of each other.
Yeah, that's fun. It's fun. You get to see all the competitors like doing their thing. You know, you go out to a restaurant, you're bound to see someone you know. It's really cool.
So Nimse Garcia dropping a 2.83 for her first ride. That puts her into first place. Just coming up to just over 13 minutes left in this first heat. See, Carla just needs a small 2.34 to move up into first, but Laura Del Pont in that elimination spot right now. She will move into Repercharge, or the 3rd place will move into the Repercharge. She just needs a 0.28 to move up into advancing position. We see the competitors there. A little bit out of position, Dave. We saw a couple of sets come through. They were sitting a little bit further in. I think that's to do with the tide as well. As it starts to drop back, the waves will start to break a little bit further out on the point. And you can see our schedule there. So SUP Surfing going to be the first 2.5 days of competition. Then we're moving through into the racing starting on Thursday afternoon. And then we'll be finishing off with the sprint relay race and the closing ceremony on Saturday. So a big week of action here. And let us know who you're cheering for online as well, as it looks like a wave coming through the lineup here. Laura having a look at that one, deciding not to go. As we see them just start to reposition themselves. Dave, there's quite a lot of strategy, I feel like, that comes into play for this particular break as well, because it is such a long paddle out. You do have to select your waves correctly as well. Do you think that priority will come into play more so, or do you think it's more of kind of just catching waves on the inside and just getting a wave count up?
Yeah, it's one of those things. If you're comfortable with priority, obviously I feel it's an advantage. But like a lineup like this, you know, you're right. There's sometimes those middle waves tend to line up better than the bigger ones, and you know, you could be stuck hanging on to priority longer than you want. It's one of those things. But I think you know, high tide, there's not that many waves. I would love to have priority in this situation. You know,
Definitely would do as well. So we see a paddle there from Nimse. Not going on that one. Bit of a lull here in the action, but the sets come through. I was kind of timing them yesterday a bit, Dave.
Okay.
5 to 8 minutes.
Yeah.
Between sets.
Yeah, it does seem a little slow. You know, obviously with the higher tide, the 3-man heat makes it nice. You know, and they're definitely spreading out, and it's not too tense. We'll see when the waves start showing up how the position ends up, but. And fortunately, stand-up paddling, you know, you're standing up, so you can see the waves a little bit more clear as they come in. And then you also have the paddle to kind of sprint over to position. So we'll see how they do that. I'm sure a lot of the competitors have looked back at the beach and found their lineups and certain things like that. You know, hopefully their coaches got them all dialed in that way. And yeah, we'll see.
And what do you think the judges are looking for today? Obviously, being a stand-up paddle event, the use of the paddle being a really important element in the judging criteria. But of course, the size of the wave is going to come into play too.
Yeah, I mean, the good waves, you get a good wave, you get a good score usually, you know. And yeah, I mean, it's typical scoring like shortboarding. You know, they want to see maneuvers through the lip, you know, a little more vertical rather than horizontal. Obviously, a nice smooth transition using the paddle, utilizing it. And there's that balance of overusing it, right? So, yeah, I think here we go.
And MC Garcia here from Puerto Rico, up and riding on a backhand. Lovely switch of the paddle there. Just keeping pace with this wave to kick things off. She does a nice carve off the top, setting her rail again for the bottom turn. As she brings it around, gets a little hung up at the top there. Manages to get back to the pocket of this wave. See her riding through again. Great use of the paddle, switching on each turn that she's doing. That wave just disappearing there, but a couple of nice turns. Definitely going to better her 2.83 from that first ride. So we'll see her solidify that first place position.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a beautiful wave, too. It's so glassy and just really lined up for her. And yeah, like you said, she had a nice pace to that ride and used the paddle as well. So
yeah, I'm going to replay here. Take us through it, Dave.
Yeah, it just drops in, comes around that corner right there. You see her setting it up. Does a nice carve. Positions the paddle again for a second carve. So stayed right in the pocket right there. The wave didn't really offer, you know, too much of vertical or lip attacking. So she just did a good job staying patient with it and kind of flowing through the section. So nice ride.
Yeah, a couple of great linking maneuvers there. Great drone angle here as well from our team here, the cameraman. You can see a great turn off the top there. Yeah, and as we said before, just staying close to that pocket of the wave, bringing that board all the way back toward the white water after each turn. But yeah, the waves here really need to select the right ones. They're going to stand up through the inside section as well. Really have to cut right back toward kind of the left as you are surfing on these waves. See, great technique there, switching the paddle. Judges will be liking that. You can see her placing the paddle on the water, utilizing it, leaning her body weight onto it as she does the turns. And again, using it for a bit of speed as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And it's, you know, it's funny if you switch the paddle over there, she's basically like opening up her shoulders. Like if you imagine with her paddle not in her hand, to surf really nicely, you have to open up your shoulders and everything like that. So you have to switch the paddle over there to be able to twist. So it's actually a very functional thing to do.
7.5 minutes remaining in heat number 1. Looks like we have Lara having a look at this one on the inside. She is going to catch it. She's on her forehand on this wave. Just waiting for things to stand up a little more. You can see her carving back toward the pocket. We get a bit of speed through this one. Up toward the top. To turn off the top of the wave as she drops down again and makes her way through into the midsection of this wave. Not really standing up for her this ride. She's going to stick with it though through the inside section. You can see her coming through here. That wave starts to get a little bit steeper. She's got a little bit more opportunity on the inside. She decides to kick out. As we see the score dropping for Nimse Garcia, a 4.33. So that puts her solidly in first place. And we'll await that last score of Laura to drop. And it does now, 2.37 on the board. So that puts her up into second place. Now Carla of Chile needs a 2.11 to advance through this round. We see Nimse up and riding again. Beautiful kind of fade back to the white water there as she sets this one up. This wave getting a little steeper here. Gets the board up into the top. Beautiful carve to kick off this ride. And again, backs it up with another carve back toward the white water. Linking these maneuvers together. Doing very well. No downtime at all on this wave. She does a great job of bringing it through to the midsection. Realizes no more scoring potential and kicks out. Another great ride.
Yeah, great wave selection right there from Nimse. Heat leader at the moment, and you know that's going to improve on her 2.83 for sure. That was a really nice ride.
Yeah, she will be happy with that ride there. 5 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock. It is Carla of Chile, currently sitting in that 3rd place. She's going to be looking for 2.11 to progress through. Remember, she does have the Repercharge round if she does fall into that. But going from that takeoff that she had earlier, Dave, I think she's still got that potential in her to get her up into that advancing position, as we see a replay here of Lara Del Ponte.
Yeah, Lara grabs this inside one, and it kind of lined up for her for a second, but then you see the big set behind her, and you're just wondering if she should have been just a little bit more patient, but she gets a long ride out of this one, does some maneuvers through the middle section there, and then it kind of washes out, but
yeah, she does well to stick with it, but no more scoring potential on the inside, so she kicks out. We do see some bigger, more powerful turns from Nimse on this wave, so I feel like the score of Nimse is going to be quite a good score that's going to drop for this one. And Dave, just the linking of the maneuvers here is fantastic.
Yeah, I really love her pace in this heat. You know, she definitely reads the waves really nicely, and nice and smooth surfing style. And she just flows through it. That was a really good wave selection as that thing just kind of lined up for her. And when she pulls out here, you see a big old smile on her face, so she's stoked.
Certainly is. Cheers on the beach as well from Team Puerto Rico, of course, cheering on their teammates. And that's the one other amazing thing about this event, Dave. It's not an individual sport in the ISA. You are competing for your nation, for your country, and you've got all those teammates around you.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's definitely unique to these ISA events, is just the feeling you get walking through the competitors area. You know, each team has their own little, palapa. They got their flags there, and like you're saying, just the team spirit is just on a high, and it's just super fun to be around all the energy like that.
It certainly is. A lot of great energy happening there. You can see a beautiful drone angle of the event side here, El Sunzal in Surf City, El Salvador, providing one of the best locations for SUP surfing. We see competitors there in the first heat of the women's. Nimse Garcia currently in that first place, drops a 4.93, so bettering her previous 2 scores. She's in first place. Lara Del Ponte from Italy in that 2nd position. And Carla Medel of Chile just needs a small 2.11 to push her up into 2nd place, into that advancing position. We'll see. She does have first priority at the moment, so she does have choice of the next wave that comes through. We'll see if anything happens in the last 3 minutes of this heat. Hopefully she can get herself on another ride.
Yeah, she's actually in a pretty good spot, with that priority and just needing that small score. And, one score is all she needs with only 2 minutes and 45 seconds. It could be a nice time to just drop that score, then the heat's over.
Yeah, it looks like she's taking advantage of that priority right now. Up and riding. Carla of Chile fading back toward the white water, realizing she needs to get close to the pocket. Does well to brace herself in that white water section. Can she manage to get back around it onto the open face for a little bit more scoring potential? She does manage that. She rides this one out cleanly. That wave just disappearing on the inside there, Dave.
Yeah, Carla might have faded just a little bit too much than she wanted, so she got caught behind the section a little bit, but nice drop in as we see red. Lara Del Ponte from Italy going. Nice bottom turn. Gets around this section. She's looking forward to the lip right here. Does a little snap in the pocket. Fades back. Sets up another one. Nice speed through the middle section for her. So this is going to be her 2nd scoring ride.
Yeah, we'll see if that's enough to overtake Nimse in first place. She was looking for a 6.89 to jump up into that first position. You see Nimse there just hitting the eject button on that ride.
Just a little bit out of position for Nimse on that set.
So I believe there probably won't be enough time for Lara to get back out the back. So she's going to be on the inside there. We'll see if Carla can improve on her situation. She dropped a 1-point ride for her last wave. She's just looking for a 1.61. She's currently about halfway out in the lineup at the moment, as we see Nimse Garcia taking off late on this one in the white water. This wave not offering too much up in terms of a wall in front of her, and that white water just pushes her off. I don't think that was going to be a scoring ride for her. But we'll see if Carla can get on another wave And there we see Lara dropping a 2.63 for her last ride, so making things a little bit more difficult for Carla to get up into advancing position. Now looking for a 4-point ride, 30 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, 30 seconds doesn't leave too much time to grab that score, but Carla's right there in the middle of the lineup.
We see Lara Del Pont there, currently in that second position, looking like she's going to be moving through to the round number 2 of the main event for the women's SUP Surfing. And Nimse Garcia on screen, the winner of heat number 1, put on a fantastic performance. Great to see her moving through this event. She'll grab some valuable team points for Team Puerto Rico, as we'll see Carla Medel moving into the Repercharge round, which should be coming up tomorrow for competition. So she'll have the rest of the afternoon to relax. And we're going to go to a short break. We'll bring in Rachel Tilley to call the action. Thanks very much for tuning in.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. This Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know, peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of action here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are kicking things off with heat number 2 of the women's SUP Surfing, round number 1 in the water. We have that was the previous heat. We'll get you caught up with who's in the water now. We have Aya Yurikuza of Japan out there in that red jersey. Luci Cosoleto, gold medalist from previous years, also out in the water there, along with Elvira Nandi of Poland in the green. My name is Barry Nixon. I'm joined in the booth by none other than the current ISA World Longboard Champion and also the WSL current World Longboard Champion, Rachel Tilley. Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to have you here to call the action.
Yeah, thank you for having me. I absolutely love this wave and love being here, getting to watch so many different types of surfing and disciplines take place here at Sunzal. We've been at the ISA, we had the ISA World Surfing Championships take place here at Sunzal and La Bocana earlier this year. We had our longboards take place here, so now to finish out the year here with the SUP and Paddleboard Championships is it's a great venue.
It certainly is. It's one of the most amazing venues here for sure, and what a wave to showcase the level of SUP surfing we have here at this event as well. So great to have you calling the action here. Looks like maybe a start from this heat, a late takeoff there from Elvira, a little bit out of position as we see Set coming through the lineup. Looks like Aya Yurikuza of Japan on the inside there, taking off, dropping down to the bottom of this one. Positions that board at the top of the wave. Manages to hold on, bracing herself, drop down again as she's just a little bit caught behind the white water, so decides to kick out of that one, but getting her campaign started here for her first heat. See Luci Cosoleto on screen, of course, one of the favorites for this event, moving through, representing Argentina. It looks like she is in position for this wave as we see her taking off. She's eyed up something down the line here. You can see her gaining pace, getting speed on this wave, setting herself up. Just switching the paddle there to cut back around toward the white water. Having to deal with a few bumps, looking like that wind's picking up a little bit from the east. We see Luci just kicking out there, so just that one turn really for Luci on that one. How do you feel those rides went down there, Rachel?
Yeah, I think those were good starts to at least just open up their campaign. I mean, this is day one, heat one. There's always a bit of nerves when you're paddling out into that heat and kicking off your campaign. So I'd say that it's nice for them to just get their feet on the board and get comfortable, but not scores that any of them would want to keep in their scoreline by the end of this heat. You know, learning this lineup is a little bit difficult as well. We see our surfer Lucia in blue, this replay, she took off a bit in and deep, so it required her to kind of be really patient getting around this bumpy, frothy section. She gets that one turn there, gets a little stuck up, is super patient with this. This will definitely be, I think, the best score of that opening exchange, which is nice. Here's another angle of that one. Picking up that speed, but unfortunately that frothy section was just not really allowing her to get any really critical rail work into that wave. So a decent little start, but she'll look to try and maybe get out the back and be a little bit more patient for something that will offer some opportunity as we see live action for our surfer from Japan.
Yeah, Aya Yutakuza up and riding here on her second wave. Getting up into the lip, beautiful turn to kick this wave off. Doing very well to stay in the pocket of this wave. To maximize that score. It just gets a little caught up by the bumps there, but that wave just fading out on the inside. So she's done all of the work on the outside there. We're waiting for all of those scores to drop for our surfers after that first exchange. We're able to bring you the update of scores. And Rachel, you know this wave so well. Tell us, what are some of the kind of intricacies about this wave that you feel like would be, you know, good for the competitors to know out there?
Absolutely. I think getting waves under priority is a really good opportunity here at Sunzal. Oof.
So live action there from Lucci, putting on an absolute masterclass there. Two great turns to kick things off. Switching the paddle there for a wrap off the top of this wave. And she's carving back toward the white water, finishing things off. I think she's done all of that work on the outside to get the highest score.
Yeah, that is the wave that she was really looking to open up with. So she'll be feeling better with that. I think when we're talking about things that I've learned since competing out here for the past few years, wave selection is everything. And I think kind of off the takeoff, you know whether it's going to be that wave that will give you a score of consequence or not. You know, comparing that to Lucia's first wave, it was frothy off the takeoff and it kind of never offered that extra opportunity and opened up, where this one, we saw it clean and nice from the takeoff. As we take another look at this one, oh, beautiful opening turn. Coming off the bottom again, nice speed. You can see that spray coming off, just showing that power that she is lacing into these turns. Going for her fourth turn here and gets unstuck there, but she does a lot of work to get a critical score.
Aya up and riding in that red jersey, really sticking to that first turn up in the pocket. She's been doing that in the last couple of rides. Unfortunately, goes down there. That would have been a good score if she hung on to that, getting the board up into the lip, as we saw Lucci do on her previous ride. So still waiting on scores to drop. A small 2-point ride drops for Aya's first wave. Should be looking to improve upon that. See competitors making their way back out to the lineup. A long paddle out, Rachel, as well.
It is. It makes these 20-minute heats go by really fast, and it's important to maximize every wave opportunity that you have. Taking another look at this wave from Lucia. Beautiful opening turn. I loved her flowing connection between these two first turns, and then how patient she was off the bottom for this one, using that paddle all the way around.
Yeah, she definitely found a wave that had that steeper face on it as well on the inside, where we've seen a few of those waves on the higher tide just disappearing into that deeper water. So she did well with that wave selection.
Yeah, and I think, you know, other things that are really standouts of Sunzal is that you can sometimes have this inside bowl that comes in and wide. So if you're sitting far out the back with priority, you can miss that wave altogether. But someone sitting under priority, I would say, should sit there because there is so much opportunity. Sometimes those are the best waves because they stand up, they stay tall for longer, and they just kind of hit this inside bank, especially at this tide with how high it is. So there's lots of scoring opportunity for our surfers out there. With time still left in the water, I think we'll see a few more exchanges.
Yeah, definitely will see a few more exchanges. Things going a little quiet there, but that allows our competitors to get back out into position in the lineup, waiting for that next set to come through. Still waiting on scores to drop for our competitors. I think the judges really taking their time to set the scale, especially after Lucci's wave was ridden there. So we'll see some good scores dropping for Lucci. Of course, she is trying to back up that gold medal back in 2023. We had a year off the SUP surfing for last year. We were in Denmark just for the SUP racing. And then Lucci definitely going to be looking to back up that gold medal. So let's head back down to the sidelines for an interview with the heat winner of the last heat, Nimse Garcia.
Hey, everybody, welcome to El Salvador. We are so lucky with some waves pumping really, really hard, and we've got our first winner of the day, first winner of the week, Nimse Garcia, Puerto Rico. How was it out there, Nimse? You killed it.
It was epic. First time in El Salvador, in El Sunzal, and amazing waves, really.
Yeah, tell us about the conditions and where you feel you score your better waves.
Well, El Sunzal has like 3 peaks. You had to like look for it. We had the first peak, the second, really fight for it. Use your priority, play a good game. But at the end of the day, it was amazing.
I have the feeling we're going to hear a lot about Puerto Rico this week. We've got some top names. What's the feeling in the team?
We're on fire. We have Mari Carmen. We have everybody on the team ready to compete. So everybody's pumped.
Well, Nimse is ready. Puerto Rico is ready. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Matsu. Nimse Garcia moving through to round number 2 of the women's SUP surfing. As we can now get you caught up with some scores dropping for our competitors in the water. Lucci Cosoleto drops a 7.33 for her highest scoring ride. Puts her up into first place. She's also got that 2.40. Still waiting on another score to drop for her. Aya Yurikuza of Japan, a 2.07 and a 2-point ride. So that leaves Elvira Nandi looking for a 3.87 to move up into second place in that advancing position. We see live action here, Aya of Japan just fading back a little bit to set things up. She heads up to the top of this wave, dropping down, has a lot of speed. Decides to use that speed for a bottom turn, carves it back toward the white water here. A few bumps starting up. I think the tide as it starts to go back out, creating a little bit of a rip current there.
Yeah, a lot of chatter. The bottom of Sunzal is all these like cobblestones, big cobblestones. So as the tide changes, and we have really big swing tides this week, and that water rushes out or rushes back in, it kind of creates a lot of that ripple on the face of the wave that you see there. Taking a look at this replay, we're still waiting for this score to drop. This took place during the last post-heat interview that we saw. So she is just building upon that score line, that 7.33. That one comes in as a 4.33.
And just for that one turn as well, that really big solid turn. So a good score there dropping for Lucci. See the replay here of Aya of Japan.
Yeah, you can see, so her equipment, she's on a longer board than our surfer in blue, and you can see how that changes the way her lines are a bit more drawn out on her turns. And she has a bit more board to manage as well through that chatter, but she's doing it really well. She's sitting in that second position right now, putting the pressure on our surfer from Poland, needing a 4.1 in order to get into that advancing position, or a combination of something above a 4.3.
Yeah, to move up into advancing, as we see Claudia on screen of Italy getting ready for her next heat. She'll be out there with Gabriella and Antonia. As we see some sets approaching the lineup here. Live action, 7 minutes, 50 seconds left in heat number 2. See Lucci stroking toward the horizon. Unfortunately, going to get caught out by this one. That is a big set that's come through. Probably the biggest set we've seen so far of today.
Wow, beautiful waves coming through. These ones Sunzal can really take you by surprise and get you caught out in these types of conditions. with these sets.
Talk about the power as well these waves have, because I went for a free surf last night and I was surprised just how powerful it is, especially duck diving or jumping under a wave.
Yeah, El Salvador in general just has a lot of power within its ocean. You know, I think it can be a little deceiving, or you might not seem it, because Sunzal as a wave looks kind of like a fatter, rollier, calmer wave, but underneath there is so much power there. So to get caught out by those sets, the surfers are getting a bit thrashed underwater.
Definitely. A lot of equipment to hold on to as well, especially if you have the bigger board attached. Takes a little bit longer to get composed again, get yourself back out to the lineup. You see Lucci there paddling her way back out. So an interesting move there, Lucci on her stomach. We do have judges in the panel keeping an eye on SUP surfers prone paddling back out to the lineup. They're actually there with a stopwatch, timing the competitors to see how long they are prone paddling for. Generally, it's about 5 or 6 strokes they should be doing on their stomach, and they should be up and standing to be able to paddle back out into position. So it's good that we have all of that for the judges, and also the priority judges there looking at who has priority. Of course, Lucci sitting out there currently in priority. 6 minutes left remaining on the clock. Elvira Nandi of Poland still looking for a 4.07. We saw her and Aya have a look at those sets that come through, but unfortunately just getting knocked off. So no scores of consequence dropping for them. Lucci starting to spin around, having a look at this one. See if she decides to take it. Looks like she is committed to this wave. Stroking into this one. She eyes something down the line. Unfortunately can't get on top of that one. So that wave kind of hitting a bit of deep water. So she'll lose priority. Aya Yurikuza from Japan now with first priority, looking at this one. Maybe a bit of an error there from Lucci. We'll see if Aya can capitalize on this ride. So you're dropping in, looks like a beautiful wave stacking up for her. She bottom turns, takes it up to the top of the wave and manages to hold on through that steep section. As she brings it through again. Lots of chatter, like you said, Rachel, just to deal with on the wave face here. She brings this one through. So that wind standing up, and unfortunately just goes down. She gets through to the midsection of that wave.
I really liked the look of that wave. She's looking to drop her low score of a 2.07. I think that will at least improve that incrementally. Really nice read of that first opening section, drawing some beautiful lines. Opting not to switch hands with the paddle there on that cutback. So judges will probably take note of that, but really beautiful surfing.
Yeah, great surfing from Aya there. And something I've noticed, she's riding a production board. Looks like the Starboard Twin Fin, which is a new design out from Starboard. So opting for a twin fin out there today. You can see she has a lot of speed on the wave with that board. And that wave just, she's trying to bring it back to the white water here, but just hits a couple of little bumps and stands up a little tall and knocks her off. But that will be a good score to drop, a 2.47. So her highest ride so far in this heat. Still comfortably sitting in that second position. Elvira looking for a 4.47 now. So that has increased her situation, looking for a higher score to be able to progress. We still have Lucci Cosoleto out in front from Argentina with a really good score of that 7.33. You can see her having a look at this right here, this wave stacking up beautifully. She's a little wide for this one. Looks like she will have an opportunity again to take off on the next ride. Can't see Elvira out there anywhere on the outside, so we'll see if she's in position on the inside to catch this wave. It's coming down to 3 minutes left on the clock. Heat number 2. Remember, there is a Repercharge round, so 3rd and 4th place for those 4-person heats will have a second opportunity in the Repercharge round. Lucci trying to get in on this one, manages to stroke into this one as she fades back to the white water, sets things up, beautiful bottom turn, powerful carve off the top. Having to brace for that bumpy section as she switches the paddle, cut back to the pocket, and again, just having to stick with the cutbacks to make her way through to the inside of this wave. See, rebounding off the white water there. It's roundhouse. Again, stepping on the tail. bringing around. So not much downtime happening. Lucci keeping the board moving throughout there. So she comes through right to the inside section, what we like to call the pupusa section. Lucci has to kick out there. And there's some cobblestones there you have to look out for, Rachel.
Yeah, she was really, you can see her standing up. She's right there on the beach. So if she rode that out any farther, she would have been on dry sand. But what a wave that we just saw. The longest ride we've seen in this heat so far, and so much opportunity that she took advantage of. Her power surfing was just really nice to watch. Bringing it all the way around, you know, something that really stands out for me on this one is her flow from maneuver to maneuver, offering that variety, banking off the whitewash, switching her paddle around, making everything look really effortless. And I think the judges will really like this. I also love from her, you know, she's sitting in a pretty healthy lead at the moment. She has a 7.33, a 4.33, 3 minutes on the clock. She's looking to really solidify her win on this one and really looking for that wave selection, getting your feel out there. You know, she could have maybe taken the back seat out there, been a little bit more patient, but instead she's putting that effort in, trying to improve upon that entire heat total.
It's a good opportunity for these opening rounds for competitors to really practice out here as well, because it's been quite crowded in the free surf session. So Lucci there, I think, just finding her feet, finding the right waves out there as well. And we see Lucci having to deal with the shore break here, getting out of the water, having to ditch the board. And it is very heavy. Rachel, you had a quite a scary incident happen here too earlier this year, but Lucci there.
Yeah. Yeah, this
okay.
shore break section is no joke, absolutely. We've been seeing boards throughout the past few days in the practice sessions as well get damaged up against these rocks. Trying to find your timing in and out of that shore break is really crucial. Not something you're thinking about when you're going for that end maneuver. When you're looking for a score and you're trying to put it on the line, you go for it. And then you deal with those consequences after.
Aya here. Unfortunately, the buzzer has just gone, so this wave not going to count. She just falls off on the takeoff there, so it will be Lucci Cosoleto moving through in first position. Aya Yurikuza of Japan moving through in second. And Elvira Nandi of Poland. She'll be relegated into the Repercharge round, so she will have that second opportunity to get herself back into the main rounds of competition. That concludes heat number 2. We're moving through to heat number 3 very shortly. See some beautiful scenes here from Lucci. We'll bring Dave Bainey back in the booth to call the action alongside Rachel.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
World SUP and Paddleboard Championships We're here in Surf City, El Salvador, and we are straight into SUP Surfing Women's Division. Heat number 3, we got in red Claudia Postolone from Italy, Gabriela Steinfader from Brazil, Antonia Gutierrez from Chile. We're going to send it down to the winner of the last heat, Luchi Cosoleto, with the beach interview with Matu.
Hey guys, what a great way for two-time ISA World Champion Luchi Cosoleto to get started today. How was it out there, Luchi?
Wow, El Sunzal, it's always fun. So yeah, really happy to be in the second heat. I really want to compete here. It was really good.
You're coming in as a returning defending champion. Is that a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
No, I just want to enjoy this event because, you know, it's a special event. We come here with a team, and it's an honor for me to be part of Argentine team. So I'm really happy, and I just want to enjoy.
Are you ready to take on a third crown this week?
Yeah, of course.
She is ready. Back to you guys.
Hey, thank you, Maddie. Good to hear from Luchi. And as you can see, she's always ready to get another title. Dave Bainey here in the booth with Rachel Tilley. What a treat to have the current WSL world champion in here. And it's such a cool perspective to have you in here because you were just competing here just days ago. And we see blue going for it. This is Gabriela Steinfader from Brazil. Nice bottom turn straight into a carve. Gabriela has that really nice low carving kind of style and just gets hung up there. And we got Antonia looking at this one. Gets a little bit of a frothy one. Just gets hung up in the back, but a lot of action starting off this heat. Straight into red, Claudia Postolone from Italy. Takes a nice stable stance. Trying to stay with this one. This one's kind of backing off a little bit for her, but she's staying with it. A lot of paddling, but that one just fades out. And straight back into Gabriela. What do you think about this one, Rachel?
Yeah, well, getting her, getting more action now. This is one that she'll probably already keep in her scoreline compared to her first one. A cleaner wave, took off in a nice, steeper, more critical section. So she's making her way in. I'm really liking her flow and her connection of these maneuvers, switching that paddle around, and cuts out there. So I think a nice opening ride for her. That will be the standout of all of those exchanges that we just saw.
Yeah, again, this heat and kind of set the pace for the judges and the scoring. And yeah, it is such a cool opportunity to have you in the booth here. Like, you know, we always kind of think about, you know, heat strategy and coaching and all that. And as you see the big lineup here, is there any kind of tips or inside scoops that kind of, you know, what worked for you? Obviously, you had this place pretty wired. So
yeah, I really think it comes down to wave selection at the end of the day. You know, it's such a long paddle back out. These are only 20-minute heats. So being selective with those waves, but not being too patient as well. You know, there's a lot that you can make of. This isn't even, you know, an outside set, and look at what our surfer Gabriela was able to make of this wave. So sometimes these more medium ones are the ones that stay cleaner. So when I'm talking about wave selection, I'm not just saying, you know, be super patient for those bigger sets. It's finding these gems that make their way all the way to the inside, all the way to the beach, and give you lots of opportunity to add that variety of maneuvers.
absolutely. And so when you're out in the lineup there, did you have certain markers on the beach that you kind of used for different peaks of the wave? You know, like was there like a deeper marker? And did it depend on the tide? You know, was there a different place you would sit at high tide versus low tide?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, towards the right of your screen, you can kind of see those palm trees there. That's the very top of the point. So when you're all the way out there, you're kind of in line with those palm trees. So that gives you an idea of what a long paddle out these surfers now have to get back out to the top. You can also see the whitewash as an indication here too of the reef that the waves are following, and where the whitewash tips out the back is kind of that general section to sit. However, there is this kind of wide bowl that you have to be paying really close attention to. If you have first priority, that's not the section I would necessarily sit on. But if you have anything but first priority, I would absolutely keep your eye leaving that wide bowl as an opportunity, because I've gotten excellent scores sitting just on that under priority. So this is a wave that really allows every opportunity for our surfers to build upon their score line.
Yeah, so you could get a score anywhere in the lineup, basically. Go deep, go wide, kind of the middle section. So you can see the big lineup right there. We got 3 surfers, and they're all quite spread out at the moment. Yeah, and it's such a beautiful wave. The right, it just, I went surfing last night. It was my first session out here. I've been to El Salvador before, but it was further south. And so I was really excited to try it out. And I got a good one out the back. I got a good one in the middle. I kind of messed around on the inside, and it's really fun wave.
Yeah, I think Sunzal, it's a wave that makes you fall in love with surfing, every time you surf it, because it's such an opportunity it's a 1 minute long ride if you're catching it from out the back to the inside.
Yeah, and it's really cool because, it was definitely a little crowded last night, but plenty of waves. I didn't feel, that there's hassling or anything. It's just a really fun time. You see Antonia giving that one a go. Flip back around and try to figure out this lineup. So currently in first place, we got Gabriela Steinfader from Brazil. She's got that 4.50. And the other 2 riders really looking for their first scores.
So when we look at the wider view angle from this, when we're zoomed in there, it's kind of hard to make of where they are in the lineup, but you can see priority isn't established yet, and so that means the priority judges haven't deemed that any 3 of the surfers are actually in the takeoff zone or the lineup yet. So to see Claudia turn around on a wave in that moment is kind of showing that she's looking for those ones as she's paddling back out. She's actually still quite towards the inside. These surfers are now continuing to try and make their way back out to the lineup. It looks like Gabriela, I'd say, is in that first opportunity to get that first priority if she's able to make it out, but Claudia's catching up. It's a race for priority.
Yep, and you hear the whistling on the beach, so there's definitely some waves stacking up. You see Gabriela pretty deep right there. Let's see if she could pull off this late drop. Just unable to hang on there, but you're right. They're kind of mid section of the lineup, kind of over to the left. So that is an interesting factor that you say that they haven't established that they're actually in the top of the lineup to give priority yet. So that's interesting.
I think that's kind of the tricky part of competing at Sunzal as well, is like you were saying, there's waves everywhere. You got a fun wave last night out the back. You got a fun wave paddling back out. And so this can be a little bit deceiving when you're in a heat. You can turn around. You can see a good one coming when you're only halfway back out and be tempted to turn around on those ones. But really the real scoring potential waves are when you put the work in to get all the way back out the back and have that long ride that we know Sunzal offers. Because these are waves that they potentially could turn around on, but the rides are much shorter, offer less variety. They turn, you can see on the side, they turn fat really quickly, don't have as much of that opportunity of a steeper, more critical section.
Absolutely. And did you have any preference? Some people try to take the first wave of the set because there's not as much foam. Sometimes the second one, though, is a little bit more bowly. So was there a certain kind of wave that you were looking for?
Yeah, I think, it obviously depends on the swell direction. When we're in these 4-person ISA heats, that we had our longboards here earlier this year as well. In these 4-person heats, to stay busy, I do love trying to get that quick start to maximize the entire 20 minutes. But in this past week, I always found actually the second set during our competition was the better, more cleaner and wider one that ran. So I was a bit more patient for those second sets, but those were man-on-man heats. So everything adds to the strategy, and that's what I love about competition, is the chess game of it all.
Absolutely. Yeah, there's definitely more than meets the eye what's going on in the heats.
Absolutely. So we've seen first priority now established.
Yeah, so it looks like Claudia Pasoloni from Italy in red does have first priority. We'll see if she's able to take advantage of that with the next set wave. So, and what's cool with priority, you don't necessarily need to sit, the deepest one to the peak.
Mm-hmm.
You have your choice, and there's a surfing for today. Obviously, we got some great swell, 4 to 5 feet in the water here. Low winds at the moment, and you can see the tide is dropping through the afternoon. So we're going to continue to just get the waves better and better.
Really big tide swings as well. 0.3 feet that we're dropping down to. Later on, back up to a 6.4. It changes the lineup quite a bit when you have them swinging back and forth so drastically like that.
Absolutely, yeah. The low tide versus high tide here, just as far as the beach goes, is completely different.
Absolutely.
We couldn't even walk over here this morning. We had to take a ride, and we're not even a mile away. We're actually really close. So that felt kind of silly, but we got to do what we got to do. All right, we see some paddlers looking this one. Claudia with that strong paddle, she really wants this one. I think she's going to be just too far out to get it. And that's going to be interesting because she paddled for that, so she's going to probably lose priority. And you see right there, Gabriela Steinfader in blue took advantage, or was the lucky recipient of first priority. Second priority is Antonia Gutierrez. So Gabriela, the heat leader, with priority as well. So she's sitting in a good position at the moment.
Yeah, it's when you start getting down to that 7-minute position within these 20-minute heats, especially at a wave so long like this is where, for me, I really want to have control of the heat. So Gabriela is sitting in a really good position at this point, first priority, heat leader, and she's going to utilize that priority and take off on this wave.
Yeah, so drops in, nice bottom turn. Nice flowing cutback. Gabriela is really known for her rail work. She gets another cutback there. Just kind of pacing with this wave. Gets another cutback. So 3 cutbacks on this wave. It's a little fat, little shouldery, but she's sticking with it. Definitely one of the better rides in the heat so far. Nice little slash. And Gabriela's looking solid.
Yeah, this has been a really nice read of this wave. Smaller wave, but I think she really maximized what it had to offer there.
Yeah, definitely so. And I just love the insight with you with the 7 minutes left, just how you think about and managing that, the time and the heat. It's super interesting. Just like we were saying, there's so much more to a heat.
Yeah.
And it's nice to hear how the best kind of think about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, unfortunately, in the way that surfing goes, sometimes not always the best surfer wins an event. It's about the person who gave on the best performance in its entirety, which means wave selection, which means use of time, priority use, all of those things, and then the performance on the waves too. But taking a look at the replay of this one, 3 nice carves to start out, and then here I love how patient she was, going deep, waiting for that section to stand up so she can put this slash, really puts it on rail, offering a little bit more of that critical, utilizing that critical section of the wave. But that was a really good read of that wave.
For sure, and sometimes it can be a little weird trying to be patient, almost kind of looks like you're trying to do too much, but Gabriela, as you said, was really nicely patient with that wave. And then we see Antonia getting a ride. This is going to be her best ride so far. A couple good slashes. Got the backhand surfer from Chile. Nice little carve back into the pocket there. So she's sticking with this one. Another turn, so she's going to be pretty happy with this ride and pulls out nice and clean. So we'll see. And then straight into Claudia. This is going to be her second or third ride. Kind of getting hung up right there, a little straight. She's got to get the fin set and unable to grip it correctly there. So she just goes over, but She'll be back out. 4 minutes left. We see Gabriela. Yeah, and the one thing, the stand-up paddles, you can't really duck dive them. So you're going to see a lot of those, kickouts over the lip.
And in a wave, this wave is actually quite powerful underneath. And so going through waves like that is physically quite exhausting, especially when you have sets on the horizon and these surfers have to go through 3, 4, 5 waves, managing their board, managing their paddle, all underwater.
Yeah, that's a good point. Me and Bo, we paddled out at the same time last night for our session and straight into like a 10-wave set. And I get out to the lineup. I'm all, Bo, that's kind of the gnarliest paddle I've had in months. Like, it's just so tiring.
It is. I tend to flick my longboard up over the wave exactly like they do too, to try and minimize any opportunity for it to not break or go through that lip. And so I've been in that exact same position, just not with a paddle in my hand.
Yeah.
So it ups the ante even more for what these surfers are dealing with and navigating out there.
Yeah, so for sure. So here we go. With 3 minutes left, Gabriela Steinfader, she got that 4.33 in her last ride. So she's got a solid lead in this heat with a 4.5 and 4.33. So she's already out the back in blue. You see her right there.
Our surfer in green, Antonia, she had that 0.9 this entire heat this whole time and was finally able to get that ride, came in as a 2.93. So that actually switched the situation. She's now up into that advancing position. Of course, this is a non-elimination heat. Any surfer that gets 3rd or 4th in those 4-person heats will go into that Repercharge round. So that's at least a fallback for the opening round of these surfers. Maybe takes the nerves off a little bit, that the consequence isn't as dire as elimination.
And we got heat leader in blue, Gabriela Steinfader. She's from Brazil. Let's see what she could do. Switches the paddle off to get a nice little roundhouse turn. Goes back to the ball, hits the lip. Nice.
Oh.
That was a nice slash. She was just not quite able to hang on to it. Looked like the wind kind of affected her a little bit, pushed her out the back, but she's solidly in first place.
Yeah, I loved her pushing it. She has a pretty, like you said, solid lead right now, and so just trying to see how she can build upon those 4s. Both of those 4s looking pretty similar. They were multiple roundhouses, one maybe a slash or 2 added in there, and I liked her now looking for that opportunity to add in that variety and change it up, and each heat is a learning opportunity of how the judges are scoring your surfing too, and seeing what they like and what they're rewarding, and so putting it all out there to get that reflection. I love that.
Yeah, absolutely. And this heat, the waves definitely didn't seem like there was a ton of opportunity to throw it through the lip. So they're definitely using, doing the best they can with the waves that were provided through this heat. And yeah, Gabriela, she'll be fine. She's a really good surfer. I really enjoy actually watching her surf.
Yeah, I think that's that lack of opportunity too, a bit indicative of the high tide at the moment. I think we'll start to see that more and more rapidly as the tide drains out into the afternoon today.
Yeah, heat number 3 winding down. We got 14 seconds left. Gabriela looks like she's going to comfortably win this heat. Antonia Gutierrez sneaks in there in second place with the last ride, and Claudia Pasoloni looking for a 2.77. We'll see her again in the Repercharge round.
Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today it's our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Ibaya Moreno of Spain currently up and riding in heat number 4. This is live action as she kicks out of that ride. Ibaya looking to go for gold this year here because she's come so close in the past. A silver medal, a number of bronze medals and copper medals as well, but hasn't secured that gold medal as yet. She's going to be one to look out for as we progress through this event. But Ibaya is also joined by Lisa Richard of Canada. You can see on screen here, paddling in on her backhand, steps that back foot back, bottom turns, a beautiful carving maneuver off the top. You can see just that wave a little bit fast for her, so she decides to kick out over the top there. And also Janina Witulska of Poland in the green jersey in this heat. Beautiful waves coming through. I'm Bo, joined here by Dave in the booth to call the action for this heat. 18.5 minutes left on the clock. Saw some great surfing in that last heat as well from Team Brazil. Gabriela doing very well to move on through.
Yeah, absolutely. And this heat starting off real nice with Ibaya Moreno from Spain in red. Nice smooth style Ibana's got, Ibaya, and she got that nice bottom turn straight into the lip. Sets this one up, kind of shoulders out, but she does a good job roundhousing back into the section here. And of course, Ibaya, a veteran in the SUP world of SUP surf, and she's looking solid. And then Canada got the nice, smooth carve. So we got a couple of waves ridden already, Bo.
Yeah, good to see a quick start in this heat. See competitors there pretty close together, trying to jostle for position. Team Spain, Team Canada, Team Poland as well in this heat. We see Lisa deciding to go on this one. This wave kind of bending back toward the point here. Not sure if there's a lot of wall on this ride. We'll see. Lisa cut back to the white water. She sets herself up for another turn back toward the pocket here. She's going to try and stick with this one. Decides to kick out there. So that wave, as we saw, kind of angled in toward the point, didn't offer too much of a ride, but 2 nice turns there for her, so a good backup to her first ride.
Yeah, I like it. Lisa from Canada, staying busy. When I'm in the heat, I actually like to stay a little busy too. It's kind of nice to get off to a quick start, you know, get the nerves out, get a little wave, feel it out. So she's already got 2 waves ridden in this heat.
Yeah, Ibaya Moreno dropping a 4.33. She's currently in second, as Lisa Richard has 2 waves, a 2.4 and a 2.0, currently sitting in the lead. Still waiting on a wave to drop for Janina. Still waiting on the first ride from Janina. Needing a 4.34 to move up into advancing position. Beautiful scenes here for day 1 of competition. You can see El Sunzal for the surf competition here, and looking up towards the west along the coastline of Surf City, El Salvador, providing a great location this year for the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Around 170 athletes, 27 nations represented here, so a great turnout this year, and beautiful waves here for day 1 of competition for the SUP surf. We are kicking off with the women's SUP surfing. They're moving into the men's round 1 of competition. Then we're going to be running the Repercharge rounds later on today, as we see Janina having a little paddle there on the inside. And we've got some great team camaraderie down here. Team Chile bringing all of their energy here to El Sunzal. And that's that great team spirit we spoke about earlier, Dave.
Oh yeah, the vibes are definitely high down there.
So just over 15 minutes left. Quick start for our athletes in this heat. Still plenty of time left on the clock to drop some good scores in this heat. We've seen some good sets pulse through the lineup this morning. And looks like another wave moving through the lineup. Ibaya currently sitting with that first priority. She understands that she has choice of the next wave to come through. Decides not to paddle on that one. We'll see if that is that loses her priority, but I don't think it will. She did make a concerted effort to paddle for that wave.
Yeah, we got it on the inside in yellow. Janina Witsulka from Poland. Taking a little speed line. Takes the drop. Janina hanging on there, just bails out at the end, but
yeah, she did well to hang on to that ride. As we're going to head down to the sidelines with Matu. He's with the winner of the last heat, Gabriela.
Yeah, thank you guys. Bora Bora Brazil. It looked like Gabriela was the only one having fun right there in that heat. How were you scoring waves today?
Oh, the waves here are perfect, you know. I love Sunzal. I love Kilómetro 59. I love this place, this warm weather, this people. Like, I feel like home. Like.
Oh yeah, you're from Ubatuba. So how do they actually compare those waves with the waves back home?
In home, like we have beach breakpoints, so it's a little bit different from here. But yeah, I surf all the waves, the conditions, but this place is like so special for me. I wish I can come back like every year to be here and surf a lot. It's really special.
I'm sure there are lots of Brazilian friends and family watching right now the live cast. Do you want to say a few words in Portuguese for them?
Oh yeah. Oi Brasil, estou muito feliz de ter avançado aqui. Estou com meu namorado, minha mãe, o time Brasil, todo mundo na torcida. Isso significa muito para mim. E é isso, vamos time Brasil, bora para a próxima, só o começo.
Now I leave it to Dave and Bo to actually translate this. Back to the booth, guys.
Thanks, Matu. Our Portuguese is not great.
Matu put us on the spot right there.
Certainly is. As we see Janina there looking to drop into this one. So her first ride there drops as a 1-point ride. So she's looking for a 3.34 to move on through. But I love what Gabriela was saying. She loves El Salvador and this place. And it's a very, very special place. The waves are just non-stop. It seems like every time we've been here for an event, the waves are pumping, the waves are firing. And yeah, what a great place to showcase SUP surfing.
Yeah, absolutely, Gabriela. Just loving the rights. Fits her style very, very well. So we'll see her in round 2 coming up later in the event.
So we have 12 minutes left on the clock for heat number 4. First round of the women's SUP surfing. Day number 1 of competition. Thank you very much for tuning in. Let us know where you're watching from on ISAsurf.org. You can follow along on the Facebook or the YouTube live streams. We've also got a Spanish webcast if you are looking for that as well. Janina paddling on the inside, unfortunately just digs the nose of that board. And the rail just catches a little bump and she goes down. You see Ibaya and Lise out the back waiting for the next set to come through. And there's been some good-sized waves come through the lineup, Dave. Some good overhead sets.
Yeah, there's definitely been a couple sneaker sets getting the paddlers, taking them a little off guard. But they're going to continue to increase through the day with the tide dropping. And one thing to point out, you know, this is a stand-up paddle event. So you can see Ibaya and Lise out the back. You know, they're paddling and keeping their paddle in the water. They're actually kind of bracing, you know, as they're kind of trolling the lineup because you're not allowed to sit down on your boards. You know, this is a stand-up paddle event, so you could get a disqualification for sitting down, and so they got to stay busy, kind of keep that paddle in the water, keep them upright.
Is that because the boards are small, they have to keep moving, or is it just they're looking for a position in the lineup?
I think it's a little bit of both, right? Yeah, but you know, a lot of these paddlers are starting to ride very small boards, and it's very taxing and tiring on your legs. And even I was talking U.S. surfer Anthony Maltese, he like prepared his legs all, you know, training for this event because he knows he's not allowed to stand or sit. Sorry. It's definitely something different to separate it from surfing. Is the way you think about training is literally just the legs.
Definitely, and being such a long point break too, you need to have strong legs to be able to paddle all the way back out. It is a lot of energy being expended in these heats. Only 20 minutes, but you still have to get those top 2 rides to get you into an advancing position. So a lot of time standing up.
Absolutely.
Which is what we should be doing.
Exactly. Yeah, and it kind of gives, it's almost, it's a way to kind of keep the boards at a certain size, right? Because they get too small, then all of a sudden it's, you're proning more than you're stand-up paddling, you're surfing, right? So the unique thing about stand-up paddling is you're able to stand up and look at the lineup, roam the lineup, use your paddle to catch waves, more efficiently. So it's just a way of keeping it separate.
Looking like Janina having a look on the inside here. You can see her positioning, sitting closer in on the point here at El Sunzal under priority. So she identifies that there are waves coming through on the inside peak, leaving Abaya and Lise out to select the sets that come through. You can see their priority numbers on the screen next to their name. You've got P1, Abaya, first priority. So she has choice of the next wave that comes through if she'd like to take it. And then Lise has to give way to Abaya if she is going to take a wave in that second priority. You can see a couple of lines there coming through for our competitors. Abaya and Lise starting to make their way toward the left of screen, getting a little bit wider on the peak to try and position themselves for the takeoff. Looks like Abaya is going to use her priority on this one. She's going to drop in. Late takeoff there from Abaya. This wave just flattening out a bit on the outside. Looks like it does have a bit of a wall to it, so she's going to stick with it. He's switching the paddle to cut it back toward the white water. She brings this one through the inside. The wave starting to stand up now. Beautiful turn off the top, pushing hard on the tail. A little bit caught behind on this section, so she's going to kick out. And it looks like Lise might be on the ride behind. Unfortunately, she goes down as well in the white water. So it's going to be a good score to drop for Abaya, backing up that 4.33 she currently has. Looking like she will move up into that first position. And then we'll wait for that score to drop for her. 7 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock in this heat. Still got lots of action coming up today for the SUP Surfing. As we see competitors just repositioning themselves after that set comes through. And we'll look to get hopefully a replay of Abaya's last wave. Couple of nice turns. I love that turn on the inside, how that wave stood up for her. Again, offering that steeper section, and that's what the judges want to see.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the replay. So Abaya in perfect position for takeoff. Just kind of pacing this wave out. She knows it's going to line up down the line here. So she just does a nice little cutback straight into this section. And look at her just kind of pace it and time it. And then there's the money turn right there, straight into the lip. Abaya's just got such a clean, compact style.
It looks like she's kind of sets out her wave. She kind of knows where to place the turns and what's going to offer her the biggest scores. She's no stranger to competitive surfing, as we see Lise Richard of Canada. Beautiful carve off the top, all the way back to the white water, rebounding off that section there. Another great turn off the top as well, waiting for this wave to stand up a little bit more. Bringing that board back around. Doing very well on this wave to keep that board moving. Not much downtime as we see her carving off the bottom. So that will be a good score for Lise. I'm going to say probably one of the highest scores of her campaign. As we see Vanya getting ready for the next heat, riding one of your boards, Dave.
Yeah, Vanya. She's been surfing really well, so I'm looking forward to watching her surf. And yeah, she's got a couple new boards that we made specifically for the event, and her warm-up sessions have looked great. We see, oh, Yellow just barely hanging on to that. Not able to hang on to that drop in, but definitely going for it on the inside bowl right there. Janine Witsulka from Poland.
Have I noticed something, Dave? Looks like Janina switches her stance every now and then. I've seen her paddle in goofy. I've seen her paddle in regular. Have you noticed that?
You know what? I haven't yet, but I wouldn't be surprised because there's a lot of crossover sports here. A lot of windsurfers that stand at paddle. A lot of surfers that have converted, and the windsurfers are the ones that do the switch stance stuff. And you'll see, like even in racing, the windsurfers will switch stance for buoy turns, and so I wouldn't be surprised if she is doing that.
Yeah, I'll have to get a replay of that. And speaking of windsurfing, Ibaya Moreno, 10-time windsurf world champion. Her and her sister have dominated the sport for the last 30 years.
Absolutely, and Ibaya actually has a rad biography movie. I forget the name of it at the moment, but you can find it on YouTube. And it gives her whole story of her and her sister, just their story in windsurfing. And I got to watch it last year in Gran Canaria. She had a little kind of meet and greet, and it was really, really cool. I'm a big Ibaya fan for sure.
The beautiful scenes here. You can see the athlete zone just before the judging tower there on the right. Casa del Mar, where a lot of the ISA staff are staying. As we pan around into El Sunzal, this is our point break here. This is going to be the event site for the SUP Surfing and also the racing, as we see Ibaya currently on screen. Live action, beautiful bottom turn up into the lip. This wave, so good first turn to kick things off. This wave flattening out, but she decides to cut back into the white water. Again, just switching that paddle, sticking with this one. So 3 turns already. See if she can get a bit more scoring potential done on the inside. Rebounding off that white water for that turn. She presses hard again, sliding the tail a little bit there. Brings this one through to the inside. The wave standing up. She's going to get a little bit of speed. Decides to switch the paddle again. And just pushing hard on that back foot to slide the tail. So Ibaya going to back up. Her score, she dropped a 5.0 for her previous ride, so puts her up into the lead. Lise Richard now into second with a 3.2 and a 2.4. 3.5 minutes left on the clock. Janina looking for a 4.60 to move on through in this heat, but it is a non-elimination heat, so the Repercharge still coming into play. Team Canada waving the flags for Lise Richard. Canada sending a pretty strong team this year. Good to see them represented here as you see the replay here of Ibaya, Dave.
Yeah, Ibaya just picking off such a beautiful wave straight into the lip. Ibaya is looking really nice on this SMIC board. Scotty McKercher shape out of Australia. And I'm curious to find out if she's riding that twin fin setup that he's known for. Nice roundhouses through the middle section. Nice little snap. And this wave just keeps on offering it up more and more turns. Another little turn. Bowls up for her, switches the paddle, gets a nice kind of like tail slide at the end right there. Ibaya looking solid.
Yeah, I know Scotty McKercher has brought out a more high-performance version of that twin fin. So I think Ibaya is going to be on that at the moment. Beautiful turn in the lip there.
Yeah, just loving the placement and the timing of it. You could just see her experience of riding waves. She just picks the nice rides and times the sections beautifully.
So Ibaya drops a 5.77 for this ride, so her highest wave score in this heat so far. You see her bringing this one right through to the inside. Lots of really well-timed turns there on this wave. I think those little slides of the tail is that twin fin, just that release.
Yeah, good call. I feel you're right. With the last couple turns right there, kind of has that look to it.
So 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Janina looking for a 4.60 to move through to the next round, but there is that non-elimination heat, so she will have a second chance if she doesn't manage to find a wave in the last minute of this heat. Has been scoping out the inside section here on the point, so maybe a small one will sneak through for her. See if she does that switch stance as well. I do have a feeling she's been paddling in a different stance each time.
Keeping my eye out for that one.
So beautiful scenes here. Looking down toward the town of El Tunco there. You can see the rock out in the middle. At low tide, you can walk out to there. And we have another surf break a little bit further down, La Bocana. Obviously the site for the ISA, some of the ISA events as we see Janina there paddling in. And that goofy foot stance, she has been switching then. It's good to see that crossover. And I think that's going to be the future of the sport as well, Dave. Surfing, regular and goofy.
Well, we see Kai Lenny doing that quite a bit these days.
Looks like Ibaya up and riding again. Up into the lip there. Unfortunately going down on that turn, but she's comfortably out in the lead in this heat. Looking like she's going to be moving through to main round number 2. And then we see Janina there looking on the inside. I think she's going to run out of time, so it will be Ibaya and Lise moving on through. And Janina dropping down into that Repercharge round, so she'll be coming up later on today for action as we see some more waves rolling through. We're going to be moving into heat number 5 of women's SUP Surfing round 1. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. More action coming up very shortly.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify for Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Oh, and welcome back to day number 1 of competition. Women's SUP Surfing currently out in the water. The 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. That is Alasne. Arawe Kechera up and riding there. This is heat number 5 of the women's SUP Surf. Joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley. Welcome back in to call the action.
Thank you.
We see Vanya Torres of Peru up and riding a beautiful backhand carve for that first turn. Putting it all on the line and again backing it up with a second turn up into the lip. So beautiful start here for Vanya. See her taking this wave through to the inside. Judge is going to be really loving that first turn. Really controlled, committed. Beautiful carving maneuver back to the whitewater as well. She brings this one through toward the inside. We see her again, just switching the paddle here. Sticking with it all the way through to the inside section. Going to get one last turn there before the sand there, so she kicks out. So a really long ride, a great score going to be dropping for Vanya. As we see that first ride drop for Alasne of Spain, a 3.50. Still waiting on the Australian Izzy Campbell to get her campaign started. Let's take a look at the replay here from Alasne's ride, Rachel.
Yeah, the 3.5, like you said, goes for that opening turn, just comes up a little bit under that lip, looking to make it around, and is quite patient here. Unfortunately, is just kind of not completely in the timing of this wave, but she's making the most of it. It's starting to turn into that frothy section. Goes for that slash, switching that paddle around. So Judge is taking note of all of these details and cuts out there. So a 3.5, a nice start, but I'd say because of that little mistiming of those first few maneuvers, why it stayed towards those 3s as opposed to our surfer in green here. Incredible opening turn, and she was managed to keep every maneuver critical, I'd say, throughout this. She was really patient off the bottom, finding that extension up towards the lip, her body positioning, everything looking really nice, adding in that variety, wrapping it all the way around. I think the judges will really like that and reward this highly.
They certainly did, Rachel. Rewarding Vanya with an 8.17, going excellent. And this is the first excellent score of the competition. So Vanya, you can just see those outside maneuvers, those committed outside maneuvers going to be rewarded very highly.
Absolutely. I think for me, what really stood out in her surfing too was that extension of her body on both the bottom turn and when she got to the top of the wave, really extending that back, using that paddle. Everything in that placement looked really intentional and crisp.
Certainly did. Vanya Torres riding infinity boards. So Dave Bainey, our commentator here in the booth as well, he shapes the infinity boards for the stand-up paddling. Got a strong team of riders on the infinity. As we're still waiting for a solid score from Izzy to get her campaign started. Just a small 0.5 for her. She's on screen there from Australia. Young surfer out of Western Australia. Great to see her competing here. She's done well in Australian events to qualify for the ISA World Championship.
And an ISA competitor in other divisions too. She's a member of the Australian gold medal team that won a couple years back here on the juniors side of the shortboard. She's a very talented surfer across multiple disciplines.
So no stranger to El Salvador then. She's had a bit of practice here before.
Absolutely. I think, you know, the main thing that is a challenge for these surfers is these 20-minute heats, which actually go by quite quick when you're out there on such a long wave like this. You know, then you're having to find your timing of catching these long rides, paddling back out. You know, if you start waiting kind of any longer than those, I guess, 11 minutes remaining, I think is when you really do need to have at least one score within that score line, or else you kind of start pushing yourself into a corner.
Definitely. Especially a lot of strategy coming into it. That's why a lot of these teams have their coaches with them, supporting them, giving them some insights into the wave, the strategy. Yourself, Rachel, you've obviously won the ISA longboard here and also the WSL, which was held just last week. You won the world title there. Tell me, you surfed 6 times that day to reach the title position and take the win. What's it like competing in the heat here? Because it definitely takes a toll, especially, you know, from surfers coming from those colder climates.
Yeah, that's probably one of the most challenging things about surfing here in El Salvador. We're in November, so it's not as hot, but the water is hot, the air is hot. It definitely does pose a challenge.
We'll come back to that conversation as we're going to head down to the sideline with the winner of the last heat at Moreno.
All right, guys, thank you very much. I'm with Ibaya, and she's happy. She's got the second best score of the day so far. It took her a while to score a second wave, though, and then she was on fire in the last 6 minutes. How was it for you out there, Ibaya?
Yeah, it's hard. It's difficult to get 2 good waves in 20 minutes because the paddling is long, and it's long waits between sets, but it's been fun. So it's first round. I was really calm and trying to find the 2 good scores, and yeah, the level is really high. So what counts is from the round 2 on, and yeah, let's see what we get.
Spain is coming back as the defending champion nation, but last year Spain won without the SUP surfers. Do you think you guys can add some extra points to the team this year?
Yeah, sure. It's we have good girls and boys in the SUP surf, and we're hoping to repeat, and if not, then trying to do the best we can. Every point scores, and yeah, even if you don't do a podium, it's good points for the team, and we're aiming for that. So let's see.
And potentially win again with a full team. Muchas gracias, Ibaya, and back to you, boys.
Thanks very much, Matthew. Ibaya there, Team Spain. Of course, Spain looking strong, trying to defend their team title from last year, taking gold in Denmark. Spain, always a very strong team. It's definitely going to be coming down to those teams that have a full roster of athletes in all the divisions. Teams like Brazil, got Japan as well, looking really strong. And France, of course, taking gold medal 3 times in a row in the previous events for the team ranking. So Team France, always great to look out for.
Absolutely. We have a full week of lots of different disciplines within this event. You know, we have the SUP surf over these next couple days. Then we go into our racing portion of the event. Let's take a look at this live action from Izzy.
Yeah, Izzy Campbell here dropping into this one. She had a ride during that interview. This will be her third scoring ride. Huge, powerful carve to make it back to the whitewater. Great start there from Izzy. She brings this one through back to the whitewater. Unfortunately, this wave just disappearing on her again as we see Alasne up and riding, switching the paddle, cutting back. She has got a 3.5 in her scoreline, looking to improve. She brings this one through to the inside. You can see this wave looking like it is going to stand up again as it moves through to the inside. Alasne, a little turn there. Just waiting patiently for things to stand up. She decides to kick out of that one, realizing there's no more scoring potential on the inside. And priority is with Vanya Torres at the back, currently with an excellent ride, 8.17. We'll hopefully get a good look at Izzy's last couple of rides because that power coming into it, judges definitely going to be rewarding power surfing. It's part of the judging criteria. Control, speed, power, and flow. As we see the competitors making their way back out to the lineup, you can see Vanya at the back there, looking like she is going to take off on a set at the back. Paddling in on her backhand, dropping down on this wave, waiting patiently for things to stand up. A huge turn off the lip on her backhand. Again, so starting things off as she did on that first ride, whipping that board back around, waiting for this wave. It stands up again for her. What she got for us, another turn at the top of the wave. So fantastic start for this one. I wonder where the judges are going to go on this wave. As you can see her setting things up again. She's found one of those waves, Rachel, that stands up, allows her to do maneuvers in the most critical section of the wave. So a really well-ridden wave there.
Absolutely. I'd say that one out the back was much more critical than her 817, but her 817 being a lot longer of a ride too. So you'll see where the judges go with that one. Let's take a look at this replay from that drone angle. Really beautiful start up into the lip. Wraps it around. This was a beautiful turn. So she kept it really critical. Again, what was really signature to her 817 was her patience off the bottom and it not looking slow. Everything looks really precise and intentional and connected with flow. So surfing to the criteria really well. She sees that it's starting to go fat there and I like her option to, you know, jump off or kick out of it instead of, you know, trying to milk it all the way, and she doesn't need to.
And the judges loving the use of the paddle, the commitment, the control, and 8.60 on this ride for Vanya. So 2 excellent scores. This is the highest heat total so far in competition. She's up to 16.77 total heat score. You can see just the use of the paddle, the judges loving that. You can see her leaning on it, whipping it around, using it as that bracing tool, but also use it for speed. And she loved that ride.
Yeah, she did. I think, too, it's so interesting. I love seeing what the judges score and what they are rewarding. And, you know, here it's a reflection of overall what they're wanting to see for other surfers, too, you know. So anyone watching this heat, they can see that it's not just about length of ride. It's actually about critical maneuvers. And, you know, that was about, I'd say, half the length of her 817. So there's a lot of ways to get to that excellent score, but really that 8.6 being that higher nod, showing that that criticalness is a necessity to going up into that excellent range. Is he having a look?
Dropping in on this one, Izzy Campbell of Australia. Bottom turn, unfortunately, that back foot, you could just see it slip off slightly. That wave a little bit flatter compared to Vanya's wave, so maybe not going to be offering a huge scoring potential, but she'll get herself back out the back. I'm waiting for another wave. Still 7 minutes left remaining in this heat, so still plenty of time for her to get another score. She's currently in that second position, sitting with a 4-point ride and a 3.17. And then Alasne with a couple of 3.5, so she's looking to go a little bit better, a 3.68. Will get her into second place, that advancing position. Third place will be relegated into the Repercharge round, so a non-elimination heat. those surfers will get an extra chance to get themselves back up into the main round later on today. 6.5 minutes left on the clock. I think the tide really starting to help the waves out there. We saw Vanya's wave there standing up. I don't think I saw many waves this morning on the high tide standing up so steep on that outside section.
Yeah, and she was really patient for those 2 waves, you know, with 15 minutes just about surfed. She only has 2 waves under her score line. So she was really intentional about picking those waves as well. But I like to see Izzy get busy. You know, we kind of hit that 12-minute mark, and she was still looking to add anything into her score line outside of that 0.5. And she's gotten busy. She got that 317. It was just those 2 turns. She cut out, and on her way back out was able to turn around and take advantage getting that 4. So that's changed her position in looking into these last 5 minutes of now trying to defend that advancing position. We'll see her have another opportunity here.
Yeah, taking off on this ride. Look, this wave looking nice for Izzy. Nice, powerful carve back to the white water, waiting for things to set up again. She's going to step back on the tail of this board, wrap it right back around to the white water. You can see now putting the paddle in. A great turn on the inside. Again, going to go up the top of this wave, pushing hard on that tail. So this wave standing up for her as it runs through to the inside here. See now waiting patiently again for things to stand up. Another carve back toward the pocket. See her just kick out of this one. So some really powerful surfing there from Izzy. It's going to be a great score. I feel like it will go into her top 2 scoring rides. So that's going to really help her position there. Alasne is probably going to look for something a little bit better than that. 3.68. There we go. The score has dropped to 5.77 for Izzy. So that's her best ride so far. Alasne now looking for a 6.27. She's currently sitting with first priority. Almost 4.5 minutes remaining in this heat. What's the strategy there for Alasne now, Rachel?
You know, 4.5 minutes, a 6.27, that's going to be a combination of good surfing and a good wave. You know, I think anything kind of, let's say, 4 and below, you can just try and hunt for any wave and try and surf it up into that required score. But now she's going to have to actually be selective with what wave she gets in order to provide that opportunity for critical sections, to really put it on rail. So she's going to be hoping over these next 4 minutes that that opportunity comes. She has first priority. So, you know, everything that she would hope to have in this situation, she has with some time and priority. And now she just has to hope that the wave, the ocean provides.
And that's the thing about our sport of surfing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if there's definitely a little bit of luck involved.
Absolutely. There's, I'd say, 20 to 30% of luck involved, especially depending on the conditions. That can go up. I feel like I've surfed in plenty of events that it's 70% luck.
Definitely. But here at El Sunzal, the waves here providing a fantastic canvas for our SUP surfers, the women here, putting on a great display of surfing. And of course, Vanya Torres currently in this heat putting together the highest heat total so far in this competition. She is sitting out in front very comfortably in first place, currently with second priority. But it is Alasne that is needing a score to move through into the next round. A 6.27 is what she needs. Looks like she's eyeing off this wave here coming through. Decides not to go. So that won't affect her priority at the moment. She'll be still sitting out there with first priority.
A good choice by her as we actually see what that wave materialized into, and that wouldn't have been the 6.27. I think sometimes here at Sunzal it can really stand up out the back, and it becomes tricky to recognize, well, what is a good wave for how it's going to run all the way through, and what looks like a fake good wave. There's a lot of that, and it can be tricky to not use priority on those. So really smart surfing for her. Potentially some lines. We'll see how these materialize. It's been a quiet ocean with the high tide.
It certainly has, but it looks like we are going to get a set moving through the lineup. 2 minutes left on the clock for heat number 5 of this first round of the women's SUP surfing. We've seen some great performances already today. I think this set is pushing a little deeper on the point. As we take a look out to the right-hand side of screen, That's where the waves are breaking currently. The competitors sitting more right on the position there. We'll see if it does push out a little further. Looks like Vanya's going to reposition herself a little further in. But the ocean going a little bit quiet here toward the end of the heat. I think it's very smart surfing from Vanya and Izzy as well to get some scores earlier on in this heat. Team Australia there. We're going to be Indy Rose carrying the flag there. He's coming up in the men's SUP Surfing later on today. India, another strong, powerful surfer from the northern beaches there of Sydney. He's cheering on Izzy Campbell, currently out there in that second place. 1 minute left on the clock, tense times. But not super intense because they do have another chance.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a non-elimination heat. There's a Repercharge round for this round specifically. After this, they'll have the opportunity in the Repercharge to surf back into the main round, and thereon it'll be elimination heats all the way through to the end of the event. So this is the one heat. If you were to not get into rhythm of the ocean, this is for the time for it to happen.
That is so true. So very different to other events from the ISA in previous years for the stand-up paddle surfing, where they have had Repercharge throughout all of the rounds. So if you did lose in the main event, you would drop down as Repercharge and have another chance. But this time, just the one chance. And it looks like with 10 seconds on the clock, Lasne could have an opportunity here. Will she be able to get into this one? She looks like she cannot get into this one. So it will be Vanya, currently up and riding with a brilliant heat score total. Moving on through alongside Izzy Campbell of Australia. Lasne dropping into that Repercharge round. We'll see her coming up later today in competition. We are going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. Back with more action for heat number 6 of the women's SUP Surfing.
This is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of competition for the SUP Surfing women's event. We see on screen live action Rachel Cantor representing USA. See her nice turn off the top there to kick off heat number 6. See her just getting out toward the shoulder, trying to bring this one back around to the pocket. Fortunately can't stick with that one, so she'll get her campaign started. Rachel Cantor representing the USA. She's going to be alongside Line Adisaka of Brazil, a standout in the ISA events of previous years. Alongside 2 New Zealand teammates, we have Stella Smith in the green jersey and also Amelie Wink in the white jersey. So competitors, a 4-person heat for this round. We've seen a lot of 3-person heats before. Just the way the numbers have fallen in the draw. We see 4 people in this heat, 18 minutes left in heat number 6. The wind now picking up a little bit from the north, so that's directly offshore for our El Sunzal surf break. Had a little bit of texture earlier on in the day, but things shaping up nicely for the rest of the day. As we see, and you can hear some screams. Sets approaching the lineup, competitors paddling out. It's always a good sight seeing lines approaching.
Absolutely. Sunzal, I keep saying, is a wave that makes you fall in love with surfing. I mean, I think us and anyone watching this screen right now is just looking at this coming through going, man, I wish I was out in the lineup right now. Let's see what they do with this.
Aline Arisaka of Brazil wrapping that first cutback on this wave as she brings her board back around to the pocket again and try and stick with this one to get a little bit more scoring potential on the inside. She can see it starting to stand up. She's going to stay with it. Powerful turn from Aline. She brings this one through. This wave starting to stand up on the inside. Powerful carve off the top. As she brings it through again. And another huge turn from Aline on the inside section. Switches the paddle over for a cut back into the white water. Decides to kick out. A great start for her in this heat. She'll paddle back out. Get herself repositioned with that long paddle back out as well.
A really great start, especially in those early minutes of the heat, you know, being able to maximize on a bigger wave. One of those sets that rolled through really clean and one that hit that inside section and stood up and offered all of those opportunities for critical rail surfing. Judges, I think, will reward that quite healthily.
Oh, definitely will. Aline from Brazil, no stranger to the ISA. She's, of course, national champion back in Brazil. As we see paddling from our athletes here, looks like it is going to be Rachel on the outside. Unfortunately, not getting into that one. So competitors will head back out to reposition themselves after that set. You can see a lot of the white water there, the trail from that set. Breaking quite a long way out for the competitors. And we see a replay here of our competitor Stella Smith from New Zealand.
Yeah, this one came in as a 4.83. Nice opening turn. Wraps it back around. A really beautiful canvas for our surfer from New Zealand, and she's making the most of it. Love those wraps. Really clean surfing. I think anything that kind of minimized it from getting above that 5-point range was not really an opportunity to add much variety in her maneuvers there. It was a pretty slopey wave, but really well surfed and so clean.
Rachel Cantor, live action here from the USA up on her third ride. So she just has a little turn off the top there. We'll wait to see if that's going to improve her situation. Rachel, coach herself, spends a lot of time in Costa Rica as well, with some retreats.
And coming from South Carolina, she's completely used to a different wave. A beach break, windsurfing waves. This is totally different to that.
Aline Arisaka of Brazil up and riding again. She's had quite a few rides already to kick things off, having to brace with that paddle there on this wave. Decides to kick out. Doesn't see any more scoring potential. And as we're going to throw it down to the beach there, Matu is on the sidelines with the winner of the last heat.
Hey, thank you very much, guys. Very excited. We've got our big score, first very huge score of the day. 2 waves and 2 scores over 8 points. Vanya, really some smart surfing for you. How did you pick your waves today?
I've been training here for a couple of days already. I was training with a guy from here, so I wanted to know the place because I was training at home a lot. Technical thing is okay, but if you don't know the place, you're done. So yeah, the wave is not easy. There's a lot of peaks, so I think we were okay, and there were waves on the heat, so I had fun.
You definitely made one of the announcers happy. You've got an Infinity custom board. You've got the Infinity Black Project paddle as well. So how those that gear worked out for you today?
Well, I'm surfing with a 610. We've been working on our shapes, our boards, and sometimes the board that you don't think is gonna work the best is the best one. This is my favorite board. I have 2 of them here. Dave brought me another one. So I'm really happy with the team. The paddles are amazing. And I don't know, we'll see. I hope I have more of those waves.
I'll definitely put a smile on Dave Binny's face. Back to you guys. Good job, Vanya.
Thank you very much, Matu. Vanya there putting on a great performance in that last heat. A couple of rides in the excellent scoring range. As we see competitors looking like a wave coming through. Currently, Stella Smith with that first priority. See if she is able to get onto this wave. She's in a great position for it, up and riding, representing New Zealand, switching the paddle there. Nice carve back to the whitewater. I love just the smooth, controlled style she has. Again, a beautiful turn off the top. She wraps it back toward the whitewater. Well, unfortunately, just going down there, that whitewater knocking her off. You see she just relaxed a little bit, stood up a bit tall, and didn't quite see that whitewater nipping at her heels. Nice couple of turns to the start of that wave.
Yeah, looking to improve or add to that 4.83. She's sitting in the second position, but only needs a 2.47 in order to get back up into that leading position. You know, we have two New Zealanders in this heat, Stella and Amelie. But our surfer in white still looking to open up her account, and here we go.
Yeah, Emily Wink here of New Zealand as well. Just pacing herself. She can see this wave needing to cut back toward the whitewater. Now starting to stand up a little bit in front of her. She gets some speed. She's going to bring it back to the whitewater. Another powerful surfer of New Zealand. Puts herself in a great spot here, right in the pocket. Just waiting for that wave to offer up a bit of time for her to do a turn as she gets up to the top there. And again, switching the paddle, stepping right back on the tail. Bring the board around to the whitewater. She's going to do it one more time on the inside before that wave starts to get pretty steep here on the end section. Another turn to finish things off. So Emily Wink getting her campaign started. Wait for the judges to lock in that score and see where she's going to be sitting in this heat. Currently it is Aline Arisaka of Brazil out in front. We see the local here, Jocelyn from El Salvador. She'll be coming up in the next heat in the green jersey. She knows this wave very well. Spent a lot of time surfing out here. You must know Jocelyn from events prior, Rachel?
Yeah, I not through any of the longboard events,
Sure.
but the locals are so welcoming when we come here, and it's incredible to be able to get to meet them and year after year come and become more familiar with them.
Aline, huge turn off the top there to start this wave. Again, just redirecting that board, setting up for another turn. You see the fast-paced surfing of our Brazilian surfer. Another turn off the top as she brings this wave through. You can see another surfer up behind her. That's Stella of New Zealand. We'll stick with Aline as she rides this one through the inside. Lots of work being done from Aline as she turns up into the top there. Powerful turn. You can see switching the paddle. No downtime at all from Aline on this wave. So judges going to be really rewarding that quite highly. She's flowing and linking maneuvers together. Just a little bit of a missed time on the paddle there. She's going to kick out before the closeout on the end section. We'll see if Stella is still up and riding. That looks like a great wave there from Aline. Going to say one of the best rides for her in this heat so far. Team New Zealand looking on, supporting both of their teammates out there in this heat, being Amelie and Stella. Stella dropped a nice score for her last rides as well, putting her up into first place briefly. She's sitting with a 4.83 and a 4.13. And let's take a look at the replay from Stella.
Yeah, we could see both blue and greens ride on our last view, and now having a better look at this one. Nice first opening maneuvers, gets a slash. I love her ability to add variety into this wave. And then she just doesn't see much opportunity through the inside, decides to cut out. But she put a lot of work into that outside section, so we'll see if that goes into her scoreline there. Another replay or another look at our surfer, Aline from Brazil. This was a really long ride. Lots of variety here. Wrapping it around. And like you said when we were watching it live, she stayed really busy. There really wasn't any downtime on this one. So I think we can expect this to go into her top two as she surfs it quite literally all the way to the beach.
So judges rewarding Aline with a 5.40 for this ride. You can can see her all the way through to the inside. So she's going to paddle back out, try to improve on her situation, but that currently puts her up into the lead. Team France currently on screen. Camille de Brana coming up next. She'd be representing France. Team France looking very strong this year as well for both the SUP racing and the prone racing as well, the paddleboard. As we see Rachel Cantor of the USA in that red jersey taking a look at this ride. She's going to be looking for a 6.96 currently. We'll see if any of the scores change that situation. Looking for a pretty good score in order to move through. Nice turn off the top there for Rachel. Trying to make it down this one. Unfortunately, just falls off the back of that wave. Maybe a good call. Looks like it closed out in front of her.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was just going to say. Trying to give it that little extra paddle to see, but I think that ended up being best case scenario because with 6.5 minutes remaining, that with that closing out in front of her, that wasn't going to be that 6.96, almost 7 that she's looking for. So better that she stays out towards that lineup, gets back out there and has another opportunity.
So as we have 6.5 minutes left on the clock, Aline Adesaka, a 5.4 and a 4.23. Currently in the lead, still waiting on that last score from Stella Smith of New Zealand to drop. I feel like it's going to be a good score. I really like the way that Stella is surfing. Very well-paced wave. A 4.5 drops for her, so it improves her situation a little bit, makes it a lot harder for Rachel and Amelie to move up into that advancing position. A 7.33 needed by Rachel and 6.33 from Amelie. Just under 6 minutes left. Plenty of time still on the clock for these competitors to have another chance.
It's been interesting to watch this heat dynamic, a 4-person heat this one. So far we've been watching the 3-person heats with 2 advancing, 1 dropping out. This one we have 2 advancing, 2 dropping out. Just going into that Repercharge round. If they lose out here, they're not losing out of the competition altogether. There is that opportunity for them to make it back into that main round.
Lots of action coming up this week. Looking for the SUP racing and also the prone paddleboard racing, the technical distance and the sprint disciplines, and also the team relay happening on the final day of competition, where athletes of the teams put their top 2 men and top 2 women races, and then they compete for more points toward the team standings. They're just in this heat under 5 minutes. You can see Aline Adesaka there waving the paddle. She's just looking for an update from the judges on her position so far. So that is a call to the judges for an update on scores, an update on the time as well. We'll just see a set rolling through the lineup. Is anyone in position? Looks like they're a little bit too far on the inside. Maybe Amelie looking at a left out here at El Sunzal. I know Dave Bainey surfed the left yesterday. Had a good time out there. Have you ever gone left out here?
Yeah, I've had a couple less. Unfortunately, getting smoked by sets right after because it takes you in and deep. But there can be the odd one.
Amelie, a quick look at that ride there, looking for a 6.33. So she'll be dropping down in the priority rankings. I want to, as we've mentioned before with that strategy, might want to look to move to the inside a little bit, over a little bit to left of screen, a bit wider on the peak, getting herself underneath these waves, but looks like more sets on the horizon. So a lot of action in this heat, a lot of waves coming through. It is Stella Smith currently with first priority, so Aline opting to let that one go for Stella. She's up and riding, currently in second place, switching the paddle, carving it back. Nice down carve on this ride here. You can see this wave a little bigger as it moves through, starting to steepen up for her as well. Switching the paddle again for a cutback, right back to the white water. Fantastic wrapping maneuver there. She brings this one through and unfortunately just goes down again on the white water. So quite similar to her last ride there, just getting quite relaxed on the inside, but these waves quite powerful.
Yeah, I think that's a great way of putting it. Looked like she just kind of got relaxed, was looking up towards the end of the wave, and I don't know if that was like an intentional relax falls into it or relaxed and then the whitewash took her out because of its power. But if you want to make it all the way through the inside, you gotta stay stable on your feet because that whitewash will surprise you. We do see a left riding.
Yeah, Emily opting for the left. Unfortunately, not being able to get another maneuver there. But on the right on this wave, Aline Adesaka, this wave, really steep, huge turn off the top. Great start for Aline on this ride, wrapping it back toward the white water. Nothing else on offer, though, for this wave. So although it looked like it started off really nicely, it just disappeared on the inside section.
Yeah, that's sometimes really hard to tell off the takeoff which ones are going to go into that deep water or not. But that's what these first rounds are for, too. You know, all these surfers have been getting to know this wave, but with, you know, we have over 140 competitors here this week. So all these surfers have been out practicing, getting to know the lineup. Now this is your opportunity to get to know the lineup with only 2 or 3 other competitors out in the water. And it's a great learning opportunity for those 20 minutes.
That certainly is, as they get more experience out here. And we heard, I think it was Vanya saying that she's been working with a local coach here to understand the wave, understand its intricacies. Obviously, you know the wave very well out here, Rachel. Are there any things that you're looking for that when you're out there, say, obviously you've mentioned lineup spots before, but maybe something with the tide, as the tide drops out, does your lineup spots change?
Yeah, maybe a little bit, but not too much, because the reef is, or it's kind of always breaking on the same reef. It's just how much the wave stands up or doesn't stand up. But I think learning those more takeoff spots, there's each athlete has been saying, there's 2 or 3 different takeoff spots. So learning how consistent each one of those are, or reliable, or, you know, what do the good waves look like at that takeoff spot when you're paddling into the wave? What do the bad waves look like? That's what everyone in their practice sessions are really taking time to try and understand. And honestly, out of this wave, out of anyone that I've surfed around the world, it's just time spent at this lineup to really adjust and get used to.
Aline Adesaka there, just a little bit caught behind on this one, decides to jump out. See if any surfer, looks like Rachel just having to jump off that one. So what does a good wave look like, Rachel? Because I'm still yet to work it out there.
No, to me, I think the good waves, they're clear off the takeoff, that they have that line wrapping down, that if it's shouldery on the takeoff, it's going to be shouldery all the way through. It's not going to pick up. So you have that indication that of another, almost like it linking to that second bowl already off the takeoff. Those are the ones that are going to provide opportunity after opportunity.
It looks like this wave standing up for Stella Smith. So she gets a last ride before the buzzer, unfortunately just falling off, but that won't hinder her scoreline, because she will be moving on through alongside Aline Adesaka in heat number 6 to the main round number 2. We're going to lose Emily and Rachel into the Repercharge round later on today. Don't go anywhere. More action to come after this short commercial break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Welcome back. We got action, live action here from El Salvador. Thank you for joining us. This is Red from France, Camille Dubrana. A couple nice backhand carves on this set wave here. You know, with that nice smooth style. Working her way through that flat section, waiting for the inside to stand up. Fades back a little bit. Looking down the line, gets a couple carves. She's getting pretty close to the beach right here. Let's see what she does. She can pull out nice and smooth. Baby here with Rachel Tilley. Calling the shots as we got Cecilia Cosoleto from Argentina.
She's really staying high up in that lip on this ride. Trying to get down, I think, is what the judges are really looking for, wrapping it all the way around. So we'll see where that opening ride goes for those first two surfers. Live action.
Live action from the local. That's Joss from El Salvador. She's been a great ambassador for this event. Saw her working hard, doing a bunch of media, local media on the opening day. Super friendly. Joss comes and visits us in California sometimes, so I've got to surf with her quite a bit. And look, she's getting a 2-for-1 right here, Rachel.
Yeah, showing that she really understands this lineup out here, using that local knowledge to go straight into another opportunity. That first one coming in is at 2.83. So we'll see if this one hits that inside bank, wraps it around, really using that paddle.
Yeah, and Joss, like, she's a nice, powerful surfer, uses the rail quite nicely. Great shot of the setup here. You look down the coast, there's so many different little nooks and crannies that catch some waves. We are in Maine, round number 1, heat number 7. Camille Dubrana from France, Cecilia Cosoleto from Argentina, and Jocelyn Alabi from El Salvador.
So some of these heats, 3-person heats, we just saw a 4-person heat in this main round 1. 2 surfers advancing, 1 falling into a Repercharge round. So this is a non-elimination heat just for this first round only. As we move forward, all of the rest of the heats there on out will be elimination heats. So everyone getting the opportunity to just get their feet on the board, get comfortable out in the lineup with that lesser consequence.
And if you're wondering why there's 3 surfers in one heat and 4 in the other, it's just because there's a, there's not an even amount of contestants in the draw, so they seed them accordingly, and it's just how it happens to line up. Obviously, the lineup is quite wide, quite expansive, so 3-4 people, that's not a lot of people in the lineup. I surfed with about 50 last night.
Yeah, yeah. There's over 140 competitors in this event as well across all the disciplines of the racing and the surfing, and everyone's been getting acquainted out in the lineup over this past week.
Conditions just looking so nice. I've only been here for a couple of days, but every day I've been here, there's been a little bit of wind on it, and it's just so beautiful today. Nice and glassy. The wind is light, just kind of that slight offshore feel to it. And yeah, the waves starting to pour in. We see a replay.
Yeah, this is our surfer from France. This score came in as a 3.93. So looking at her navigating all of that froth, this wave can be really, really bumpy. So she navigated that opening froth really well to make it out to this cleaner section. You can still see her board chattering a little bit, but her upper body staying really composed, showing the talent that she has to navigate tricky sections while using with composure.
Yeah, absolutely. Camille also competes on the APP World Tour. She does both the longboard subdivision and the shortboard, so talented surfer here. We got some live action up and riding. Cecilia Cosoleto, Argentina. Nice carve off the top. Oh, this is the replay, sorry.
A beautiful opening turn. Great second turn as well. So this was that one that here you can see she's staying up, trying to stay in it. It's going fatter. Doesn't really get another opportunity to lay something as critical as she did that for that opening ride. But a 5.5 this score came in as, and I'd say that was 90% because of that opening turn and how critical it was, and that the use of her paddle throughout that.
Absolutely. And then Joss.
Another look at her 2.57. So this was this was her 2.83, and then she paddled straight off of it and got into this one right afterwards. So was able to link 2 waves for the price of 1 all the way through.
Yep, the 2 for 1. And you can see a little bit of separation in the scoring there. The 5.5 for Cecilia with that first turn that you noticed that kind of went more into the lip. Joss got some great carves, but they're more flatter kind of carvy turns. So judges definitely rewarding you putting it up through the lip there as we see Camille carving some nice backhand turns again.
And looking really relaxed with that upper body, not opting to use the paddle in any of those turns, starts utilizing it a bit more. Just see her nice and relaxed, looking like she's just getting acquainted and comfortable.
Yeah, she's definitely known for that smooth kind of style. We're gonna throw it down to Matu with the winner of the last heat.
Hey, thank you guys. Well, it's Brazil again with Aline Adisaka this time after Gabriela in heat number 3. But it was such a tight battle, Aline. What made the difference for you in this heat?
Well, first of all, I'm really grateful to God for being here. What a blessed opportunity to surf by ourselves this amazing spot. Waves are pumping, and it's a very tricky wave, even though it's a perfect wave. I feel like I could have made a better choice, but it was good. It was a good start, and the level is super high. All the competitors are so good. I have so much respect and admiration for all of them, and it's such an honor to be here representing my country again, all of my team, my family, my friends, everyone that, helped me to get here, and turn this possible.
Well, you were silver medalist in 2023 in Les Sables d'Olonne. Are you ready for a little bit higher this week?
Yeah, we're definitely always trying to go harder and push ourselves, and just let's go step by step. And I'm sure if we're blessed with the good waves, I can make this course.
And what's the feeling within the team, within the Brazilian team? You've got a pretty good lineup of top athletes in all disciplines. What's the spirit?
Yeah, it's such an honor to represent Brazil because our nationals are so hard. It's like a world tour. We've got really some of the best surfers of the world, so it's a really high level. So to qualify here, it's already such a challenge. So I'm super grateful to have qualified with my title from last year. And being here representing my country, our confederation is giving us a really good support. So SUP Surf, I'm very thankful for all the work they have been doing. So they brought us here. So thank you so much.
Bora, Aline, Bora, Brazil, from the beach to the booth. Back to you guys.
Maddie, thank you so much. Congratulations to Aline. I love the humble confidence that Aline provides. She's been doing the stand-up paddle thing for quite a long time. Definitely a staple name in the sport. We got up and riding Cecilia again with another little lip bash. Oh. Unable to hang on there, but she definitely went for it.
And we, since I've been here, I got here almost 2 weeks ago now to prepare for our Longboard World Championships last week, and we saw Aline already here practicing, the first stand-up paddler of anyone that was here for the event. So she's been here getting acquainted. I liked hearing that perspective, when you're already coming in as the winner of the heat and you're saying, but I'm already knowing that I could have made different decisions or had different wave selection. She's someone who's been getting well acquainted with this lineup, and it's a good position to be in, knowing that you'd like to do things different, learn from that heat, but having still won that heat and moving forward from there.
Yeah, absolutely. And very dedicated. Got here early, like you said, trying to figure it out. And she knows she's got more in the tank, that's for sure. About 9 minutes left in this heat, so we're just about halfway through heat number 7. Oh, we got Anthony Maltese, Team USA, checking in, saying what's up. Congratulating Rachel on her efforts last heat as well. Coach Tuan, we call him, back in San Clemente. Coaches a lot of the up-and-coming surf groms. Definitely a character in the sport of stand-up paddling. Anthony Maltese.
Yeah, just having a review. It's nice to have someone to chat through of those heat strategies prior to a heat and then debriefing afterwards too. To just have that bird's eye view or third party point of view into, hey, what could I have done differently? What were other competitors doing that I wasn't doing? What was a point of difference in surfing that I could work on?
Absolutely. It's great to have teammates that have a lot of experience and, you know, you respect their opinion that way. So Anthony kind of playing coach as well as competing later on today in the SUP Surf. 8 minutes left here. We got Camille Dubrana with priority. She also sits in the first place position right now with that 4.10 and 3.93. Do have Cecilia in second with the heat's high score of a 6.63. And Jocelyn still in striking distance, only needs a 3.81, sitting in third currently. And you can see out the back, you see Camille kind of doing a little squat. And, you know, the stand-up paddling, the rules are you must stay standing in your heat. You can't sit down and rest. And as long as your butt doesn't touch the deck, that is considered standing still. So Camille doing the ninja stance to kind of relieve her legs a little bit. And even though it looks beautiful and groomed out there, it's definitely a little more like surgy than it looks.
Absolutely.
And, you know, with these narrow boards, your legs start to get fried for sure, standing for 20 minutes straight.
And Dave, coming from an equipment perspective, talk to me about, you know, what is the range of equipment length that we're seeing in the field?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gotten shorter for, especially for these high performance events. So we see Cecilia get a nice, beautiful wave. Big open face carve. Setting up, she kind of has a weird side wave kind of warbling that out for her, so she pulls out. But yeah, a lot of these boards, I mean, you'll see some of these riders riding 6'6", as short as like 6'6", and you know, even in the 50, maybe in the high 40 liter range, which is just unheard of. That's kind of like a big man's shortboard, you know? And yeah, so for instance, like Vanya, we saw a couple heats ago, she rides a board that's 59 liters, which is, if I stood on a 59 liter, it literally sinks up to my chest.
Wow.
And yeah, they're getting narrow. They'll be, I don't think you'll see anything much narrower than a 22, but you could. But right around that 22 mark, they become really tippy. You got to be highly skilled, highly trained up with your legs. And I have seen a trend of riders going slightly wider just to make it that much easier. And you might see some guys with like a step up, you know, have a quiver of boards just like you would on the shortboard tour or something. But in general, they're right around 7 feet, 6'8". I think it's a good compromise for paddle speed versus maneuverability. It is kind of interesting to see it just, if you just go to like a 7.5, the aesthetics of the turn just seems so much longer. It's kind of interesting, but the board, you know, a 7.5 stand-up paddleboard in general is considered very small, you know?
Yes, yeah.
Like the vast majority of people who enjoy the sport of stand-up paddling are riding, you know, 8.6 boards or bigger.
Right.
And like 30 wide, you know?
Yeah.
I would say the most popular width board we sell for your average stand-up paddle rider is like 32 wide.
Wow.
And
we're talking about 22 for some of these surfers.
Yeah, it's a whole different planet. So, and you know, when we're out there just free surfing, I mean, we're sitting down all the time.
Yep.
So, like literally to be up for 20 minutes on these boards, it's way harder than you think. And you hear a lot of these athletes definitely talking about, oh yeah, I just been working the legs all, you know, coming up to this event.
Yeah.
Just to do that, you know. So it's definitely, you have to be in shape. You can't just show up and try to stand up paddle. You definitely have to be dedicated and treat it like, you know, like they're true athletes. You know
Absolutely.
what I mean? They all have coaches and training regimens. You know, a lot of them are just so disciplined of their nutrition these days. It's pretty cool to watch.
So much mechanics to this as well of, you know, like you said, keeping the legs fresh while you're out there, and then, you know, positioning yourself, getting into the right positioning for those takeoffs, turning around for waves quickly, you know, being able to stay stable on a surgy ocean throughout all of that as well, while your mind's trying to read this wave, your body mechanics, you get comfortable enough so that all of that stuff that you were just explaining is just happening second nature for these athletes.
Yeah, and it is like one of the hardest things to do is take a late drop. Like, you know, you're paddling out and you see the set coming, you're trying to get that peak, and you know, when you're surfing, you just sit on your, you know, you sit on the tail and spin around. Like, you got to spin around, and then you got to like kind of climb up out of that hole and get enough speed. It's so hard to do. So here we go, right in position. No surprise, that's Joss, the local, El Salvador. Looks like that one closed out on her, so she's going to get out of there quick, save herself a paddle. See some more lines shaping up here. Looks like Camille with priority might be in position here.
So we can see from our angle, these surfers are sitting a little bit deeper than we've been seeing in past heats. I think that's showing that that tide is starting to drain out a bit, and those waves from the inside are offering a couple more opportunities of connection, but not all of them, as we saw that last one just close out. So it is kind of that little tricky give and take of wave selection when the conditions are as such as they are.
Yeah, and that makes a good point. As the tide drops, the wall becomes longer, and you got to decide if you do want to sit that deep, because as you see, Jocelyn had that closeout. So now it kind of takes into those two peaks you spoke of earlier, the outside peak and that wider peak. And I like the theory you had. If you don't have priority, sometimes it's nice to sit wider away from your competitor, and you can kind of sneak a score under priority, you know, because they can't make the section from the top. So I kind of like how you pointed that out earlier.
Absolutely. It actually becomes a tricky place to compete and use priority when you have priority. Actually, it's the only place that I've competed that sometimes having priority isn't always an advantage, because you'd maybe sometimes become too selective for those outside waves when the inside ones are maybe more consistent and still offering that opportunity. As we see an opportunity under priority here for our surfer in blue. Oh.
Yeah, Cecilia, just as we were talking about, took advantage of the under priority situation there, unable to hang on there, but she's sitting in first place with only a minute left. These heats are flying by, so she's not going to panic too much. So we got to see Joss is looking for that 5.20. So Camille still sitting with that priority number one. She's been patient out the back. She's solid in second place.
This is where priority comes into play in moments like these. When you have first priority and you're in that second position, second priority is that person looking to take your place from that second position. So red, Camille, is going to try and hold Jocelyn off any scoring opportunity, and she does exactly that with 30 seconds remaining.
Yep, and you could see she's not even, it was more of a defensive tactic. You could see she's just riding straight just to come in. So, yeah, good job pointing that out. So there is a little bit of tactics out there, and she's using that priority to her advantage. But you see, with 5 seconds left, let's see if Jocelyn, she might have one final opportunity here. I'm not sure if this is going to count. It's going to be close. I think she's just going to be late, but she's going to still surf this in hopes that she made it. Gets a nice turn off her backhand.
And she did good to stay busy. It was just seconds off of having one more opportunity. She went really deep searching for that one.
Yeah, and I think the rule too, like, we'll see if this counts, but I think the rule, you have to already been like engaging in a turn for it to count, and you could tell she was still paddling for the wave. It didn't officially drop in. So I believe the rule is you have to make that official drop in, so it'll be close, but I think she kind of knows she was a little too late.
Yeah, I think with her body posture in that one, you can see she's quite relaxed, surfing it in.
Yep, and we're going to be right back with more action here from El Salvador. Quick little break, and see you soon.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back to live action, day number 1 of competition here for the SUP Surfing, the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are into heat number 8 of the Women's SUP Surfing main round number 1. Marine Kodu of France in the red jersey, Josefina Cast of Germany, Jojo, and also Xiomara Bowen of Ecuador in the green jersey. A small score already dropping for Jojo of Germany, a .33. 18 minutes left in this final heat of round number 1 of the Women's SUP Surfing. We will be moving into men's main round number 1 of competition up after this, and then finishing off the day with the Repercharge rounds for both the women and the men. Thank you very much for joining us. My name is Bo Nixon, joining the booth with Dave Bainey to call the action here of this heat. We see the conditions out there looking great as we see Jonatas Novaes representing the USA. He'll be coming up in the next heat for the men, alongside Vince Duchnay of Germany and Jason Latham representing American Samoa, but residing in the US. Going to be a great day of action. And I was just about to comment on the conditions out there, Dave. That offshore wind starting to push up now, really making the conditions nice, but looks like it is getting quite strong out there.
Yeah, and you know what? It just kind of seemingly happened over the commercial break, because we were just talking about how beautiful and glassy it was with just that hint of offshore breeze, and now it's kind of cranking. It's still, you know, pretty groomed out there, but the wind always comes into play. You know, when you're trying to hit through the lip, is it going to blow you over the back? And of course, standing up, it tends to push you out of position out the back of the lineup. So just another element to think about.
Yeah, it certainly is, especially on a stand-up paddleboard with the wind. Never a good friend. It's never your best friend, is it, the wind?
It really isn't.
But we got 16.5 minutes here. Slow start for the final heat of the women's SUP Surfing. We've seen some epic performances today from competitors. Your team rider, Vanya Torres, putting together an excellent heat total of 16.33. She did a fantastic job earlier on today. What was your take on her surfing?
Yeah, it was just amazing to watch. You know, Vanya's been working really hard the last, couple months, really, like, focused on this event. And she's put in the work, and we put in the work on the board design side of things. So it was just a pleasure, of course, for me to see it, just hard work paying off. Obviously, it's only the first round, but I feel Vanya in the last couple months, she's really taken her surfing to a whole nother level. I know she's changed her fitness routine. She's doing a lot more weight training, and it's been really cool. And yeah, usually you put some hard work in, you're going to see some results. So she's very happy with that first heat, of course. Got some action here. Red up and riding.
Yeah, Marine Kodu representing France, striking into this one, having to deal with that wind as we mentioned earlier. She gets to the bottom of this wave, stepping back on the tail. Nice turn from her. Marine, a young surfer out of France. Beautiful paddle switch there, wrapping that board back around to the pocket of this wave. And again, just linking together a nice top turn. And again, just flowing through these maneuvers, pacing herself really well, and unfortunately just slips off there. I think the wave was almost finished anyway for Marine, so it's going to be a great start for her in this heat. Then we see Xiomara up and riding of Ecuador. She's probably had a couple of turns on the outside already, so bringing this wave through into the inside section. Nice turn there from her as she brings it all the way through. Kicking out of that wave, deciding there's no more scoring potential. So we'll wait for those scores to drop from the judges. We'll update you on the situation as we see a big set outside. Unfortunately, Jojo right underneath that one.
Yeah, that's a spot, you know, unfortunately with stand-up paddling, you get in that spot quite a bit, you know, and you either got to punch through or at least go for it. So she went for it.
Good commitment. I love it.
I would consider that a stand-up tube. I saw the first stand-up tube of the event.
There we go. Fantastic. I was going to throw it down to Matsu. He's on the sideline with the winner of that last heat.
Hey guys, thank you very much. Well, we've got another Argentinian winning our heat, another Cosoleto. It's not Lucci this time, it's Chechu. That's the nickname of Cecilia Cosoleto. Congratulations. Your first win with the ISA in a heat. How was it out there?
Well, the waves are amazing. El Sunzal is a magical wave and for the paddle. And yes, it's my first ISA. I'm very happy. And
yeah, how does it feel to actually compete right next to your big sister, two-time world champion Lucci?
Well, I'm the first fan of my sister Lucci, and nothing is amazing. I love her.
Can you tell us where you train at home and the conditions you've got at home?
Well, I train in Cardiel, it's a beach in Mar del Plata, and well, my entrenadora is Nati and El Tavo, and well, the waves are small but really fun.
All right, we've got a returning world champion Lucci, but watch out for her little sister because she seems to be all pumped up. Argentina, Argentina! Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much, Matsu. Cecilia there, her style very reminiscent of her sister as well, the way she surfs. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see Argentina in the women's SUP surfing moving all the way through to the end of competition. But we'll have to wait and see. A great performance there from Cecilia. Just coming down to 12 minutes left in this final heat. Still waiting on those scores to lock in from the judges. We can update you once they do drop in. Waiting on the score from Marin and also from Xiomara. And Jojo just sitting with that small score currently. Looks like more waves approaching the lineup. It's been quite a few sets. Competitors a bit out of position. I think with that tide dropping out, the wave starting to break a little further out. As we can see, our Ecuadorian competitor making her way into position. She's going to be looking at taking off on this one. Looks like she's positioned herself really well. Drops in. See her bottom turn, carving it back toward the white water. This wave a little bit on the shoulder, so not too much of a steep wall in front of it. So we'll see if she sticks with it, decides to kick out onto the shoulder now. Carving back, you can see that wave making its way back onto the point, just disappearing underneath her in that deep water. As we see our scores dropping. So Marine Kodu of France, a 4.17 drops for her. Xiomara, her first wave, a 3.6. That last ride, a 2.27. And then Jojo just sitting with that small 0.33. You are watching the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. SUP Surfing kicking off the first couple of days of competition. Then moving into the stand-up paddle and the prone paddleboard racing from Thursday. And the competitors will be racing in the waves of El Sunzal as well. The ISA are going to be setting up buoys within the surf zone. It's going to make for a very exciting days of action, especially if this swell hangs in.
Yeah, and that's what's so awesome about the ISA events. Many of the events run through the surf, so it's kind of like traditional stand-up paddle racing, you know, folklore with the old battle of the paddles, you know, bringing back the waves. You know, you have to be definitely a very complete paddler to do well here. And as this week unfolds, there's going to be some crazy, crazy rides with those race boards. You can guarantee that.
Certainly is. So don't miss that. That's toward the end of the week. But we'll turn our attention back into the water here for the final heat of the first round of the women's. Marine Kodu from France up and riding. Looks like a beautiful wave she has selected. Switching that paddle to cut back. She's looking to back up that 4.17 she dropped earlier. This wave, very similar. can see her switching the paddle for a cutback and opting for the top turns as well. But she can identify that this wave is going to stand up a little bit more on the inside. You can start to see it bowl up a bit more. As she cuts it back to the white water, unfortunately just gets hung up. So falling off there in the white water, but another good score going to be dropping for her. As we see the sun just glaring off these waves, beautiful waves of El Sunzal. Unfortunately, Giamatti there not being able to paddle into that one. But how epic is it to have a SUP surf event with amazing waves, just to showcase the talent we have here.
Yeah, it's just so beautiful out today, and the waves are definitely providing that big open face that is so nice to surf with a stand-up paddleboard. And Moreno, she got a bomb right there. That was a great ride. And I like her style right now too. She's got a nice flowing style, uses the rail nicely. And we're gonna watch that replay, but look at her just drop in at the perfect section, setting this one up, waiting for it. Does a nice carve right there, right in the bowl. Switches the paddle around for that roundhouse. But just, you know, nice controlled style she's got. And here's like the trickiest section of the wave, I would say. Just the middle section where you got to be a little patient, got to choose your line wisely. And she's sticking with it here and just goes for that bigger carve, unable to hang on, but she did some work out the back, so we'll see how that score comes in.
I think it should definitely add to her scoreline with that second ride. See the wind starting to pick up. We have Giamatti there dropping down. See a nice turn off the top, just a little check turn. She realizes that that wind is a bit strong and to push her off the back of that wave, so she kicks out. You can see the waves rolling through here. A long right-hand point break of El Sunzal in El Salvador. Fantastic location for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. And we are just under 7.5 minutes remaining in this heat. So Marine drops a 4-point ride for her last wave. So she's currently in the lead in this heat. Giamatti with a 3.60 and a 2.27 in second place, and still waiting for Jojo to catch a score, a ride that will score her above that 0.33 that she's currently sitting with. We'll see where they are in the lineup. Looks like we have a competitor paddling for a wave here. It's going to be Jojo, not being able to get down that one, especially with the wind, making it a bit more difficult.
Yeah, that wind definitely comes into play as a stand-up paddle surfer. You know, you're not laying down on your chest beneath it, you're up there. And it looks like Jojo can't get that one either.
Yeah, it's starting to become a bit more of a repositioning strategy, I think, for the wind. Maybe taking off a little bit closer to where the waves are breaking. You can see we're looking kind of out to the south right now. East is to the left of screen, west to the right. So that wind kind of coming from that northeast direction. Kind of cross offshore at the moment for our competitors. The swell still holding in there. Some overhead sets throughout the day already. Just under 6 minutes left in this final heat for the women. Moving on through to men's round number 1 of SUP Surfing. We'll have Team USA, Team Germany, and also American Samoa represented in that first heat. As we see some waves going through unridden on the inside there. Definitely hard to find the right spot out there, especially as the conditions have been changing throughout the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. And especially with, like, when there's only 3 of you out there as well, you know, usually when you roll into a lineup, there's a bunch of people out, you can kind of see where people are sitting. So hopefully they have their markers on the beach to kind of land them in the positions they want to be, which peak. And the lower tide, we've been talking about how just wide the takeoff zone is. You know, do you sit on that wider peak and, you know, you're more confident you're going to get a wave that opens up, or do you risk going deeper, trying to get that more lined up? You know, that's really the one you want, but you do risk getting that closeout section. So definitely a lot of strategy comes into play as the tide tends to drop out here.
Definitely. We see Marine Kodu currently sitting in the lead. She is with second priority. Giamatti with that first priority. Jojo now with third priority out there in the lineup. So she needs to get a couple of good scoring rides. She's looking for a 5.54. But it's going to be a little bit harder without that first priority. She might want to make her way in a little bit closer to the inside. We've seen a few waves go through there, but then, like you were saying, Dave, you run the risk of being out of position for when those bigger sets come through and then getting caught by the white water.
Yeah, she's in a tough spot with, you know, third priority, sitting in third. Just with time management at this point, you know, 4 minutes left, you know, she really doesn't have a choice except to try to get 2 waves, you know, 2 better waves to improve her score. Because if a set does come in, she is third priority, and chances are she probably wouldn't get that really nice wave of the set. So, you know, that's when just managing the heat comes into play, a little bit of strategy. You know, a lot of these competitors try to go out with a plan and have a backup plan if their plan number 1's not going their way. So,
oh, look at that. Papaya Surf Garden Restaurant putting on the goods here for us.
Oh my gosh, it kind of looked like they were heading our way. That was our building. Maybe he's going to take a right up those stairs.
I hope so. Anyway, just back to JoJo for a moment. She's also going to be competing in some of the racing events coming up later this week. She's going to be in the junior technical SUP racing alongside the sprint racing with the women. So one of the competitors crossing over between different disciplines, which is fantastic to see. We do have a couple of other competitors, such as Claudia Postiglione. She's going to be also competing in the racing events, as we see Marine Kodu of France taking off on this one, realizing that it's not going to offer her any scoring potential, so decides to kick out. Maybe she had realized that there was a priority. She was sitting with first priority then, maybe thinking that Josefina had priority on the inside and kicking out, because that wave looked like it was going to run all the way through. We will see if JoJo is able to get on another wave with 2.5 minutes left remaining in this heat.
Yeah, and that's cool that you point out that JoJo's doing multiple events. You know, you don't see that quite as much these days as you used to back in the day. You know, you'd see like someone like Zane Schweitzer doing the surf event, then doing the sprints and the distance. A lot of these athletes choose to specialize these days, and it's cool to see just someone that's willing to do it all. So here we go.
Yeah, Marine up and riding. Looks like she's found an inside wave that's standing up. Bit of a steeper wall in front of her. Again, just switching the paddle, mixing it up between those top turns and those cutbacks. You can see her there, just with that hand down the shaft a little bit, not on the handle. You know, that choke grip. As we see her making her way through to the inside, that wind holding her up the top of this wave. She's going to try and link it through. She realizes that she is in that first place. Looks like she's just surfing this one through into the beach. You just see she's just very relaxed surfing this wave through to the inside. Nice turn on the inside. Decides to kick out there. So we're going to wait for that score to drop for her, as we see on the outside Giamatti dropping in on this one. Good size wave for her. Let's see if it's going to connect. It's not going to connect through to the inside, but there are more waves coming through on that outside section, so she's going to make her way across and try and find and reposition herself. Looks like there's someone there, very late takeoff, having to jump underneath that wave. Beautiful scenes here. Good sets rolling through that offshore wind, providing fantastic waves here at El Sunzal. Coming down to just underneath 50 seconds remaining. This is the last heat of the women's SUP Surfing first round. And Marine drops a 3.43 for her last ride, not going into the top 2 scores. She stays in first place. Giamatti of Ecuador in second position. Still waiting to see if JoJo can get another ride. A 5.54 is what she's looking for. Remember, this is a non-elimination round, so third place will move into a Repercharge round coming up later today. She'll have to prepare herself for that as we're counting down the last few seconds of this heat. Then we've got the men's SUP Surf round coming up next, Dave.
Straight into the men's action for sure. We count this one down. That's the end of women's main round 1, heat number 8. Straight into the men's.
Marine on screen there will be moving through. She put on a great performance. Team France. Camille Dubrano also making her way through in her heat. And we're going to go to a short break. We'll be right back with the men's SUP Surfing action. Don't go anywhere.
There's something profoundly spiritual about riding waves. Water is transformative, healing. You're at the mercy of Mother Nature, the ever-changing movement of water. The ocean is the great equalizer. You don't need to belong to a certain race, religion, or gender to surf. The pursuit of these fleeting walls transcends sport. It's a way of life. And surfing has the power to change the world and has now taken its place on the world's greatest sporting stage, the Olympic Games. The International Surfing Association is the world's governing body of surfing, recognised by the International Olympic Committee with member nations around the globe. This is the International Surfing Association. This is a better world through surfing.
Welcome back to day number 1 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in the beautiful surf city of El Salvador. We are moving through into men's SUP surfing round number 1. This is Vince Duschnei, currently up and riding, representing Team Germany, residing in the Canary Islands. Beautiful first turn from Vince, wrapping it back on his second turn. And again, just cutting back into the white water, setting things up as this wave moves through to the inside section. A quick little slash there on the shoulder. And again, just setting it up to move through the inside here. Vince, no stranger to competition. Seen his name pop up a number of times throughout the years as we see Jason Latham representing American Samoa up in the green jersey, really snapping it back off the white water as we see him wrapping that board again back in. Jason residing in the US, representing American Samoa here. He's decided to go for nearly a 360 off the white water, but holds it very in control as well. These two competitors also up against Jonatas Novaes, representing the USA. My name is Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Rachel Tilley again. Welcome back in, Rachel.
Thank you.
Moving into the men's SUP surf. This is the first time we've seen the men out in the water today. It's going to be a lot of action coming up.
Yeah, it was a great show of the women all morning. 8 heats surfed that we got to watch. Round 1 has that Repercharge round. We're in the main round still, so all of this is non-elimination for our women this morning and then for our men going into this round. Taking a look at this replay, Vince, our surfer in blue, nice opening turn. Love that read of the wave, draws it back out. Opportunity to draw it all the way back around. Does it again, little bank off the whitewash. And you can see that that wave starts to get a little bit more shouldery, and so he's going a little bit more snappy instead of drawn out with his turns. So love that read of the wave, use of that board and paddle. Whoa.
Interesting replay there of the start for this wave. We have Jonatas taking off alongside Jason. We'll see if there's going to be any call on that. Looked like no one really interfered with the wave for Jason, managing to get to the inside position. But he put together quite a few good turns here, Rachel.
Yeah, I really loved his read of, I mean, obviously as a goofy footer, surfing on his backside right now, bringing it back to the whitewash and putting the extra jam into it was really nice to see.
Live action here. Jonatas representing USA. Nice carve off the top there, throwing a lot of spray. Again, making his way to the top of the wave there, carving that board back around to the white water. As we see him pushing hard again, getting caught at the top. Unfortunately, I think the wind coming into play there, holding him up at the top of that wave there. And we are going to throw it down to the beach interviews with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, or should I say bonjour? I'm with Marine Kedre, winner of her heat. She had 2 decent waves, enough to go through to the main round. So congratulations, Marine.
Thank you so much.
How was it out there for you?
Pretty hard actually, with the heat and the wind.
It doesn't seem like this, but the wind is pretty strong out there, so it's been hard, but I'm glad I made it.
Can you say a few words about yourself, where you're from, and what's your board, paddle, and so on?
Okay, so I'm riding Epic Paddle from Brazil. Pretty good board. I am from France. I am 23 years old. And yeah, that's pretty much.
Hey, listen, France was 3-time world champion until last year when they lost the crown without the SUP surfers. So maybe with your help, they can get that crown back on their heads again. Are you ready for a big fight with Spain, Japan, and more countries?
Might I say, how hard? How hard can it be? We're gonna do it. We're here for this. And yeah, we have a pretty good team. We're here for this, and we're gonna do it.
It sounds like the key word for France is détermination. Back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Marine there. Putting it on, committing to France winning the team
Really
standings.
confident. I love that. I love her saying, how hard could it be? You know, that means she's going in with full trust in her ability and her team's ability. It sounds like they have a really good thing going for all of them together.
Oh, Team France have been very strong in recent years. The ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. 3 times in a row, they have won the team rankings, 2019, 2022, 2023. So very good to see them back here with a strong team. But like we have said before, Team Spain, Team Japan, Team Brazil, there's a lot of other teams there vying for that gold medal.
We've also talked about how it really will come down to the countries that are showing up with that full roster. Obviously, we are watching the Surf SUP at the moment, but later this week we also have the racing portion of the event.
Live action, Jonatas up and riding, also behind him, Jason. As we see, Jonatas' wave just disappearing here on the inside. He's going to decide to stick with it. Looks like it might stand up again for him. A couple of nice turns on the outside. Staying right in the pocket of this wave. Another carve in as well. Unfortunately, just falling off for him. You can see that wind and how strong it is. Marine mentioned that in her post-heat interview there. Really tricky conditions. Jason bringing this one through to the end of this ride. So, good couple of scores there waiting to drop. We did see Vince also catch a ride during that interview. He put on a 4.43 for that last ride of Vince. He's paddling back out at the moment. On the outside there, top of screen. Currently sitting in the lead, but still waiting on the last scores to drop for our surfers. A 3.82 drops for Jason, alongside his 3.5. And this is the replay of Jason's last wave, Rachel.
Yeah, you saw his wave behind Jontas's really stand up a lot more and run down, and taking advantage of this line, going all the way down, getting a couple of hits. Now we start to see him carve it out, using that paddle, both on the bottom turn and the cutback. Trying to look for this variety, using that paddle to get back into the wave, as that wind is, like you said, a really big factor. We can take a look at this replay of red. On that smaller one beforehand, there's that wave of green that we saw just now behind. So really different wave hitting. It's hitting a completely different reef, as you can see that one behind really running down the beach, where this one is kind of sucking in towards that inner reef. And it can be hard to sometimes decipher between those two, but you could see that Reds was a lot smaller off the takeoff, and sometimes those smaller ones really just want to suck into that reef rather than push forward and out. But wow, look at these lines. It is so beautiful here at Sunzal.
Oh, it certainly is, creating a great canvas for our SUP surfers out there. We've seen some huge scores drop already this morning, especially from Vanya Torres in the women's event. A couple of excellent rides dropping for her. So there's going to be some more excellent rides dropping, I feel like, later on today, especially with the waves that we have on offer.
Absolutely. I mean, some of these waves, especially as we go into that lower tide, we can see waves for up to a minute-long ride. So lots of action. And just as a surf fan, it's just so fun to watch, you know, because there's so much to be able to see, as opposed to, you know, sometimes when we're at beach breaks, the rides are maybe a couple seconds long or 10 seconds long. Here we just have so much surfing that we get to sit back, watch, and appreciate.
Oh, it's going to be a fantastic day of action. Also moving through to the next couple of days with the SUP Surfing as well. And then finishing off the end of the week with the racing portion for the SUP and paddleboard. Turning our attention back to the water. All scores locked in now for our competitors. 10.5 minutes left on the clock. You see Vince Duschneit from Germany out in front, 5.5 and a 4.43. Jason Latham now in that second position, a 3.82 and a 3.5. And Jonatas Narvaez representing the USA, looking for a 4.45 to put himself up into second place, which is advancing position into the next main round. This is a non-elimination round, first round of the men. So the bottom two surfers or the third place will move through to the Repercharge round, getting another chance later on today to put themselves back into main round of competition. Looks like some waves approaching. We'll see if any of our competitors decide to paddle for this. It looks like Jason has got himself in the right spot for this one. Taking off. He's already had a couple of nice rides. We'll see if he can improve on his scoreline. Oh, it's going to be a lovely turn off the top, but unfortunately just goes down on that first turn. You see that wave reeling off on the inside there.
This wave has a deceivingly high amount of speed. And sometimes you can get ahead of yourselves and not engage that rail before really pushing. And I think that's exactly what we just saw there. When you're going so fast and you have so much speed off that bottom turn, when you go to transition into that cutback or just any form of rail surfing, it's easy for that rail to slide out if you don't really intentionally engage it before pushing. And especially with that wind, just adding a bit more chatter, it's easy for that to, you know, you can engage and you hit a bump or a chatter and it just disengages, and then we see exactly what we just saw. But fortunately, he's already back out in lineup.
Oh, live action there. Surfer in red, Jonatas, just going down on that takeoff. It was quite deep, quite a steep takeoff as well. We see Vince Duschneit behind him, up and riding now, current heat leader. Slashing turn to start things off on this wave. Switches the paddle, beautiful carve back toward the white water. See him dropping down now. Pushing on that tail, sliding it a little bit on that turn. Wave starting to get steep. He gets up to the top. Beautiful turn off the top of that wave as he just waits for things to set up again on the inside. He's going to stick with it. He's going to cut his way back toward the white water. See if this wave does reform on the inside. He's already done a lot of work on the outside. Some great turns, linking together the maneuvers. Just slashing that board again. And another turn, just that back foot slipping off. So Vince putting together another good score. I feel like that's going to be the best score of the heat so far. Some really great committed and controlled surfing in the pocket of that wave. So great surfing from Vince. He's a young surfer out of the Canary Islands, Fuerteventura he resides, but representing Germany, of course born in Germany. He's on a mission to become the best waterman in the world.
I love that. I see here he has written under all his other interests: paddle surfing, surfing, wing foiling, surf foiling, kite surfing, windsurfing.
Certainly is a waterman as we catch up with Jason Latham. Live action up into the lip. He's going to hang on to this one to control it. So a really committed maneuver there. And he's going to stay using the paddle as a brace, wrapping that board back around into the white water here, sliding the tail again. So that's one of his trademark maneuvers, is to try and spin that board around, rebounding off the white water. So all three surfers there getting some scores. We'll wait to see how the judges react to those rides. But yeah, good to see Vince putting himself in all different sports in the ocean.
Yeah, I love that. Respect that so much, just being able to have so much fun. There's the right piece of equipment for all types of conditions out there. You know, there's never just one piece of equipment for everything. And I love when surfers or athletes have that ability to go across so many different styles of equipment.
Do you find yourself doing that, Rachel? Because I know that you're a prone paddleboarder as well. Obviously world champion longboarder, shortboarder.
Yeah, I especially during my off season, love prone paddleboarding. Back at home, Candace Appleby lives not too far away from myself and runs these really awesome prone paddleboarding clinics. So we'll go down to those, my family and I, and train with her. So that's excellent. I also love foiling, prone foiling and toe foiling. And yeah, now that our longboard season has officially just ended, the longboard I think will kind of be put away for a little bit, and I'll just get to play around with all these other ones. Which is so much fun.
Oh, amazing. Good to hear you getting into foiling as well. I haven't stepped foot into that yet. I had a couple of goes.
You'll get addicted. You'll get addicted.
That's the thing. And then I'll have too many things to decide on what to ride.
But that's a great issue to have.
It is.
Yeah, when I lived on the Gold Coast, that's when I really got into foiling and the right-hand points there. There's so many. And there was, for half the year it's pretty onshore and small, actually, in that there's spring into summertime. And that's where foiling was great. There's a large community there, and you could get down to the surf and look at it and go, oh, it's not good for surfing, and it's the perfect conditions for foiling. So that was really fun to look at surf that would actually be, you'd think, quite average, and now have unlocked a whole new tool to actually go and have one of the best, most fun surfs that you could have. So I think it's really great to be versed across so many different types of equipment. And I think we see that a lot in the SUP world. A lot of these surfers have either gotten started in another discipline and then added SUP surfing into their repertoire of ability. And I think that's really awesome to see from these athletes.
Yeah, we see athletes coming from different backgrounds, from the surfing background, but also from windsurfing, maybe from kiting. Yeah, it's fantastic to see athletes, getting into the sport through different routes and then representing their country on a world stage.
Yeah, absolutely.
So just under 4 minutes left on the clock. Heat number 1, men's main round of number 1. Vince Dushnai out in front, still waiting on his last wave score to come through. Judges taking their time, really thinking about that last ride because it was a good one. I feel like the score is going to be a good score for Vince to drop, and also still waiting on Jonatas' last ride. Currently looking for a 4.7 to move up into that second place.
With 3:20 on the clock and lines on the horizon, I think we might see another opportunity from all three surfers as they're all back out in the lineup. I hope we do get to see one more exciting exchange.
Looks like we have Vince paddling in. So Vince representing Germany, trying to get a little bit of a cover up there. This wave really fast, but he does well to time that first turn. And we see him switching the paddle, carving that board back toward the pocket. Again, this wave standing up a bit steeper for him. Decides to step on the tail, kicks it out. He's going to wrap his board back toward the whitewater again, waiting for things to set up. Really good pace that Vince has. He's reading this wave really well. Again, just rebounding off the whitewater. Doing well to focus his energy down the line this wave. Really providing a good steep wall for him on the inside. Slashing the tail again. He's going to get almost up into the lip on that one as this wave comes through to the inside. He's happy with that last wave. As we see Jonatas up and riding, looking for kind of that mid-range 5 to get himself up into advancing position. We'll be able to hopefully get a replay and see what he's done on the outside of this wave. He's bringing it right through to the inside. A little rebound off the whitewater there to finish things off. So now that tide's dropped back, that end section not being so scary.
Yeah, not having such a big shore break or a point of consequence so much. Let's take a look at the outside. Jonatas also kind of getting in that bowly section there, going for that first opening turn now. A little bit frothy because of that wave of Vince's beforehand, so he's doing well to navigate that with control, no wobbles. And we can see just behind as well, Jason on a wave. So we have a 1, 2, 3 exchange. Excited to see what happens behind there too. But Jonatas did a really great job to take this all the way into the inside. Didn't offer a lot of energy, and so he did well to read it and try and stick with all the little points of energy in order to take it all the way to the inside.
Yeah, he did very well to read this wave all the way through to the inside. A little rebound off the white water there. Wait for the judges to lock in that score. He's looking for a pretty big score now to move on through. This is Vince's replay. A 6.5 drop for this ride, Rachel.
Wow. I mean, that opening section didn't get the cover up, but was just such a beautiful read. This was really nice to watch. And Bo, I'm seeing him really utilize that paddle and switch it. Can you talk to me a little bit about at what point in which maneuver he would choose to switch it back and forth?
Yeah, so it really depends where he's positioned on the wave. If he is out on the shoulder as he is now, he'd really like to switch that paddle across to, you know, his left side to be able to open up his shoulders to get all the way back toward the white water. If you're a little closer to the pocket there, you can just keep the paddle on that front side, on his chest side there. That way he can do those snappy turns in the pocket. But yeah, if you really want to cut it back and you're on that shouldery section, you really want to switch the paddle over to get that extension all the way back to the white water. And we see a replay here of Jason's last ride as well.
Yeah, beautiful open face. Looks like he cuts out of that one. And maybe went back out to see if there's another opportunity, but he didn't need it. He advances along with Vince in that first and second position.
That's right. A couple of great scores there, dropping for Vince Dushnight in first place, Jason in second. It is on screen, Jonatas in third place. He'll be moving through to the Repercharge round later on today, so another chance to get himself back up into main round of competition. Having to deal with the shore break there, but we are going to be coming back with heat number 2 of men's SUP Surfing. Don't go anywhere after this short commercial break.
All right, welcome back. 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We're in El Sunzal, Surf City, El Salvador. We're straight into men's SUP surfing. This is main round 1, heat number 2. In red, we got Tao Iwanaga from Japan, Tamil Martino from Peru, and Armando Colucci from Venezuela.
We're in this main round 1 of the men. We just saw heat 1 kick off. We're into heat 2, so this is the non-elimination round of our SUP Surf event, day 1 of the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships.
Yeah, what a day to kick it off on. The swell is in the 4 to 5 foot range. Got some excellent conditions here. Just starting to get a little bit of wind, but you can see it's still quite groomed. And it looks like someone's going for this wave on the inside. That was Tamil Martino from Peru, opts out not to get that one. Good look at the lineup here. You can see the lineup is very wide. There's an inside, kind of wider section. There's a deeper outside section. Big playing field. A lot of strategy coming into play, where to sit and which kind of wave you're looking for. We see deep in the peak, looks like Armando Colucci, the Venezuelan, dropping in, but he opts to go out in Team Japan. Tao, right in the pocket here, catches rail. We're going to throw it down to Matu with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, thank you very much. I'm with the first male winner of the day, Vince Dushnight from Germany/Fuerteventura, Spain. This guy has been living in Spain for most of his life, but he's got the German passport. Vince, congratulations. That was a pretty solid score out there. You managed to actually up your score in the last few minutes. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. It's the first World Championships I do, and the wave is very similar to home, so it just felt like home. I took the first 2 waves to secure a score, and then I saw a big one, the third one. I think that put up a little bit my score more, so I'm very happy. Good start. I'm fired up for the rest of the comp.
I can see you're riding an Indiana paddleboard. That's a Swiss brand, if I believe. How does that work for you? Is that a custom board?
No, I ride Starboard. I'm sponsored from Starboard Germany. It's just the board didn't arrive on time here, so I took my one, the old one, so that's why I'm riding this one. But yeah, I'm sponsored from Starboard.
Okay, you all fired up for the rest of the competition?
Yes, I'm doing the SUP surf, the tech, and the sprint, so I'm ready. I feel ready. I had a good start, so yeah.
Yeah, that's right. You're a racer as well. So how are you going to manage, saving some energy for all the racing?
Nah, it's nothing I haven't done home before. It's when there's good wave, I go surf, and if not, I train for the race. So it's like the same as I do always, and I think I can manage good.
All right, congratulations, Vince, and back to you guys.
Thank you, Matu, and congratulations to Vince. Vince with a strong showing. I've got to know him a little bit over the last year. Newer face to SUP, but he's definitely come in strong. Definitely shown his, his skills racing, and as you can see, he could SUP surf quite well as we see Tamil Martino from Peru with a nice lip straight into that cutback. Does another tail slide right on the corner there. Nice swooping roundhouse. Tamil, a longtime competitor in stand-up paddling, has basically been a household name in Peru for the sport. Working this one all the way to the inside. Gets that last section right before the rocks. And that's going to be a nice long ride for him.
Wow, I think the judges will like that one. Really critical surfing, lots of variety demonstrated throughout that really long ride. See him trying to get through this shore break.
Yeah, and Tamil takes it all the way to the shore, and I actually timed, Vanya got a wave similar in length, and I timed it just to see how long it would take to get her all the way back, and it took 4 minutes.
Yep.
So it's quite a long time, so you got to choose wisely. Cool little lineup, 2 waves ridden at the same time. We had Tamil on the inside. And it looked like the Japanese surfer, Tao, right here on the screen. Nice smooth cutback. Another little slash for Tao. Team Japan. They got Coach Edgy with them. And Edgy was going the extra mile. He actually had to deliver the race boards from Canada or California.
Wow.
We see Tamil up and over that lip, straight into that carve.
I loved his use of the paddle there to just restabilize and go straight into that tail slide. And then here on these 2 roundhouses where he goes to bank the whitewash, he really extends that lower body and just kind of adds that extra criticalness to what really is kind of a fat section that he's making the most of. So I think the judges are going to go big with this one. I mean, finishing it off strong again, too, with a hit right into the shore break I think the judges will really like this one.
Yeah, and you see Armando behind him in yellow, getting his first ride. Nice little floater to start that one off, hangs on. Now he's out to the middle section we just talked about, where you get some nice kind of flowing carves.
Oh.
Yep, kind of slides the tail right there to end it. So yeah, Tamil still looks like he got a 6.67 for that.
Wow.
That wave, so.
Skyrockets him straight to the lead on that single wave score. I mean, with this lower tide, look at these lines coming through. A little bit inconsistent on the high tide for those early morning heats. It's getting more and more consistent as we're going. Some beautiful waves.
Yeah, that one at the back was just peeling so nicely. Looks like we have, is that Oh, the rider from Japan, that's Tao Iwanga. Again with the nice forehand snap. Comes down to the bottom, setting this one up. Carves back a little bit. This one's kind of shouldering off, but he's staying with it. Right through that midsection. This is where you got to decide if it's worth it. And there he goes. For him, he gets another slash. Kind of bowling up for him again. Carves back around. Switches the paddle over. Nice little cutback. Nice surfing from Team Japan right there. So nice completed ride.
Stayed really busy, lots of clean surfing. And that was one of the bigger waves we've seen of this heat, as well as that was one of those beautiful lines of sets that came through. So it looks like he was the only surfer that was able to maximize that opportunity of that last flurry of sets. So like you were saying, it's about a 4-minute paddle back out. So with 11 minutes remaining, he'll get back out there with plenty of time to have another pick at a wave coming through.
Yeah, and you can see the lineup, like how far he is from the lineup. You know, the other paddlers out the back truly aren't out the back quite yet. So, yeah, definitely heat time management in the heat comes into play. And this heat just about halfway over already. These 20-minute heats definitely seem to fly right by. We got 10 minutes and 30 seconds left. Tamil in Peru, he's got a couple of sixes, 6.6 and 6.3. So 2 solid scores already. I believe we're waiting for a couple scores to drop, and there goes Tao's last wave. 3.77, so he's in second place.
Exactly halfway through now. And I think we'll see a bit more shakeup from these next scores that are still to drop for red and green. This has been an entertaining heat so far. As we just see this paddle back out. You know, Dave, it was something we were chatting about in a previous heat, is that the athletes, once they get back out the back, they're not allowed to sit down.
Right.
So all of that work that they just put into their legs on that wave, they're trying to learn, kind of manage recovery as they're still using them to paddle back out. I mean, it's exhausting with such a long paddle.
Totally, and of course when you're in a heat, you know, you're always a little more amplified. You know, the heartbeat's going a little higher, and you're like, I'm only surfed 2 waves. Why do I feel so tired?
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
And it's so hard to just kind of calm down and pretend it's just another day of surfing, but yeah, fitness definitely comes into play with stand-up paddleboarding. And if you're making it through your heats, I mean, if you're winning every heat, I believe it's 5 heats to the final, so that's a lot of surfing, you know? We got blue, heat leader, Tamil Martino, Team Peru, off the bottom. Nice, stylish carve back into the pocket right there. Off the bottom again, snap. Nice little layback jam. Here we go, another roundhouse. So Tamil, great variety on this wave. 3 different style of turns just right off the bat. Carving it back, nice clean style. Really using the rail nicely. And Tamil, this wave's just setting up for him. There you go, there's the tail slide to end it off. So good variety, great wave choice. And Tamil looking really, really solid.
Yeah, with a couple of 6s already in his score line. You know, now he knows what type of surfing will get him into that really good score range, and he's just looking to pick it up. And offering that variety is also what really stood out to me too. Those first 3 turns, it's really easy on this type of wave to kind of lock into the same thing, or almost into kind of a type of choreography, you know, into the snaps on the outside, roundhouses through the soft sections. So I really loved him opting to give us something fresh and new that we actually haven't seen yet this morning.
Yeah, and to be honest with stand-up paddling, because you are limited with holding the paddle, you definitely could get it pretty repetitive in the style of turns you do. So it does take, you know, a different skill, a different like mindset to really try to have some, you know, difference in those style of turns. We got Armando back up and riding. Has a nice little wall on the inside here, couple snaps. Little wobble right there. Recovers. Let's see if he gets around this section. Nice bottom turn around that section, straight into a little jam off the top there. Armando, nice little power carve. I'm loving that turn. So Armando taking a smaller kind of, middle peak, but that one actually stood up pretty nicely for him.
Well, he's looking for a 5.27, but he's looking to lower that requirement. He needs to improve upon that 3.07. I think we might see it at least even just improve that 3.07 and give him another opportunity, which it does. Judges are quick, a 4.27. So his requirement still in third place, but only needs a 4.08 in order to advance. He really made the most of that small wave. That powerful S turn was so beautiful.
Yeah, he did a good job sticking with that wave. And, the wave provided for him at the end with that nice little carve. So that was cool. And then Tamil, as you can see, dropped a 7.57 on his last ride. So that's the highest score of this heat thus far. And last night, Tamil was out there before dark. I was surfing out there, and he was surfing really nice. He did a couple, you could definitely tell he's been surfing out there, and he's been trying different kind of turns. Like, he was blasting through the lip, not pulling everything, but just really trying to get those bigger maneuvers under his belt, and he's looking pretty solid right now.
I mean, I think that's exemplary of someone who has spent a lot of time out in this lineup. If you're still trying to figure out this wave, you're surfing it a little bit safer. Once you've felt like you figured out the wave, that's when you can start going for those extra maneuvers.
Yeah, you see Tao from Japan just unable to hang on right there. Got one good turn before he fell. He's sitting in second place.
So he needs to improve upon that 3.77 in order to make that requirement for Armando a bit higher. Looks like that wave backed off, so I probably wouldn't review that as a, necessarily mistake. A mistake because he fell, of course, but in the grand scheme of things, probably for the best that he's going to be able to get back out there with 4.5 minutes remaining and try and improve upon that 3.77. Tamil just having full control. He has the least amount of waves ridden in this heat in his scoreline. Everyone else has 4 waves to their name, where Tamil only has those 3 waves, 6.67, 6.37, 7.57. It's a great heat when you're throwing away a ride in the 6s.
Yeah, absolutely. And Tamil really is a veteran of this sport. He's done a lot of competitions, a lot of stand-up paddle competitions. He's been part of Team Peru in the ISA multiple times. So, not surprising to see that he has that kind of composure about him, Wave selection has been excellent. Obviously, solid surfing. Yeah, he's feeling it right now.
Maybe the lineup going a little bit quiet. Tao not out there yet to be awarded priority, but he's going to be hoping to get out there to get that priority. So then by the time Armando makes it back out, Tao might be able to, there we go, we see that second priority rewarded. Tao might be able to utilize that to protect that second place position out from underneath Armando. Only a 4.08 required. So this is where chess really starts getting played.
Yeah, and this is where you really need to have a plan if you find yourself in this situation. He needs not a high score. He needs that 4, mid-range 4 to pass the heat, but only 3 minutes left, right? So now that's where the decision's got to come in, and you got to stick to your decision, and hopefully nature provides you with that wave. We see a couple little bumps forming up here. Looks like this one looks like a little bit wider. So we'll see, but where is Armando? This looks like Tao. He's going to go on this one. So Team Japan up and riding. We see him come from the bottom up to the top. Another snap right there. Wind hanging him up a little bit.
So interesting choice for him to use that priority, because that won't be going into his score line with getting hung up in the wind there. I'm not sure where. Looks like
it looks like Armando's kind of to the right, kind of stuck in the impact zone a little bit. So maybe that was a defensive play. You know, maybe he saw him down the line further. But you're right, wasn't the best wave to selection, I would say, especially holding on to that priority with so little time left.
Yeah, sometimes, like we were saying, it becomes that chess game. Sometimes you do sacrifice taking off on a good wave just for the sake of the strategy of it, so you can protect that, you know. A great wave can come in, but there's no guarantees that you're going to improve upon your situation. If there's another wave behind it, you know, and your competitor gets it, who knows? And it leaves it a lot more up to chance when you have a bit more opportunity of control with that priority. So these are the parts of competition that I love. I love observing how everyone plays their roles in this.
Yeah, and for sure. And surfing, you know, is one of those sports that definitely there's an element of luck with nature coming your way. So you always want to try to control what you control, what you can't control. So if you do have priority, that's something that you have in your control. So let's see. Tamil, he's going to use his priority. Gets a nice little airdrop lipper with his signature little layback snap. He's going to ride this one in.
Victory ride for him.
Basically, yes, little victory lap. He's going to cruise on this one. So Team Peru, one of the more passionate teams down here this week. They're going to guarantee they're going to all meet him on the beach, and they actually do like this cool Peru chant. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's an awesome element of the ISAs in general, is that team aspect. Getting to see everyone in their uniforms. We saw the opening ceremonies take place yesterday, the pouring of the sands and the flag bearers. It's an honor to represent your country on a world stage like this, that ISA offers that opportunity.
Yeah, it's definitely a different feeling when you come to the beach with your whole team there and the flag and everything. It's definitely an experience. Oh, a little cheater 5. Rachel Tilley knows a little something about that.
I love to see it.
I think he knows you're in the booth. He's trying to show off a little bit.
Oh, great footwork, great surf, or sorry, great heat, great surfing. 14.24 heat total. It's the highest one that we've seen of the men's round so far. It's early on, but still a great showing to kick off his campaign in this event.
Yeah, so congratulations to Emil Martino taking that heat. Looks like Tao Iwanaga from Japan hangs on to second, and we will see Armando Colucci later on the Repercharge round. We're going to take a quick little break here from El Salvador. Thank you for joining us, and we'll be back soon.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of action here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship from Surf City, El Salvador. Beautiful waves here in the lineup for our SUP Surfing division. The men's currently in the water, first round. We are in heat number 3. And we have a paddle here from Mateo Arrieta of Argentina. Dropping down, a little slash off the top there for his first turn. See him fading back toward the whitewater, trying to stay in the pocket of this one, getting some speed up. Able to find himself another turn on the shoulder of this wave. Now switching the paddle over. A little bit digging the rail there. Is going to lose his speed, but manages to hold on. And then decides to kick out of that wave. So Matteo can be waiting for that score to drop. Matteo is joined in this heat by Marco Gerastano of Italy and also Carlos Asen of New Zealand. So a pretty stacked heat in this one. Already see some scores dropped. Marco dropping in a 2.83. We see Matteo dropping a 1.17, and for his last ride a 2.30. And Carlos currently in the lead, a 3.50 for his first ride. So all athletes getting a quick start. I'm Bo Nixon, joined in the booth by Dave Bainey. Dave, looks like some sets to start things off here in heat number 3.
Yeah, started off with some quick action there. A couple smaller scores, but you know, a lot of times, a lot of the paddlers like to just get a wave under the belt, get the, knock the nerves out, and just get the heat started. So just one wave each. And I did see Mateo, you see in blue, I saw him out real early before the event here this morning. So he was one of the riders that made it out. We started early here at 7 a.m. So he had to get up early to get out in the lineup. So definitely got a little warm up in. Good to see everyone fired up early with the conditions, the way they are. It's just been a pretty fun morning of action.
Yeah, the wind's been quite variable this morning. Started off really glassy, not much wind, and then we saw that wind pick up a bit from the east, so left of screen. Then it dropped off, got glassy again, and the wind picked up offshore, and now it's gone glassy again. So a lot of variable winds happening here. But all in all, it's been a fantastic day of action so far.
Absolutely, and we got Red looking at this one. This is Marco from Italy. Let's see what he's got. He's dropping in. Nice smooth bottom turn. Cuts it back right there. Looks like the middle section is lining up for him pretty nicely here. Nice placement with that turn. Let's see if he can hang on. He does. One cool thing about that paddle, you can stroke back in. Nice cutback for Marco. So nice little ride here. He's hanging on to that 2.83 already, so this will be his second score. And takes the low road for the kick out.
You can see the face of the wave there getting a little bit chattery on the inside. That's to do with that tide, that water moving across the reef here at El Sunzal. Lots of power in the wave, so a lot of water moving through the inside section of the wave. It looks like we see Carlos paddling in here on his second ride. Beautiful, relaxed style. Extends that back foot. Beautiful turn to kick things off. Again, wrapping that board back around to the whitewater. Decides to use his paddle there to get a bit more speed as he gets in front of this one. Just setting things up for the inside run here. Wave gets steep again, up into the lip. Good showing that nose of the board getting above the lip as he carves that board back around into the pocket here. Sticking with this one. You can see him extending that paddle behind him, really leaning on it. Trying to push hard with that back foot. As we see Mateo there just falling off on that one. Lots of waves coming through in this heat. You see competitors making their way back out. And we're going to throw it down to sidelines. Mateo is down there with the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, well, it looks like Peru is on fire today after Vania Torres' top score. It's now Talmin Martino's turn to take some really solid scores. Talmin, that was beautiful out there, some really smart surfing. Do you actually know the spot well?
Well, yeah, it's my 4th time here in Salvador. I love this place. The waves are awesome today. Like a lot of wave, clean condition, like light offshore. Nice conditions today. Like it's really good.
Yeah. The announcers were talking about how much experience you've got with the ISA, with SUP Surf competitions. Sounds like you're really putting that experience to use when it comes to choosing the right waves.
Yeah, I compete a lot of years, for many years in stand-up paddle. I compete before in longboard. But now I competing in SUP Surfing, enjoy the competition, and enjoy the surfing.
Are you ready to pick up gold this week, eventually?
Yeah, for sure. I'm coming from here. No?
Fantastic. Looks like Peru is in fire, on fuego indeed. Back to you, boys.
Thank you very much. Tamil Martino there, moving on through to the next round. Like we've said, lots of experience there from Tamil, but also from Team Peru as well. 13 minutes left in heat number 3 of the men's SUP Surfing. Carlos dropping a 3.87 for his last ride. So he's currently in the lead. Marco now in second. And Matteo looking for a 4.13. He's up and riding now, dropping into this wave. He's going to get one turn. This wave looking like it's not going to offer much on the inside, so just a single turn. Don't think it's going to be the 4.13 he needs, so he'll make his way back out. Still lots of time left on the clock for him to improve his situation, and more lines look like they're approaching, Dave.
Yeah, absolutely. Matteo might regret taking that last wave. He did have priority and sitting out the back with this little set pouring through, but plenty of time here, 12 minutes left, and Carlos, that's actually Matteo out the back now with priority. Or no, it's Marco, sorry. Marco from Italy. He's looking at this one right now, so he's going to drop in on this right, Bo.
Yeah, it looks like he's put his priority to good use, dropping in on this one, waiting for things to stand up. There's a little check turn off the top. He's going to keep pace with this wave as he drops down, tries to get up into the lip. Beautiful top turn there from Marco. So he drops down, now losing a bit of that speed, but he's going to try and stick with this wave as it makes his way through to kind of midway along the point break here and sticking with it. Just keeping that board moving rail to rail as he transitions his way through. Again, rebounding off the white water. Things start to stand up a little bit more for him as this wave gets through to the inside. And he's got a little bit more scoring potential. So he's done that one really nice big turn out the back. Let's see if he can back it up here to finish with. Looks like he's going to get an end section here. He gets up into the lip again, unfortunately comes unstuck. So it will be just that outside section there, the bulk of the points the judges will be rewarding. And we see Matteo paddling in here as he's dropping down. Again, finding one of those waves that doesn't have much of a wall in front of him, Dave. It doesn't seem like he's got a lot of scoring potential ahead of him.
Yeah, Marco definitely staying busy, you know, and there's something to be said about that. You know, sometimes, you know, just kind of calms your nerves staying busy rather than hanging on. And as we see Carlos right here, Carlos, nice smooth surfer. He's a good example of, you know, why you have a paddle when you stand up paddle. He's using this very nicely. You can see he does that layback, and when he sticks the paddle there and sticks it there, it's basically bracing him. He can lay back as far as he wants, and he will not sink. So, yeah, he's got a very eye-pleasing style.
It's like his board is fairly flat-rocked as well. Gives him a lot of speed on the wave. Especially good to give you a bit more glide paddling back out here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. The one thing he's got to be mindful of is just the repetitiveness of that one turn he's doing. Obviously, he does it really nicely and stylishly, but you know, got to throw in a little bit of variety for that criteria. You got to throw it into the lip, you know, and just have that kind of flow. He definitely has that flow and style happening for him with some great turns. So looks like Carlos has a 3.87 and a 3.57. Currently sitting in second. Then we see Coach Jake from Canada. He's coming up in the next heat, as well as Benoit Carpentier from France and Alberto Castellanos. So starting to get in with the big boys. Benoit, one to watch this week.
Certainly is. Gold medalist in 2019. So he's going to be looking to get another gold medal under his belt. And we turn our attention back. So Marco dropping that 4.43 for his last ride puts him up into the lead in first place. Matteo Arrieta currently in that third position, looking for a 5.14 to move up. There's some cool looking shades there, Dave.
Whoa, he's still got the price tag on him. I wonder if they're for sale. I might hit them up. Those are sweet.
See Jake making his way out for the next heat. 8 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock here. Heat number 3 of men's main round number 1. Very groomed lineup with that wind. Fantastic long right-hand point break. We've actually seen a lot of the goofy footers today, Dave, on their backhand, getting some really high scores.
Yeah, I think we discussed a little bit of it. You know, the backhand, you could kind of throw the board up into the lip a little easier sometimes, you know. So I won't be surprised if there's, you know, goofy footers doing really well in this event. Yeah, it's interesting, just like the different kind of approaches, front side versus backhand. When you get to a wave like this, we see Mateo kind of finally getting more one that lines up for him. Couple snaps. Wave still bowling. Third snap right here. So the Argentinian kind of feeling it on this one. 3 turns, got a little cutback right there, switches the paddle. So a little bit of variety there. So Mateo definitely going to get his best ride of the heat so far.
Will it be a 5.14 that he needs to move up into second, though? It's going to be on the bubble there. A few nice snaps on the outside. A smaller wave, though, compared to the higher other scores.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely had some good turns in there. Definitely took advantage of what the wave provided for him. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see if he can move up. If anything, it's definitely going to make his job a little easier. I do feel it's going to be his highest score of that 2.3. I do believe it's going to be above that.
So that will improve his situation slightly. We'll see once that score drops in, but some beautiful sets approaching the lineup here at El Sunzal. We have some pretty sizable waves rolling through, breaking further out from where they have been for our competitors. You can see the wave standing up there next to the buoy at the back, Dave, as well.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, that should be your marker as this day winds on. That wave is definitely breaking right next to that buoy. You can see these guys way further inside, but we're going to get this one. This is Marco.
Yeah, dropping down, switching that paddle for opening turn here. So he's taken off on the first wave of the set. Nice and clean face for Marco, but it's not going to offer that steep face. He's going to have to fade his way back into the white water and wait for things to stand up on the inside section. Getting a few turns done, though, throughout this wave. You see as he brings it through, a lot of white water behind him from the set rolling in. And Marco doing very well to stay with this wave, keeping busy as he brings it through to the inside. Now things start to stand up. He gets a slash off the top there. You can see the leash caught around his paddle a little bit, so that is going to hinder him a little. And unfortunately, he just can't time that last turn. And he goes down on the inside, but he surfed that wave really well. Very long ride for him as well. 5 minutes, 40 seconds on the clock. He might just have enough time to get back out, but he's got to deal with this set.
Yeah, and Marco with 2 of the longest waves of the heat, riding that one all the way to the shore. And you mentioned you got the first wave of that set, and you know, after that, all the waves closed out, so he's the only one who got a wave in that set. So kind of a smart choice, I guess.
Yeah, very smart move. Looks like Carlos was just out of position for that first wave, and then he had to cop the next few waves on the head, and he got pushed back in a little bit. And he will make his way back out into the lineup. 5 minutes remaining. We'll wait for that last score to come in of Marco to see if that improves. We see the last score of Mateo dropping in at a 4.27. So that helps his campaign. He's just looking for a 3.17 now to move up into that second place. And Marco's going to make it a little bit harder for the other competitors to jump up into first after that last score comes through. Just see a beautiful drone angle here of El Sunzal, El Tunco, this town here as well. Beautiful mountainous region, the volcanic sands, the black sands, very famous along the coastline here of Surf City. A fantastic place to hold this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We'll have the racing divisions coming up later on in the week. It's going to be very exciting, as we've been mentioning before, racing through the waves here of El Sunzal. Especially for even the distance race, I think is going to take advantage of the waves as well, Dave.
Yeah, the whole idea is they're going to place the top buoy back in the surf zone way at the top, so potentially you could ride a wave from all the way out the back all the way to the inside buoy where you turn around. And you know, as we all know, a lot of times someone will be ahead, but the guys in back get that wave, and all of a sudden they're back in the mix again. So yeah, I can't wait for the week to unfold. It's going to be really cool. There's waves in the forecast all week long, and it's just shaping up to be the best little zone this week.
It certainly is. Looks like we have a paddle on the inside here. Could be from Marco, I think, but he's not going to be able to get into that one. So we have Carlos sitting on the outside with first priority in that second place, but it's really the story of Mateo. He needs to catch another rider, 3.17, to move up into advancing position. I will remind you this is a non-elimination round, so third place will be relegated into the Repercharge rounds, happening later on today for that second chance to get back up into the main event round. And if you're just tuning in, thanks very much for watching. This year's ISA won't have the Repercharge rounds all the way through the event. It just have that first chance after this first round. And then after that, it will be moving through elimination rounds. As we see Mateo here looking for that 3.17. Can he get into it? He manages to catch this wave, trying to set himself up. Looks like this wave has a little bit of a wall in front of him. See if he can get any work done through the inside here. It's a smaller wave. That wind starting to pick up now just in the last minute or so, and making things a bit difficult for Mateo to get much more work done on the inside. And at the moment, doesn't look like he's going to be able to get his score. 2 minutes left on the clock. So Mateo bringing this one all the way through. Probably definitely finish this heat though with a little bit more experience and understanding of what he needs to do in the next round.
Yeah, Mateo definitely could have used a little bit more patience with his wave selection. Did some great surfing on the waves that he got and what they provided for him. But yeah, you know, like you said, it's just gaining experience. This is the first round. He's going to have another chance. And yeah, hopefully work with the coach, replay, see what you can do, and come back stronger the next one.
As we are just over 1 minute left in this heat. Looks like it will be Marco Cerasatano of Italy moving on through alongside Carlos Arsen. But will Carlos get another opportunity for another wave? It looks like there are some waves approaching. He's looking for a 4.37 to boost him up into the lead. That will be his highest wave score so far if he does manage to get that score. And it looks like a wave is approaching. He may have this opportunity. It could be a good one as well. It might line up all the way through the inside. Let's see what he's got for us, dropping into this. And he bottom turns up into the top, just holds that paddle and holds that rail line for that first turn. And again, just lays back on the paddle. You like that one, Dave?
I did. It's just stylish, you know, and like you said, he's just using the rail. I like the way that board's looking right now. It seems to be gripping the face more, you know, from some of the boards we've seen here. So nice choice of equipment and matching up with a nice clean style. So Carlos, let's see what he gets a score on this one. Still working it all the way in. He knows this 10 seconds left, so he's going to ride this all the way in. Let's see if it lines up.
Just keeping that board moving, transitioning from rail to rail. Looks like maybe a little bit more weight in that board as well, helping with that glide as well as he makes his way through to the inside. Nice slash off the top. Will he get one more turn? He's not going to, but will that be enough to put him up into first place? He's still going to be in that advancing position. So Team Italy, Team New Zealand moving on through to the next round. We'll see Mateo coming up in the Repercharge round later on today. That last score of Carlos dropping in a 4.13, not enough to put him up into first. So he'll be moving through in second. But Team Italy there, very happy with Marco's performance in that last heat. I think Marco's happy with that as well.
Absolutely, he looks stoked.
Team Italy, and we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. Heat number 4. Gold medalist Benoit Carpentier is going to be up against some other competitors. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back after this short commercial break.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the opening ceremony with the sands of the world. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the hoop.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back. You are watching day number 1 of competition of the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship, live from Surf City, El Salvador. We're moving through the SUP Surfing heats today. Currently in the water, the men's SUP Surf round. Number 1, heat number 4, Benoit Carpentier of France in the red jersey, Jake Collard of Canada in the blue, and Alberto Castellanos of El Salvador, the local SUP surfer, doing his country proud here in this heat. Pretty stacked heat on this one. We welcome Rachel Tilley back into the booth to call the action. Great to have you with us here, Rachel.
Thank you very much. Excited to be here. It's been a great day of competition so far. We see former ISA world champion Benoit out in the water, looking to reclaim it. He claimed it here in El Salvador back in 2019 when it was held here. So he, I'm sure, is feeling comfortable out there. Lots of changes has happened in and around Surf City since 2019. So great to see that commitment from Surf City in bringing us back continuously.
Certainly is. As you see live action in the water, local surfer Alberto up and riding of El Salvador, riding an infinity. You can see a few great turns on the outside there. On a longer board compared to his competitors. Decides to kick out of this one. We've just got word that we are going to head down to the sidelines with an interview with the last heat winner.
Italian here, Marco Gerascitano, winner of heat number 3. Marco is from Roma. So how do these waves compare with what you've got back home?
Oh, that is amazing here. The waves are super fun, beautiful. In my place, it's not easy to practice surf every day, but we try, and we are happy to make the surf continue also in Italy and grow up. Always, also with small waves.
There was a little bit of a cat and mouse game going on with a New Zealander on the water. How did you play out your strategy against him?
Yeah, I'm happy because I think I take very nice waves, and at the end my choice was okay, and I was also lucky, but it's okay. The guys maybe was a bit, they take a lot of hurry, but I take calm and my waves arrive. So I'm so happy.
It's your second ISA World Championship. You were in Les Sables d'Olonne in 2023. How far did you go back in 2023?
No, I went out very soon, but now I'm happy to have this opportunity again. I say a very big thanks to the Italian Surf Federation, and also for my family and my girlfriend, everybody that sustained me. It's amazing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, grazie very much. Marco, and back to you guys. Ciao ragazzi.
Thank you very much, Matsu. Marco moving on through to the next round of competition. Very happy Team Italy down there as well. As we have some waves ridden in this heat. We saw a wave there from Jake just as the interview started. Unfortunately falling off, so a small score from him. Benoit Carpentier, 6.5 drop for him, but live action. We have Benoit up and riding with the hat. Loving it. Pulling in. Had to hold the hat as well there as he just falls off, trying to pull into that tube.
Imagine that, holding the paddle with one hand, the hat with the other hand.
Benoit there putting on a great show. So 6.5 drops for his first ride. I did get a glimpse of that wave, and we'll see it here now, Rachel.
Yeah, gets an easy roll in off the takeoff. I love that stall because it just allows him to be in the perfect critical section for that opening hit. Wraps it around so beautifully, staying really controlled. Moves that paddle around so he can go a little bit farther out and gets knocked off. But I guess the judges really liking the criticalness of those first few maneuvers.
Yeah, 2 turns to solidify a 6.5. So judges really rewarding that board getting above the lip. Also controlled surfing in the most critical sections of the wave. So Benoit, small score drops for that last ride. Pulling into the tube, 0.93. And then we see Alberto dropping a 2.77 for his first ride. So currently it is Benoit Carpentier of France out in front in first. Alberto of El Salvador in second. And Jake yet to get a score, a good score on the board. He had that 1 point ride earlier on. You see beautiful scenes here of Surf City. How many times have you been to El Salvador now, Rachel? It must be
Gosh, I think this
double
is
digits.
Almost. I think we're at my ninth. I think this is my 9th time.
Wow.
Coming for the first time back in 2023. So that's a lot of times actually in a short succession. I think I've been here at least 6 weeks every single year for the past 3 years. So it's been phenomenal.
Oh, amazing. Alberto up and riding. Local El Salvador. Wow, great turn underneath the lip there from him. He's on that bigger board, tries to get up into the lip. That wave just starting to flatten out, so it's not going to be able to rebound him down to continue on. But I like these riding that bigger board. He can get into the wave a lot earlier than the other competitors as well, so he can sit out a little bit further in the lineup. Definitely helps when the sets come through as well. That last score drops in as a 2.10. So adding to his total tally at the moment, Jake Collard looking for a 3.87 to move up into that advancing position. 12 minutes left on the clock. We see Benoit stroking into this one, a smaller wave, but Benoit's going to stick with this one. Let's see what he's got for us. Dropping down, nice carve off the top, really whips that board right back around, redirecting it. As we see him again, nice carve off the top and straight into another transition. Bit of a tail release there to drop down on this wave. To see him just pacing himself now, switching the paddle for a roundhouse cutback. See that rebound really high up into the white water. So it's going to be another good score dropping for Benoit. Definitely showing signs of his previous gold medal win in 2019.
Yeah, that was a really flary, exciting surfing. I think the most so that we've seen of this day so far. Just has so much board control, and you can see there's so much, if you watch the nose of his board, you actually can see how much he's whipping it around, how much distance he's covering as he's doing all of those maneuvers. But if then you watch his upper body, it's so composed and relaxed. Really incredible surfing. You know, thinking of that 6.5, I wouldn't be surprised if the judges go above that.
Yeah, of course. Smaller wave, though, so maybe taking that into consideration. The 6.5 was done on a set. But, yeah, those kind of 3 or 4 maneuvers really linked together very well. So, yeah, could definitely go ahead of that. We see Alberto paddling into this one. Can he get over it? I don't think he's going to manage to get down the face of this wave. As we see now Jake sitting at the back with first priority. You might have a look at this wave. We'll see if it's going to line up for him through the inside. He's going to decide to take off. Up and riding. It's Jake. Bottom turn. Just lost a little bit of speed on that bottom turn. He's going to reset himself. Setting up for this next turn here. Leaning on the paddle. Pushing hard on the back foot. This wave starting to get steep. He manages to get around. Little whipping turn off the top there and decides to kick out. Going to position himself again on the outside for another wave. Looking for that 3.87 to move up into second. Might be right on that cusp. We see a 2.13 dropping for Jake's last ride. So not enough. Still looking for another score to get him up into second place. And Alberto just having to jump off there on the inside. Leco Salazar of Brazil coming up in the next heat. Be alongside Dave de Armas, Gabriel Salazar, and Juan Berini. It's going to be a great heat to watch. Leco Salazar, no stranger to competition. He's going to be on his backhand, and his backhand is lethal, Rachel. He gets so vertical on his turns, amazing to watch.
It's just been incredible surfing so far, and I love that we're only day one. So it's just to think what we have to come throughout this entire week. Great battles here in the surf portion of the week. Later on into that racing portion of the week in both the distance, the sprint, the technical and stand-up and prone. I'm really excited. This is the first time I've actually finally been here live at one of these ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Always just watching it on the TV before. So, you know, the energy is so exciting. These teams are so large with those teams that have athletes for every division, because there are so many divisions to be competed in this week.
Yeah, that's right. So 2 athletes, men and women, represented here for SUP Surf. Also for the technical racing and the distance racing. I believe the sprints. And then the juniors, just 1 competitor from each country representing. Great to see the junior divisions here as well. We saw young Japanese surfer Tao in the previous heat, 16 years old. He did really well to make it through his heat as well earlier on. As we have just under 8 minutes left in this heat number 4. Benoit Carpentier dropping a 7.83 for his previous ride. So like you said, Rachel, definitely going ahead of that 6.5 thanks to those linking maneuvers. Smaller wave, but surfed it very, very well. You can see Jake there about halfway underwater, up to his waist almost, sinking the board, just standing there. He's now starting to move a little bit, repositioning himself as we see the replay, Rachel, of that 7.83.
So much flair and speed in his surfing here. All different maneuvers off this takeoff. He linked all of those so well. So, you know, the main 3 components of our criteria here that the judges are using: speed, power, flow. And I think that opening exchange of maneuvers is the perfect definition of speed, power, flow, wrapping it all the way around, bringing it around here. These next 2 maneuvers link so beautifully. Not a moment pause in between. He came down, bottom turn straight into that hit, and finishes it off here with a wrap all the way around. I think really interesting is that his 6.5 and 7.83 were not waves all the way to the beach, but he's doing enough work in the critical sections on the outside for the judges to reward those higher range scores.
Yeah, great call on that, Rachel. He's just using those outside waves for the maneuvers, as we see Alberto there getting the board above the lip. Unfortunately, can't hang on to it, so that's not going to improve his situation. Still sitting in 2nd place. Just over 6 minutes left. Looks like Jake might have an opportunity out here. He's currently sitting with 2nd priority though, so Benoit has choice if he wants to go. We see Alberto on the inside there, just getting caught behind, having to jump out. And we'll see if Benoit does take off. He did, and he gets back up into the lip again, manages to hold on his feet. He has to really race through this section here. The wave gets super fast. He's just caught behind, and it looks like he's going to try and stick with it. See if he can get out to the shoulder as we move to Jake on the outside section. He's looking for a 2.75. Great first turn. Switches the paddle, carving his way back. Got a really smooth style, Jake does. Does a lot of coaching retreats in Costa Rica. Representing Canada here for the ISA event. We see him continuing to bring that board all the way back to the whitewater. Just a bit disappointed maybe that wave didn't line up along the inside, but I feel like he might have got enough work done to garnish that 2.75.
Yeah, I tend to agree on that one. He had that opening turn was really fluid and nice. No wobbles or bobbles. That rail was engaged all the way around. It was a beautiful wave off the takeoff, a slightly bigger wave as well than we had seen from his previous waves. So I think that will be enough to go into his scoreline and move him into that advancing position. Waiting for scores for both Benoit and Jacob.
It'll be interesting to see where that score drops for Jake and if it's going to change the situation. Of course, Benoit getting caught behind after that turn on the outside. So probably not going to go into his top 2 scoring rides. He's going to stick with that 7.83 and 6.5.
It's been amazing to see how busy he's continued to stay, though. I felt like he has continued to be, as soon as a set has been coming, he's back out there. And I think that's representative of him also not having those waves all the way to the beach, so he's getting back out there quicker than we've been seeing from the other athletes.
Very good point. That paddle out cut in half, really, with the timing.
Exactly.
To paddle back out. We have had some of the technical directors timing the paddle outs for athletes at around 4 minutes it is. But it's a bit longer on a longboard for yourself. Maybe.
Honestly, if I'm paddling really hard, it's about 4 minutes
nice.
as well.
Cool.
Yeah.
You are powering along there.
Powering.
Absolutely. So score dropping there for Jake. It is enough to put him up into second, a 3.83. So that sees Alberto of El Salvador dropping down into third place. Just needs a 3.2 to advance back into second place. Like we have mentioned, a non-elimination round, so that third place will move into the Repercharge rounds for a second chance to get back up into the main event. And it looks like Jake repositioning himself a little bit further inside here. You see Benoit on the left of screen sitting out as we look up the coast here of Surf City. Plenty of waves. Have you explored much of the coastline, Rachel?
Yeah, I love this coastline so much. There are so many, especially it's known for its right-hand points. You have up towards the north that way is K59, K61, El Zonte, down towards the south, or actually this is a south-facing country, so we're actually more talking west and east. Down towards the east, you have Punta Roca and La Bocana, which is just down the road for us, where we see the ISA World Surfing Games shortboard event take place. So many waves to explore, and they're all such high-quality, world-class waves, which is just unbelievable in such a small stretch of coastline.
That certainly is, and if you haven't been to El Salvador, get down here, because it's basically pumping year-round. I don't think an event has ever not had waves here. It's been firing every ISA event, every event that's been held here. It is a fantastic place to come. And of course, El Salvador, a really big push with surf tourism. And of course, within the Surf City area.
Fittingly named Surf City, absolutely. I mean, everything is about surf in these towns, and really well set up to come here for surf camps, to learn to surf, for critical waves at whatever level of surfing you're at, or whatever board or equipment you like to ride. There is plenty of surf along this coastline to do so.
The world's best SUP and paddleboard athletes here this week, showcasing what they've got, especially for the SUP Surfing here, showcased today. Just a minute left in heat number 4. Benoit Carpentier currently out there in the lead, also with first priority. So his choice of the next ride that comes through. But it is the story of Alberto there on the left of screen. He looks like he's positioned himself well for an inside wave. Is he going to go? He's not going to catch this one. He's looking just for a small score, 3.20 to get back up into second place, which will see him through into round number 2 of the main event. It looks like it is Benoit Carpentier using his priority on the outside. Let's see if he can link together some maneuvers on this one. A bit of a cross step. Benoit, no stranger to longboarding either. French champion. As we see him just pacing himself, waiting for it to stand up. Nice big turn off the top. He brings it around again. Straight up into the lip for another turn. You can see the spray off the back of his board there. And again, puts the board up into the lip for a more carving maneuver as he hits that section. And he'll make his way through this wave, sticking with it in the white water. Coming through the inside. Not sure if he's going to be able to get around this section, but does very well on the outside there. We just hear the horn blow. That will be the end of heat number 4. So Benoit Carpentier of France taking the win in that one. Jake Collard of Canada also moving on through. And we'll see Alberto Castellanos of El Salvador relegated into that Repercharge round. He'll be coming up again later on today. Looks like he's no stranger to this break and where to position himself. As Benoit takes this one all the way through to the inside.
And that last one comes through as an 8.67. So of what was a victory lap just skyrocketed him into an excellent score and excellent heat total. Wow.
Fantastic surfing there from our French competitor. We're going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with heat number 5 of men's SUP surfing.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
All right, welcome back. If you're just joining us, you just missed a masterclass of SUP Surfing. You see Team France celebrating Benoit Carpentier's first round victory right there in the red. Benoit dropping an 8.6, was it? Just incredible surfing. All casual with the hat on. Looking very solid, Benoit Carpentier. Team France got to be stoked with that. Welcome back to the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. We're in main round 1, heat number 5. That is Alex Leco Salazar in Brazil in red. Dave de Armas from Puerto Rico. Gabriel Salazar from Chile. And Juan Bernini from Costa Rica. So we got a good heat right here. Looks like we got Leco, the veteran, known for his backhand attack from Brazil. Leco in red. Nice bottom turn. Unstuck right there. But it's good to see Leco back in competition. He's won a few world titles in his day. Looks like we got White going for it. So straight back into a stacked heat here.
I think what's interesting to see as well is, you know, at the beginning of the heat when priority is not established, you can see that energy difference, all of them kind of hungry to just get started and get that inside position. You know, a few mistakes actually just made on that last one with all three of them trying to decipher who has position, who's going to go, and that energy can be, you know, you can just feel that energy from all four of them right now.
Yeah, definitely seemed like everyone was slightly rattled, you know, so, you know, get a little bit of action under your belt, settle you down, kind of recalibrate. Okay, where's the lineup? Looks like we got some waves approaching. Still no priority. So you can see, like you said, everyone just kind of scrambling. Looks like Blue's going to go for this one. This is Dave de Armas from Puerto Rico. Great surfer, nice snap. Dave again gets another carve. Laying back just to pull it out through the white water there. Carves back again, slips off. We got Leco in red, Rachel.
I mean, wow, straight onto another one. This one, a wider set coming through, so it was like that first wave allowed him to kind of get into the right position. Beautiful line of sets. Gabriel Salazar now on this one.
Yeah, Gabriel picking up a really nice wave. Yeah, everyone kind of seeming, it seems like the last couple heats, everyone's kind of sticking to more of a shorter ride, huh? Like maybe not seeing the potential in the scoring, riding them all the way to the beach.
Yeah, Benoit kind of just showed that.
Yeah, we're going to throw it down to Benoit right now with Mathieu with a little interview.
Dave, yeah, with Benoit Carpentier, we're talking about the 2019 world champion. And guess where he was crowned world champion? Right here in El Sunzal. Benoit Carpentier is really getting off to a great start. Well done. Scored some great waves today. Looks like you love the spot.
Yeah, I'm in love with the spot. Since 2019, I've been dreaming of coming back to El Salvador, and this place is special to me. First title in some crazy waves. Looks like the conditions are going to be even better this year, so I'm just frothing. I'm just so happy to be back with Team France. We have a solid team this year, and hopefully, yeah, we do good, and yeah, I'm just over the moon to be here.
What was your strategy getting into these first heats for you? It's obviously a big score, so did you give everything from the get-go, or you got something else up your sleeves?
I try to give my best every heat. I try to give on the show, you know, for everybody watching and stuff, so just having fun and put on the show, and my legs were a little bit shaky. You know, the last time I did a heat here, I got world champ, my last heat. So no, it was special, and so the legs were shaking a bit on the first wave. Could have get like a crazy score, I think, on the first wave, but I fell on the third turn. But yeah, I'm just gonna push as hard as I can all the way, and hopefully, yeah, bring gold for Team France.
All right, congratulations, Ben. And let's see if we say Cocorico on Thursday. Back to you guys.
Thank you, Maddie. Thank you, Benoit. And obviously, Benoit's definitely one to watch all week long. He's always solid. He's always in the mix. He always just seems to be nice and steady, just doing his thing. And a lot of times at the end of the event, he's somewhere around there. So, well, that was interesting. He paddled in regular foot, but he's surfing goofy foot. That's Juan Bernini, Costa Rica. Couple backhand snaps. Sets another one up, working through the midsection here. And Juan pulls out. So, yeah, so everyone's kind of getting decent rides to start this heat off.
Interesting to hear Benoit say that his legs were feeling shaky, because from our perspective, he looked so stable and confident and had a really great pick of the waves, knowing which ones were going to line up and offer those critical sections and opportunity.
Yeah, as we see a replay of the last ride from the Costa Rican. A couple nice turns right here in the pocket. No one really kind of taking a grasp of this heat quite yet. Everyone kind of in that mid-range 3 zone.
Yeah, this one dropping in as a 2.8 for Juan. So we'll take one more look at this. Nice bottom turn, getting a little bit stuck, jamming that rail in as he wraps it around there, so that kind of minimizes his speed. These are just minute things that the judges will definitely be taking a look at.
Yeah, every little kind of aspect comes into play, you know, especially when, you know, certain waves start looking similar in scoring potential. You do start nitpicking at the smaller things to come up with that different score between the two waves.
So, Dave, can you talk a little bit about, you know, we talked earlier about equipment in terms of boards, but as opposed to other surfing disciplines, equipment here also includes a paddle. So when you're creating a paddle, you know, coming from Infinity, what are aspects that you're looking at in creating that?
Yeah, good question. Like a lot of times with the surfing paddles, you actually want like a really nice small paddle, because you're kind of paddling in first gear a lot, you know, to catch that wave. You're not doing like these long, beautiful racing style strokes, as we see Gabriel going up and over, unable to hang on to that. But yeah, the smaller paddle allows to catch a little bit less water, so you're able to do that high cadence kind of first gear stroke and to catch the waves. You're not trying to do these beautiful, long, drawn-out SUP race, you know, style turns. We got Dave de Armas from Puerto Rico. But yeah, and the other thing you want to consider is the length of the paddle, and the length of the paddle is determined by how low you sit in the water, right? So if you're riding a lower volume board and the board's sinking in the water, you want a lower paddle. And if you're up top of the water, you want it kind of higher. So you kind of want the paddle to, when you're taking a stroke, you want it to kind of line up with your eye line or below. if it goes kind of higher, you could start getting pressure on your shoulder, and that's where you start getting all the injuries and like your elbow starts hurting and stuff like that. So it's really nice if you have a lower volume board with a shorter paddle, because then it's actually really nice and compact too. It's on your way a lot when you're on the wave. So yeah, this is like all stuff. If you look at like some of the old school photos and SUP, we had the longest paddles with the biggest blades, and everyone's wondering why am I blowing my shoulders out?
Yeah.
And so you just started getting smaller and smaller, and it's pretty nice now.
Everyone started working smarter, not harder.
Exactly.
So compared to the racing paddles, then the racing paddles would be a lot longer because you're sitting so much higher on top of the water.
Yeah, and you're taking kind of longer, drawn-out strokes, so you want more reach, you know, out in front of you. Where SUP surf, you don't really need the reach. It's kind of more of a quicker, like tight, compact stroke, as you can see, like Gabriel kind of doing the quick stroke right into getting there. So here we go. He's got a nice right lined up. Nice little carve. Keeps this momentum down the line. He's going to get around this section off the bottom. A little mistimed right there under the lip, but he goes straight into the nice carve. A lot of spray out the back of that wave. Another one. Definitely throwing some water around. So getting multiple maneuvers on this wave. Mixes it up with a nice little wraparound. Still going. The inside's forming up a little bit. You see the shoulder kind of bowling. Able to get another turn.
Been watching a lot of his footwork as well on this one. That back foot really sometimes either staying planted on that tail pad, or as he comes back around, really bringing that up forward so he maintains that speed throughout. Really technically great surfing.
Yeah, and talk about technically good surfing. Leko Salazar is so nice to watch on his backhand, just nice and solid. You can see he's very fluid. Perfect timing on that one. Up and over the lip. Up again, kind of tags that lip again. So Leko, the veteran, swoops it around. And Leko loves going backside.
Love these different angles that we get to watch all this surfing from, thanks to our amazing cameraman and broadcast team putting this all together. But we just get so many different viewpoints of this. Look at all of these lines on the horizon. So beautiful.
Yeah, ton of waves in this heat so far. Looks like we got a 3 or 4 wave set still to come into the lineup here. Let's see if someone can grab it. Looks like there's a couple paddlers in position out there. Looks like it's potentially Dave de Armas and Juan Bernini out the back. Looks like Dave de Armas is going to take a look at this ride. Dave, an explosive surfer. Nice combination, kind of like a wrap with a slide at the end there. He's going to race down this line. Let's see what he could do. Nice bottom turn. Boom, just jams it into the lip right there. Loses a little bit of grip on that bottom turn and kind of causes him to lose some momentum to keep that wave, but still got a couple nice turns on that ride.
Yeah, a lot of work done on the outside. So we have 3 scores to drop. Our surfer, Juan Bernini, sitting out there with first priority, looking to back up his 2.8 to get into that advancing conversation, staying super patient. Unfortunately, didn't get to maximize that flurry of sets, but maybe he's paddling, positioning for something wider here, or just repositioning himself. Let's take a look at this replay from Gabriel. Really love how he shortened that first turn, actually. He was quick and jammed, but allowed him to get around this section in great timing. That second turn a little bit mistimed, but the rest of this surfed really cleanly. It's so beautiful. And watch, we were talking about his footwork. Watch his footwork as he there jams it around, keeps that back foot planted back. And then on this next one, I think from memory, he brings it nice and forward. Just really technical stuff there. And judges, look at that. That all adds into his style components as well. And it's really nice to see those details from these nice angles zoomed in and crisp and close.
Absolutely, and you see Gabriel running all the way to the sand. We see a replay of Leko's last ride. Leko got a 6.60 on this wave, so just nice, clean lines. Does a really good job going rail to rail and up and over the lip right there. Leko's just switching the paddle. You see great technique, nice flow, and just solid surfing on that ride. 6.60, that throws him up into first place.
Everything has looked really easy for him on this wave. You know, he's been pushing it where he's needed to, but for the most part, the word that comes to mind on this wave is flow. There was just so much flow and connectivity between each maneuver, so beautiful.
Yeah, absolutely. We got a replay of Dave de Armas. Dave, the regular footer from Puerto Rico. This one started off kind of nice. Right here, he pushes it a little. That's his good snap on this wave, but as you see on that bottom to the recovery, he lost just a little bit of a grip. And it kind of just pushed him out to the side where he couldn't continue on that wave, but that turn was really nice. Dave getting a 5.17 on that wave. So he's currently in third. Let's see who's going now. Looks like Gabriel Salazar again. Nice carve off the top. Nice wraparound for him. Gabriel, you remember, just got that really long ride, so he's got another good one. Couple more cutbacks. This section seems to be like kind of the most bumpiest. He's going to pull right out of there. So Gabriel, nice usage of that wave.
A really a messy wave that he did well to surf quite cleanly. You know, he's looking to replace that 3.4, and he does exactly that, gets a 4.4, so that actually pushes him into the lead, protects that advancing position a little bit more. Our surfer in red from Brazil now has that pressure of protecting his second place advancing position. So he has second priority. Our surfer in white having first priority, needing a 7.13 to advance. 3.5 minutes remaining. You know, Dave, we started this heat off, everyone kind of struggling to get into that position and get any solid scores in this first half. Everyone kind of was in that 3 range, but it's been Gabriel and Salazar really starting to run away with this, getting those scores in the 6s and putting that point of difference and point of separation from the other surfers.
Yeah, and it's definitely come down to wave selection. You know, Leko's wave was so nice, just real clean and had that nice long wall. And then Gabriel got that one all the way to the sand and had that lucky end section where he finished right on the sand. So, yeah, wave selection looking really nice for the heat leaders at the moment.
Maybe another opportunity as the heat is winding down. Still 2:45, and looks like we have some beautiful lines.
And we do have Dave in third in blue right there looking at this one. He's going to go for it. Dave definitely capable of a score. He's an explosive surfer. You see right there, just blows the tail out. Just gets hung up too much. Doesn't look like he's going to make it around this section. He could hang on and just see what happens. Here he goes. So it does fatten out, able to make it out to the corner. And here we go, Leko Salazar again. Just up and over, nice fluid backhand surfing. Throws it up there late, able to pull it off. Leko just solid in all his technique. His family, you know, he comes from a rich surfing family background. His dad's a former world champion in Brazil. His brother rips as well, surf and SUP. Just a very talented surfing family overall.
Smart for him to surf this one and take it for everything that it can. He's trying to improve upon that 3.33. You know, we'll see if that score for Dave de Armas will potentially go into that 4.77. But I think safe to say that Leko just improved upon that 3.33, really beautifully surfed and finished right on the sand.
Absolutely, and you know, Leko just being the veteran that he is, he knows the time, he knows he can't get back out, so opted to ride that one all the way in and gets rewarded with that big old airdrop on the sand. So yeah, curious to see what Dave's wave comes in. There's judges still thinking about that.
You know, it was a really beautiful opening turn. I think if he had the opportunity then from there after that opening turn to surf it all the way in, I'd feel a little bit more confident to say it was in that battling for that 4.77 a little bit more. But I expect that requirement will actually end up being a lot higher.
Yep, and we see that's a bummer for Juan. Juan held onto that priority for so long and it was just a little too deep. Here's Dave de Armas giving it another go. Nice slash in the pocket right there. Carves it right back around, lays back on that tail. Yeah, another bumpy ride for Davo. Gets another stylish little carve. So 7 seconds left in this heat. Still needing that 4.77 to turn the heat. We got out the back. Gabriel, heat leader, getting a bomb. So waiting on some scores. At the moment, it looks like Gabriel in first place. Leco Salazar, though, we're still waiting for his last ride. He's in second, and Dave de Armas. So Leco gets a 5.60, moves into first place. So Leco in red goes one better to first. Gabriel still sitting in second, waiting for Dave de Armas in blue's final score. He's sitting in third. He's going to need a 5.41 to turn this heat and avoid the Repercharge. He will have another go at it either way, but it's nice to skip those heats when you can.
And the judges have a robust replay system that they'd be using right now to rewatch Dave's wave, compare it to other similar scoring waves. You know, they'd be looking at potentially his 5.17 and say how far above or below do you think this wave sits compared to that?
Yeah, but it looks like he had a couple scores to drop. He got a 3.2, so that's not enough. This is the better one of the two where he got that nice turn right off the bat. Gets that carve, and then right here when he drops in, you can see it just kind of bobbles him and just ruins the flow just a little bit. He still got back into it, laid a couple nice carves. So we're waiting on this score right here.
A smaller wave than his 3.2, but more work was done on it. I don't see it personally going in to be that 5.41. Would have to be his single best wave of the heat.
Yeah, and it is really all about what they thought about that first turn.
Yeah.
Which was really nice. And it drops right there, so it will not be enough. It's a 4.50, so Dave, unfortunately, will be into the Repercharge, as well as Juan from Costa Rica. And congratulations to Leco Salazar on winning that heat. We're going to go to a quick break, and we will see you soon back here in El Salvador.
This message is for all surfers in the world. The oceans need us today more than ever. The Sands of the World ceremony is our way of uniting the world in peace through surfing.
Now let's begin the Sands of the World ceremony.
It's the ISA symbol, and you know, it symbolizes what we know: peace in the world through surfing. It's a meaningful ceremony in which you bring sand from your beach, you pour it there with your teammates. This ceremony stays with them for the rest of their life. When it came to Tahiti, Tahiti embraced the open ceremony with the Sands of the World. And the beautiful box that we have today, it's staying in the Hupo.
To be a surfer is not only to go surfing. It is also to take care of the oceans, to be good people inside and outside of the water.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship, live from Surf City, El Salvador. Great to be back here for competition. It was 2019, we were last here. Great to be back in 2025, looking into heat number 6 of the men's first round. Juan de los Reyes in the red jersey from Spain, Sebastian Gomez representing Peru in the blue jersey, and also Ricardo Urbina of Venezuela. He'll be in the green out there in the lineup.
Yep, so we got 1 goofy footer, 2 regular footers in this matchup. Juan de los Reyes.
And we're going to go down to beachside for an interview with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. From one SUP Surfing legends to the next one, I'm here with Leco Salazar. What an incredible battle with another Salazar, but the other guy was from Chile. Leco took the win in the last wave. That was just very impressive to watch. Well done, Leco. How was it out there?
Yeah, the best paddle in the world stay here. I'm so happy to advance to next round. I can get good waves in my reach. Let's go.
Yeah, tell us how that differs from your waves at home. You're from Santos, São Paulo. How different it is from here?
Yeah, the Santos is same wave. Huh? I practice SUP all day in Santos, in my city, Quebra-Mar. I'm so happy to advance. Keep going to the next round.
Okay, well, parabéns, Brazil. Parabéns, Leco Salazar. And over to you guys.
Thanks very much, Matu. Leco Salazar moving on through. Team Brazil looking very strong. And like you said, in this heat, Dave, a goofy footer, a couple of regular footers. Sebastian Gomez, a team rider of yours for Infinity. He's been taking off on some massive waves recently in Mexico. He just loves the big waves, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and we're going to see Juan de los Reyes draw first blood here. And Juan, he's got a nice, compact, fast style. Nice little turn in the pocket right there. Deep bottom turn to another turn. And Juan's been, you know, he's been showing up in all the pro events and doing really well. Unable to hang on right there, but Juan's surfing really nice this year. And yeah, like you're saying, Sebastian Gomez, I mean, whether he was riding my boards or not, he's one of my favorite stand-up paddle surfers, you know, in the world. Like, he just has that awesome combination of style and rail work, and you know, he's got a lot of flair to him. And like you said, he loves a big wave. And man, if you haven't seen it on YouTube, just search Sebastian Gomez Eddy Swell, and it trust me, you will not be disappointed. Big tubes in Puerto Rico, Mexico, as we see Sebastian in blue dropping into this one, Bo.
Yeah, Sebastian taking off. Good speed on that bottom turn, straight up into the lip. So really radical surfing from that first turn of Sebastian. Gets around this section here, switches the paddle, just waits for this section to fade out a bit as he wraps that turn all the way back to the whitewater. Decides to kick out on that one. 2 good turns to start things off. He'll be looking to get himself back out there, as it looks like some more waves approaching the lineup. But Sebastian definitely going to be one to look out for as we move through this event, as is Juan de los Reyes as well. He's kind of got all the moves. I've seen him pulling off some aerial maneuvers as well. Really working on his backhand for this event.
Yeah, and Juan de los Reyes from that powerhouse team of Spain. You know, if you're talking about a solid team, Spain's really kind of put their name on the map in the paddle world, especially with the racing side of things. But also to have solid surfers like Juan up and riding here just really makes their team well-rounded and hard to beat. So here goes Juan de los Reyes, second turn, right through the lip, pulls that one, drops in. He's going to make it around this section. Trying to decide which side he wanted the paddle on. Goes for the inside line. Swoops it back on that backhand roundhouses. Switches the paddle to get a little more leverage on those carves. Yeah, and you switch it to your heel side, you could provide a deeper bottom turn on your backhand, really leverage that bottom turn to get into the lip. So, like we were saying, backhand sometimes an advantage.
Yeah, it definitely can be, as you saw Leco in that last heat as well, just putting the board up into the lip on his backhand. Sebastian Gomez up and riding his second wave, straight up into the lip. Oh, I thought he was going to hang on to that for a second there. Very committed up into the lip. We see Ricardo there, Venezuela, just going down on that takeoff. But Sebastian putting it all on the line on that first turn.
Yeah, Sebastian, to be honest, looking a little nervous right now. You'll see the replay right here. He gets in plenty of time to think about this. Times it maybe just a second late, and then, you know, if you're too far back on your board, then that wind's right there. I mean, that's hard to recover from. And, you know, you just see him eat it.
Juan de los Reyes here on the replay. Some great paddle switching, as you were saying, Dave. That's that second turn up into the lip. Looks like it's a bit more of a harder to time it right with the wind, especially on your backside, trying to get up into the lip. He does well to stay right in the pocket of this wave and bring it through. I see a lot of competitors just getting out in the shoulder quite a lot, but Juan staying right in that pocket of the wave where that power source is, getting a lot of speed. I just feel like every time I watch Juan surf, he's just ready to go to the air at any time.
Yeah, he's got that nice wide stance, you know, and looks like he's riding a tiny board. I mean, he's not the biggest guy, but looks like one of the smaller boards we've seen in the lineup so far.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Jake earlier on submerged underwater, almost up to his waist.
Yeah, we got a couple scores dropping. So Juan de los Reyes, 5.83. That's a solid score for him, or for this heat. So he's got a 5.83 and a 4.73. So straight out into the lead for Juan, really, with Sebastian and Ricardo looking for their first score.
Yeah, Sebastian, that 3.67 in second place right now. It is Ricardo. He's just been slightly out of position for the sets, a little bit too far to the inside, a little bit deep on the peak. Hasn't been able to get in the right spot, so he'll be looking to improve. Currently in second priority at the moment. Sebastian holding down first.
Yeah, and speaking of Ricardo a little bit, he actually lives in Santa Cruz, California at the moment, and he's a big wave surfer, surfs Mavericks up there, does a lot of the breath hold and big wave training for a lot of the big wave riders in California. And I'm assuming a lot of people over the world come and visit him to do some big wave training. He was up at the Santa Cruz Paddle Fest with us earlier this year. Sebastian was there. So we got to surf with him, and of course the surf was giant. And Sebastian and Ricardo did very well in the giant surf. We got heat leader Juan de los Reyes back up and riding again on his backhand. Nice snap. Wow, that was like a really nice, like through the lip release. And that little board looking pretty spicy at the moment. Nice speed carve back into the pocket there. So Juan has got a good rhythm to this heat so far, picking some nice waves.
That turn was so on rail, but so dynamic in the lip as well. Great to get a replay of this. Talk us through it, Dave.
Yeah, well, he gets that nice deep bottom turn that obviously he's known for now. But watch this one, deep bottom turn, and then boom, just kind of hooks it right in the lip right there. Really like that turn a lot. And then, you know, straight into a nice stylish wraparound. Make sure to come back and hit the white water to kind of complete that arcing roundhouse. He does it again. So, I mean, this is going to be another great score for Juan.
Sebastian up and riding. Nice little snap in the pocket there. Gets out into the open face. Draws that board right back around. Rebounding off the white water. Doesn't see any more scoring opportunities. So kicks out. And a couple of turns there. As we see one of the smallest people there down on screen. And we see some of the racers lining up as well, Dave, getting their boards measured for the racing events coming up later on this week. 14 feet is the maximum length.
Yeah, it's always interesting because you do have to get an official board measurement. And I have been at races, you know, doesn't happen much with the production boards because obviously they come out of a mold. I have seen it happen, which is kind of crazy, where it was like the wrong size. But it can happen more like this is a custom-made board right here, I believe. And sometimes you see the custom ones just be like an inch or two too long. Right. And you literally, they have to saw them off or whatever. They can't use the board in competition. So I've seen people literally sawing 2 inches off their nose to get that board legal to compete.
Oh my God,
yeah, it's pretty crazy. So
that is.
But it's cool, you know. It keeps everyone on the level playing field, and you know, you got to be strict about that.
Certainly do. So the SUP part of the racing, 14 feet maximum length. The prone paddleboard is 12 feet maximum length. All those boards being measured. And yeah, that's crazy. I couldn't imagine just soaring off the nose of my board.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be surprised if it happened to say that.
Sure.
You see one or two every year, like, you know, you're like, oh, wow. And I don't know if there's a weight requirement at this event, but there are weight requirements at other events. So I think it can't be lighter than 20 pounds. So people will literally tape weights on their board.
Yes, I have seen that. I've seen people hammering in little sinkers from like fishing sinkers. And yeah, that is unbelievable. But yeah, no, you got to stick within the rules of competition. You can see the disciplines up on screen there that we are looking at later on in the week. As we turn our attention back, just under 9 minutes remaining, heat number 6 of men's first round of SUP Surfing competition. And Juan de los Reyes currently in first place. Sebastian Gomez in second. But definitely not safe as Ricardo Urbina of Venezuela in that third position. Still waiting on a good score for him to ride just a 0.5 in his scoreline right now.
Yeah, I'd love to see Ricardo get an opportunity. He's just been kind of just on the wrong side of these sets so far. A little too far in, a little too deep. So, you know, you hate to see everyone, you know, anyone travel this far and not at least get the opportunity to ride a nice wave. There's Ricardo right there out the back, patiently waiting with that first priority.
Yeah, he's going to look for a score. It's great to see that he's in that first priority, has choice of the next wave that comes through. But of course, Sebastian there falling on a couple of opportunities and not really selecting the better waves of this heat. We've seen Juan really on the waves, and he's been getting those higher scores just by surfing that outside section. He hasn't really been connecting through to the inside. So we can see a lot of maneuvers done on the outside is going to be rewarded from the judges.
Yeah, definitely uncharacteristic of Sebastian so far in this heat. He's been really solid this year. You know, he's done, he won the Santa Cruz Paddle Fest, and I know he's been training. He's definitely been working a lot on his heat strategy, becoming a better competitor. You know, there's guys like Benoit and Lecco who are known to be solid competitors. And I know Sebastian, that was like one thing. He didn't really have that tight of a competitive plan, and he's been working on that a lot, and it's been working out for him this year. And you know, he's looked pretty solid. So I expect him to kind of shake out of it and get a good score before this heat ends. And he has been dealing with a little bit of a shoulder issue this year, kind of having to take, you know, little breaks here and there, but, you know, a few weeks at a time just to make it heal. He's been doing a lot of rehab with it. But overall, feeling pretty good. And, Bo, as a fellow Aussie, Sebastian has got his Australian, would you call it, like a residency card.
Yeah. Nice.
So he's
Amazing.
looking to be a full-time Australian. So we were joking around, you know, we call him sea bass right now, but in Australia, they kind of do the, you know, the O ending. So we were like, we got to change your name to Sebo.
Exactly.
He was cracking up.
Oh, no, it's good. I think he'll be based in Western Australia. So lots of big waves for Sebastian to surf over there. And it's great to have him here representing Peru. He's been doing a lot of traveling. You spent a bit of time with him in California as well.
Yeah, he kind of, you know, he'll come through to pick up a board, you know, when he's on his way to Hawaii or something like that. And yeah, usually when he comes in, I'll have him stay for a week or so, and we'll catch some waves and catch up and work on boards and everything. So yeah, I've spent a lot of time with him this year. It's been good.
Yeah, being from Peru, I mean, the ISA are heading there for the World Juniors later on this year. So it's going to be great to have the ISA represented in Peru as well. The ISA have been to Peru a number of times in previous years, especially with the SUP and Paddleboard as well. Early on, 2012, I think the very first edition of ISA was in Peru in 2013 as well. So great to be back there for the juniors coming up later on this year. And of course, Fernando Aguirre on screen there, president of the International Surfing Association does so much for our sport, and he really, really pushes that peace and love and unity through surfing.
Yeah, absolutely. And he's been obviously kind of like a pioneer, or getting surfing into the Olympics. He's basically been the voice for that. So we can't thank Fernando enough for all the work he's been doing over the years.
As we have some sets approaching, almost 4 minutes left in this heat number 6 of men's SUP surfing. First priority sitting with Ricardo. Is he going to be in position? It looks like he's in a great spot for this wave. He's up and riding now, dropping in. Venezuela. We see this wave running off on him, just gets caught underneath the lip there. Unfortunately going down, you can see this wave just reeling down the point, but it was a fast wave. He took off quite deep on that one. You've got to be very quick if you are to get in front of this wave. That was one of the bigger sets that come through. Looks like we have Juan de los Reyes up and riding. Spain, this wave not offering too much, so deciding to kick out. And that leaves Sebastian out the back with first priority. Let's see if he can improve upon his situation there. I don't think that's going to be the 6.5 that Ricardo needs to move up into advancing position. Will be similar to his first wave score, but Juan up again on an inside wave. This wave looks a little more steeper for him. He's got some potential here. Back up into the lip. Little kick of the tail there for a turn. Draws it all the way back around into the white water. As he rebounds, has a look over his shoulder to see if there's anything else left out the back. He's going to stick with it. He's committed to this wave now. Switching the paddle. Just some quick maneuvers there. Bringing this one through all the way to the inside. Let's see if it stands up for him. Being able to get up into the lip. This is just lots of rail work just to transition through the slower part of this wave. Now picking up the speed. Just waiting for this wave to set up on the end section here. And nothing at the end there, Dave, just disappears on him.
Yeah, he just wanted to come in and ask for the time. But yeah, unfortunately, he didn't get that last final kind of, end section there. But, I mean, he did a lot of damage to get there. So we'll see where that one comes into play, because it was definitely like a smaller, flatter kind of feel to the whole wave. But definitely one of the longer ones of the heat.
Yeah, Juan currently sitting in that first place. I think he's going to be quite comfortable there as well.
Yeah, the lineup going kind of quiet now.
Yeah, 1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock. Doesn't look like there's too much out there for the competitors, so Juan's probably going to make his way in. Another good performance from Team Spain. As we see if there's anything out there. Looking over my shoulder, Dave, don't see much. There might be a couple of little bumps there to come through. Almost counting down to a minute here. Sebastian currently sitting with that first priority. He's stroking really hard to get into this one. He is looking for a 7.26 needed to advance. A smaller wave here as he takes off. He's going to use this as a bit of a wave just to ride on through, but a great first turn. You can see him kicking the tail, sliding the fins, as he just keeps up pace with this wave. Going really small on the inside here, but offers him up a little bit more scoring potential there. Great turn to finish off that wave. And you can see some sets out of the horizon. Again, Ricardo out of position for these sets. It's kind of been the story of this heat with Ricardo. He will have another chance, though, in the Repercharge rounds. But it looks like he will get caught inside here and not being able to find another wave with 30 seconds left in this heat. So it will be Juan de los Reyes and Sebastian Gomez moving through. But just look at these waves, Dave. Makes you want to get out there?
It reminds me of those little waves I used to draw in my notebook at school. Just perfectly groomed little tubes. Except mine would be lefts.
Oh, of course. Of course it would be.
But yeah, Sebastian finally getting one where he could open up a little bit. Fortunately for him, that was a pretty small wave. So they already gave him a score of 3.93. He's definitely going to... just knowing Sebastian, I don't think he'll be too happy with that performance, but of course happy to make it through and skip the Repercharge round. But congratulations to Juan de los Reyes. Pretty much took that heat over.
Yeah, he certainly did. Some great backhand surfing from Juan, following the footsteps of Lecco as well earlier. So the Goofy Foot is putting on a great performance here.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back. Live action here, men's SUP Surfing, heat number 7. Up into the lip there for Guillermo Garcia of Spain. See him leaning on the paddle there, bringing this board back into the white water. You can see this wave, a set wave, pushing out into that deeper water. He really had to make his way back to the right of screen there. Guillermo of Spain in that red jersey. Zemsor Kowalski representing Poland, another Polish surfer as well, Arkadiusz Rudiak. So the two Polish surfers up against Team Spain for this heat. We just have under 19 minutes remaining. So 20-minute heats for all these surfers. The top 2 surfers moving on through to the next round of competition. And third, and sometimes I have a 4th surfer in a heat moving into the Repercharge round. As we see Kowalski of Poland up and riding. Just coming unstuck on that one. A little bit deep on the peak out there today. Is there another surfer on the set behind? But a beautiful looking wave there going unridden through the lineup. As we see that zoomed out angle there. Just a fantastic canvas for our surfers here at El Sunzal. We welcome Rachel Tilley back into the booth. Great to have you here to call the action. And what action it's been.
Yeah, absolutely. It has been a jam-packed day. Such excellent surfing. Starting with the women's this morning, now into the men's, and then we'll be finishing off with those Repercharge rounds this afternoon that we've been talking about. So those surfers getting 3rd and 4th place in these heats will actually be surfing to defend their spot back into the main round this afternoon.
That's right. So a big day for those surfers in the Repercharge round. As we see Kowalski of Poland up and riding, stepping on the tail of this board to bring it back around. Our 2 Polish surfers here, both riding the starboard SUPs, as we see him make his way through to the inside. A couple of linking maneuvers, staying quite busy, moving his feet a lot on the board. Unfortunately, just going down there at the end. That will add to his heat total. We have almost 17 minutes remaining. So in heat number 7, it's fantastic to welcome you all and thank you so much for tuning in. I'm Bo Nixon, joined by current ISA World Longboard Champion Rachel Tilley. Great to have her in the booth. And you've been here a lot to El Salvador. You know this wave very well. So it's great to have your insights into this. And as an ISA athlete as well, you know how these events run, and it's just, yeah, great to get your insights. So thanks very much for joining us.
Thank you. Yeah, it's great to be here. You know, I mean, we had our ISA Longboard World Championships take place this year also at El Sunzal. So having that experience of being in the water in these 20-minute heats at a wave that is so long, you know, use of time and priority is really important. And it's been really fun to get to watch these surfers navigate that, but this time on their stand-up paddle boards.
That's right. We had kicked it off today with the women's SUP Surfing. We had Vania Torres of Peru blocking in an excellent heat score. We've also seen Benoit Carpentier in this round getting into the excellent range as well. Just some great surfing happening all day today. A lot more action to come as well as we move through the rounds of the men's SUP Surfing. We're moving back into women's Repercharge. And we are at a famous point break of El Sunzal here in Surf City, El Salvador. Lots of different waves around. La Bocana just on the left screen. And a great peak wave down there. And we are going to go down to the sidelines with a heat interview from the last heat winner.
Hey everybody, Juan de los Reyes, winner of the heat. Pretty intense heat. He had a fierce competition with Sebastian Gomez next to him. Juan de los Reyes, how was it for you out there?
Oh, I feel so good. The wave is incredible. Now today the wave is so strong. The good turns in the first wave and the second wave. And yeah, I'm so happy. Sebastian is a super good surfer. And of course, he is a super high surfer. Yeah.
You've been watching the waves all day. Are they different now from what they were this morning?
Yeah, it's different because the tides, the all tides and the the short tides is so different. The waves and yes, the sea, good waves. The decision in the wave is so important in the heat. Yeah.
All right. You want to say a few words in Spanish for people watching from Andalucía?
Nada, un saludo a toda la gente de España, a toda la gente de Cádiz, de Barbate que me está apoyando, me está viendo. Un saludo a mi familia, a mi madre que la amo. Y nada, a seguir a la siguiente ya mañana, que esperemos que esté igual de bien, que están las olas increíbles. Súper bien.
Muchas gracias, Juan. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Certainly is incredible to be here. He put on a great performance in that last heat. And we have his teammate Guillermo in the red jersey in this heat as well, currently leading the 3-point ride in a 2.57. And then we have our Polish surfers in second and third. Arcadius in that green jersey looking for just a small score of 2.1 to move up into advancing position. Teammates there cheering on. As we see the wind again drop off, Rachel. Glassy conditions once again.
Yeah, every time that wind picks up, fortunately, it's always been in that offshore direction. And we saw some heats posing a challenge to the surfers. You know, if you got too high up in the lip, it had the ability to push you off, but it then just keeps disappearing. So, you know, we are 12:06 local time right now. So peak middle of the day, peak sun. That's what these surfers are actually battling now, is that heat that you're feeling out there.
As we see Kowalski here of Poland up and riding. Looked like he paddled into that goofy foot just to try and get in and then switched to You saw that too?
I saw that. Unbelievable.
Yeah, so I think just trying to get himself across into position, then switching his feet at the last minute as he dropped into that wave, but unfortunately not being able to make it around the section, being caught a little bit too deep on that inside there. And we'll see Arcadius out there currently with first priority, so he has choice of the next wave that comes through if he'd like to take it. And Guillermo will have to give way if he does decide, sitting in second priority. So Guillermo here on the right-hand side of screen, paddling in. Remember, he's sitting with second priority. He's going to have to give way if Arcadius takes it, and Arcadius tried to get on. Unfortunately, falling off the back of that wave, so he will lose priority. Goes back to Guillermo of Spain. So Guillermo will have choice of that next wave. Always tricky with priority situations out there.
It is, and sometimes you can find yourself getting pressured by the moment of whether to decide to go on it when you have priority, you know. So our surfer in green, if you're not sure if you want it or not, and then you see someone else is interested in it, sometimes suddenly that makes you interested in it. You make a split decision, decide to go, but that split decision was maybe made a few seconds too late, and the exact situation that we saw happen takes place. And yeah, I've been on the receiving end and the doing end of both of those situations.
But it's also if the other surfer looks interested, but maybe he's not interested in trying to sell you into that wave.
That's what I mean, exactly,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yep.
There can be real strategy tactics with that one. I don't think this was one of those cases, but you know, now Guillermo has that first priority. So these waves coming in, he's going to try and get himself into position, to hopefully take advantage of one of these.
Yeah, beautiful set waves rolling through here. Sunzal, Guillermo just a bit out of position for that one. Looks like there might be one more behind. We'll see if he decides to go. He's kind of just crouching down on his board now. Maybe not deciding to go. No, he's going to make a turn. This looks like the final wave in the set. We'll see if Arcadius is able to get on it on the inside. It looks like Guillermo is not going to be able to, so it is Arcadius, but looking a little bit deep on this one. Will he be able to get around the section? Just trying to find his feet on that wave. Looked like he was looking down at his feet quite a lot. Just a bit off balance there. So 10.5 minutes remaining in heat number 7. It will be Guillermo sitting at the back in first with first priority as well. But a great set they rolled through there. Competitors just a little out of position.
Yeah, conditions have been providing all day. We have seen major changes in the conditions since the super high tide this morning. Surfers are able to sit a little bit farther out, a little bit deeper. When it was high tide, surfers were opting to sit a little bit wider. And that lower tide offering a little bit more of those critical sections, which I think is why we've also been seeing some of those heats have those higher heat totals now as well, because those waves that provide that opportunity to do that critical surfing are now coming in more often within this 20-minute span.
So low tide here at 1 p.m. in the afternoon local time. So about an hour until that low tide hits. And then the water will start to come back in again. And as you've been mentioning this morning, Rachel, those really big difference in tides this week. So he's going to see a lot of water moving over the rocks here at Sunzal. Can create a little bit of bump on the wave, but also can provide some fantastic walls on the outside section, as we have been seeing earlier today.
And something our contest directors have had to be really mindful when setting up the schedule looking later in this week too, to those racing events, because, you know, having that start and finish line is obviously very crucial for those races, or even having those flags on the beach to round. You need beach in order to do so, and on the high tide there is no sand at all. So they've had to be really mindful about when they're placing the races, when they anticipate to start, when they anticipate to finish around those tides.
Yeah, we've had Anthony Vella, our race director there, staying on the beach most days and just having a look at the tide and seeing when is the best time to hold those race events, and for that beach start, because there's a beach start and a beach finish as well for all of the races. So it will be exciting getting out through the shore break as well if there is a bit of swell later on this week too, but also making sure there is enough space to get those races underway. As we see beautiful scenes here of Sunzal, also El Salvador, Surf City, in the mountainous volcanic region. Obviously the black sands, very famous, very hot as well in the heat of the sun. But you see this town of El Tunco there on the right-hand side of screen. You probably know a lot more about the area than I do, Rachel, but we can see Guillermo cranking one off the top there as he wraps that board back around into the pocket. Again, just switching the paddle, making his way through on this wave, really linking together the maneuvers. We see him get a lot of work done on the outside section there. He's going to continue on. He's going to decide to kick out of this one. A lot of the hard work was done already. Judges going to be rewarding that. As we see Arcadius there redirecting his board along this wave, giving the high line, getting lots of speed through this section. Well, he's got all that speed, unfortunately, just can't quite hang on to that top turn there, but he would have been feeling the speed on that one.
Oh, that was beautiful. You know that just would have felt really good for him on the wave there. When you get into that mid-face and you're just racing that section, that was just really beautiful. Won't be a high score, nothing of consequence, but you know, as a surf fan or as a surfer yourself, you just know that feeling.
And he decides to pick up another one here on the inside as well. You see using that rotation of his arms, holding that paddle up. You see him go back toward the white water, redirecting, and just coming off there. And great to see, you know, Polish surfers here represented as well. Definitely hard to get waves in Poland, but doing well to be here representing their country. And there's going to be some races coming up as well later on this week.
Yeah, a staple of the ISA is getting to see such a variety of countries represented here at all of the games that they run throughout the year. And a lot of those countries actually end up being those landlocked countries. And, you know, I love the stories behind those surfers. Often they're traveling to different places, live in different places half the year, or whatever it is that they've designed in their lives to include surfing into their lives is just phenomenal.
Team Poland there supporting their teammates in this heat. So we find both Polish surfers being seated together in this heat, and that's just how the seating goes throughout the event. As we see Guillermo up and riding again, really critical turn that time, but unfortunately just a little mistimed. He was a little bit late to get up into the lip there and just goes down on that. But he's got a 4-point ride and a 3-point ride in his scoreline. As we see, it looks like Arcadius on the inside there in that green jersey. Leaning on that paddle, you can see the bend in that paddle, all of his weight leaning on it, but just goes down. Unfortunately, cannot get around the whitewater section there.
We've been tending to see him go down when he's kind of on that heel edge, trying to engage that rail on that bottom turn. And I think something I've been noticing about his equipment is he's on a wider, bigger piece of equipment than some of the other surfers that we're seeing, which is helpful for when you're getting into the waves. But then when you need that maneuverability and that responsiveness, it's not super responsive under his feet, or you have to be really mindful of your foot placement in order to get a board of that much size to be responsive.
Yeah, exactly. Stand-up paddleboards being that wider tail, you really have to be moving your foot from rail to rail rather than just back on the tail to be able to engage the rail. And so it's definitely something I teach as a coach is to really step your foot, not just back, but from rail to rail to engage it, because if your foot's in the center of that board, it's not going to really even touch the rail.
I even, you know, I ride a pintail longboard, and I even do that on my longboard, especially here at Sunzal, because you're bottom turning with so much speed. And with a single fin, you know, in order to turn a single fin and a longboard, you need to rely on that rail a lot. So often I'm moving my foot from rail to keep that rail engaged.
Beautiful scenes here of the town of El Tunco in Surf City.
Wow.
It's a great drone angle, isn't it, to see it from here. Obviously, we walk the streets a lot of El Tunco, but to see it from this angle, just a lush green palm trees, very
so
tropical.
Green. Yeah, we're at the end of their rainy season right now, so you can see how much help that rainy season gives into all the greenery there. Because if you come here maybe more in like an April, May time, not as green. We're entering into their dry season now, and it's so great to see. Over these past few days, in between the longboard event and this event, had a few days to explore. I went to go see some waterfalls yesterday up into the hills. We got to go visit the volcano one of the days. Just phenomenal sights to see. You know, we're talking a lot about the world-class waves that are on offer here. Just to your left of your screen is the wave La Bocana we've been talking about, which has been pumping all day as well. I've been checking on my brakes. But outside of the world-class surf is just world-class experiences to experience as a visitor or tourist, and lots of fun.
As you see just down the bottom of the screen there, Club Salvadoreño, that was the location of our opening ceremony yesterday. If you missed that, definitely go and catch up on the replays of that. All the countries coming together and athletes coming together, of course, with the Sands of the World ceremony. The countries pouring sands from their local beaches, and it just looks amazing the way it stacks on top of each other as the drone now pans out to El Sunzal, the contest site for the SUP Surfing and also the SUP Racing and Prone Paddleboard Racing. Later on this week, you see the lower tide, the cobblestones being exposed there on the right-hand side of screen. As the tide comes in, lots of water moving across there. And athletes making their way back out. A long paddle out. I think last time I was here for the World Longboard Championship for the ISA, I had timed a wave, or actually just got with the length of the wave. I think it was 400 meters.
Wow.
from out the back.
Unbelievable.
All the way in, yeah.
It really is unbelievable. Your legs will be burning by the end of your ride in the best way.
Exactly. We see Kowalski here of Poland up and riding. A small wave on the inside, still in that second position at the moment, so he will, looks like he might be advancing through. You can see him taking this one through to the inside, does very well to redirect his board to stay in the pocket of this wave to make sure he links it up with that inside section. Lots of work with the paddle to continue his speed on this wave. He brings it all the way through to the inside. Definitely out of breath with that much work on that wave and the length of ride as well. But it looks like it might be Arcadius there in that third position. Going down into the Repercharge rounds. We'll see a replay of Kowalski's last wave here, Rachel.
Yeah, looking at it from this drone angle, you can see that he took off on it, not out the back, a little bit halfway out from that takeoff zone that we've been watching, but absolutely made the most of it. I think from this angle too, watch his footwork. You can see him moving up and then moving back. So good footwork from him there. And like you said, using that paddle to maintain his speed. I think he made the most of what was a small wave. Looks like it came through as a 1.47, so that actually does go into his score line. And he solidifies that advancing position.
But it will be Guillermo Carcedo on screen, moving on through from Spain in first place in this heat. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with heat number 8 in the water, the men's SUP surfing, right after this short commercial break.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify for Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are in Surf City, El Salvador. Dave Bainey here, making the call on men's SUP surfing main round 1, heat number 8. Also here with Rachel Tilley. Very nice to have her in the booth. Just winning her longboard world title here just a few days ago. So we're getting some great insight from her. You can see right here, Luis Denise from Brazil in red. Gold medalist here at ISA. Maximilian Torres, also a gold medalist back in Peru, or back in Puerto Rico. He won on his home turf. Franco Bono from Chile, and Jose Ruiz from Costa Rica, aka the Turtle Ninja. So we got a stacked heat right here.
Yeah, and what's interesting is, you know, the seeding all happens based on your country's ranking and performance. So sometimes that can leave some heats to be a little bit more stacked or heavy just because of how that ranking goes on. It's not by name or past performance based off of your individual world title or gold medal. It's based off where that country fell in the midst of that. And so here we have a heat of multiple world champions.
Exactly, yeah. You're like, wow, okay.
Yeah.
It's pretty stacked.
Yep.
Yeah, for a first round, it's definitely a big draw here. And I'm excited to see Luis Denise. He's a backhand surfer, obviously gold medalist. Haven't seen much of him, you know, on the competition scene, obviously he does a lot of posting on Instagram, always ripping. We got yellow Franco Bono, Chile, getting the first wave of this heat. But
wow.
Yeah, look at that.
Look at those
Picturesque
lines.
Yeah. What's this one looking like, Rachel?
Oh, beautiful opening turn. Love that little stall at the top. So he just elongates that second turn. This is one of the smaller, as you can see, of the sets. Those ones really freight training down behind, but he's maximizing this wave. This one's standing up on that inside reef for him, and he is making the most of it.
Maximizing this wave score. But yeah, Max Torres, you know, known for his explosive surfing. You know, back in a few years ago, he'd be one of those guys who kind of go hard or go home kind of thing, and he's kind of tamed it down. And he's been rewarded for that, you know, getting just being a more solid of a competitor.
Well, you know, talking about smart competition decisions, I think that was a smart decision for him to actually take that smaller wave first, because we didn't see any of our other surfers on those bigger ones behind. They were all out of position. There were too big of those sets. So, you know, he is the only one out of that wave exchange that was able to get something on the board. So a smart decision from him to get an early start. Let's take another look at this one. This first turn, really nice and critical floater, and then goes straight to wrap it around. Super fluid and connected.
Yeah, Max's style is really kind of smoothed out. He's always been super radical, kind of one of those guys, you know, you don't know what he's going to do with his turns. Very, you know, powerful and explosive, and you could just see his surfing's maturing. He's got a nice, you know, confidence in his rail work right now. And Max definitely, you know, one of the favorites, you know, I would say coming into this event. Gets a nice long ride. And like you said, when you saw the takeoff, he was way further inside than the other guys. And those guys weren't even far out enough for those giant bombs that came through. Another angle.
Yeah, let's take a look at this first turn. Really nice. As he stalled it up on the lip, really critical technical stuff there. And straight into these next few turns, putting a lot of power into it. Dave, the judges give that one a 7.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. That's a really great first turn, and you know, just was solid all the way through from point A to point B. Nice, smooth surfing, and good variety of maneuvers as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Variety being super important. You know, on a wave of this length, you can't just be relying on those roundhouses or those slashes. You need to give the judges something of variety to start getting above, I'd say, that 5-point range, and that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, absolutely. And I know Max has worked with our event director, Anthony Vela, with some coaching. He's come to California several times to work with Anthony. So I know his game plan's solid. And, yeah, he's starting off this heat solid with that 7.
As we see more lines stacking up out the back. I've never seen El Sunzal not on fire and consistent like this. You know, it's always like this, which makes it a great place to book a surf trip too.
That's awesome. We see Jose from Costa Rica. Got a nice turn, but just couldn't hang on. Jose lives down there in Nosara, Costa Rica. Does a lot of coaching down there. We got Franco Bono from Chile. Going to try to race around this section. Staying patient to try to get to the shoulder and just can't hang on. And our first look at Luis Denis on his backhand from Brazil.
A frothier wave on this one, a smaller one than those last two that we've just seen. So it's kind of coming in the wake of those last two sets. A lot more for him to then manage in terms of bump on the face of the wave. He did well to surf it all quite cleanly.
Yeah, did a good job surfing what that wave provided. It's like you said, like, you know, you get kind of into that third, fourth wave. They're going to be a lot more frothy. You know, there's less water on the reef, and they just seem a little kind of fatter in a way. And Franco going to give this one a go. Nice little hook in the lip right there. Another cut back. Getting hung up again, so the wind definitely playing a factor with the stand-up paddleboarders.
You can see all the chatter on the face of the wave. Now, at this point in the tide change, so we've been talking about that tide running out. We're almost at low tide. Low tide's within this next hour. You know, what starts happening is all that chatter on the wave is happening because the water is rushing out so quickly with these tide swings. So the mid tides are usually the best time to surf, because at those peaks of each side, there's always this kind of warble on the face of the wave that the athletes have to manage. And from this viewpoint, you can't really tell, but then when we get that really nice, crisp, up-close angle, you see that in order to do really smooth and fluid surfing that these athletes are doing, they're actually managing a lot of water and reading the waves really well to do so.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like we're going to throw it down to Matu on the beach side with an interview from the winner of the last heat.
Hey guys, thank you very much. And it is Spain again with Guillermo Cardacero from Galicia. Guillermo, a 4.0, a 3.0, total 7.0. How do you like those round numbers?
Well, they can be better. Waves are amazing. Salvador is pumping like always. I have great memories from this champ on 2019. And I think I can do it better. It was a first contact with the wave. With an absolute crazy waves pumping on the point break. So now let's go for more on the next round.
Last year we missed out on the SUP Surf competition. Have you been missing the ISA World Championship?
Yeah, I miss it too. I have another great memories from France, and yeah, there was awesome too. I made five of the wall, and now let's try to reach the most I can in this competition.
Sounds like you're pretty fired up, and you've got a lot of support from the Spanish team as well, huh?
Yeah, we have a great team. I think we are fighting for some medals, maybe. We have a gold one on the last year that we have not been there, but I think we can make it again.
All right, well, good luck, buena suerte, Guillermo.
Para mi familia, muchísimas gracias por estar siempre ahí. Para mi novia, que la amo, y para todos los chavales de Louro, que viva Louro.
Vamos España, vamos Guillermo.
Thank you, Matu, and congratulations, Guillermo. And Guillermo, he's like a social media like superstar on TikTok. I was kind of blown away when he was showing me his account. Literally millions of views for doing, you know, crazy little skits and stuff. So it's fun to see him out here pumped up. Looks like we got a couple more scores that have dropped. Looks like Franco sits in second place. He's got that 2.5 and 2.4. And then Luis Denise only with that 3.27 so far. And then Max Torres still hanging on to that 7. And looks like Jose, we're waiting for a score from Jose as well. So surfers getting in the mix here.
Max really starting to run away with this one, though. You know, opening up with a 7. So right now he's leading that with just that single wave score, while everyone else is in that second and third position with the combination of scores. And he extends his lead. A 5.83 dropped for his last wave. So putting the rest of the field into a combination situation in order to take away his win. So right now everyone's battling for that second position.
Yeah, good point. And there's less than half the heat left already. 8 minutes, 30 seconds remaining with Max with the kind of really the only 2 significant scores of this heat so far. Still waiting on Jose's last score to drop in. I think he got a couple turns, so we'll see where that lands him. If it even pulls him above Luis, maybe. Looks like a little break in the lineup at the moment. And what I noticed last night surfing as well, like I tried 2 different ways of paddling out, and definitely going around, which seems would be the longer way, was way faster.
Absolutely.
I learned that real quick. And why do you think that is? Is there like a rip tide, or is there like some sort of eddy going there? How do you feel about that?
Yeah, I think that's exactly it. I think they're right when you kind of get through that line of where you see it breaking. It's there tends to be this current that's kind of giving you this push and pull, and just moving a lot of water, so you're not having as clean of paddle efficiency. So yeah, it's a funny one, but going all out and around is I'd say definitely the way to
quicker.
go.
Yeah, because I kind of got a closeout, and I decided just go straight back out, because that's obviously the closest, shortest way to go. And I'm just like, man, I am not moving, and I'm seeing guys on the outside kind of spin around, and so I went directly horizontal to the lineup, which you're like, oh man, this is gonna take forever, but it just shot me right around. So
exactly,
it's kind of cool to know that there's like that little rip current out there, and that could come into play sooner or later with the managing time and getting around the sets. And
by doing so in that way, when you're going out and around, you're putting yourself in a position of opportunity to maybe get one of those wider inside ones that we have been seeing provide a score, kind of like this one coming in right now. Let's see if Jose, look, that went completely underneath every surfer outside, but Jose might get a good ride here.
Yeah, it's looking like it's lining up pretty nice. Jose off the bottom. Nice smooth cutback. He's got a little bit of a shoulder to work with. You can see him really lean into that. His foot, his toes were lifting up, and he had his heel kind of digging into the deck right there. So Jose getting a couple turns here. He's sticking with it. Maybe hoping for that inside. It kind of just fades out on him. So Jose getting another score. He's in third place now. And that last score of a 3.40 puts him into second place. So nice little sneaky one under priority for Jose, just like you were saying.
Yeah, it's funny when sometimes you either have the commentator's curse, where you're saying this is a great one, and then they fall, or you're explaining something and then it happens in that moment before your eyes. And that's what we're talking about, kind of taking that outer paddle, because you never know what opportunity might sneak underneath. And there are these different peaks and takeoff zones that if you're in priority, you're not going to sit in and wide because it's not as reliable. It's kind of one of those lucky spots, and that's exactly what we got to see demonstrated. And so as a person under priority, or with, second, third, and fourth priority, it's definitely something to keep into consideration.
Absolutely. So now we got the three other competitors, deeper, kind of more further outside on the reef. Looks like this is Franco. He's in 30. He needs a 4.57 to advance, so, a decent score. He's getting a couple turns on this one. A little bit of a shouldery ride, though. And there's Luis Denise on his backhand. He only needs a 3.80. Couple of maneuvers. We got both surfers up and riding there. Franco pulls out on the inside, so it's all about Luis Denise, and he does the same. So we'll see if Luis can get that 3.8. Got a couple good turns, so I'm willing to bet he got that.
Yeah, he has that 3.27 already in his scoreline. I think that was higher than what we saw from that 3.27. So I think that will be the requirement. But those waves, although they took them off from them outside and deeper, they kind of didn't really amount to a whole lot of opportunity. They kind of lost that energy. So those are all things to be taking note of as the tide is changing. Those deeper ones kind of can tend to lose energy as you come into that reef, where those wider sets are, maybe the ones to stay in position for. However, they're not as consistent. So it's always a game of cat and mouse out at this break.
Absolutely. And like you said earlier, like the mid-tide kind of seems like the best time for the conditions. So it seems like now that the lower tide is here, or much closer to low tide, it's definitely flattened out a little bit more. The mid-tide kind of stood up, and, where we saw those 8s and 7s almost every heat. Max got a 7.0 in this heat as well. But it definitely, I think you need to pick the waves and be a little more patient at this lower tide.
Yeah, as we see potentially Jose getting another opportunity on, oh no, sorry, Franco on his way back out.
Yep, so Franco needs a 3.9 now, so he did help his cause a little bit with his last score.
It's a beautiful opening turn. This wave a lot smaller, managing some froth, not really allowing him to get kind of farther out on the shoulder. A lot of these turns are sticking close and into the pocket, which I think might then reflect the score that the judges will reward. We see a 4.43 drop for Luis Denise.
Yeah, so then Jose, who currently in third up and riding, he needs a 4.04. And this wave's just not providing much yet, just kind of cruising. It's almost like I wonder if he heard what his need was before because it announced it while he was riding, if he would have maybe been a little more patient and tried to find that four. This one really, I mean, it hasn't really started till right now. That's basically his first turn right there. There's another one. Does a good job here on the inside. And he's hoping that's going to be enough there. You know, four's not, you know, it's not a hard number to get. Let's see, Max, heat leader.
Oof.
Yeah, nice little tail drifter straight into the lip, falls down.
Wow, beautiful opening turn. You can see that potential. Obviously, we already have seen Max surf a really great heat 7.0, 5.83 in his scoreline. So he's had first place on lockdown since the very first minute of this heat. So it really comes down to, we have scores to drop for both green and white. Right now, Luis is just sitting out the back and hoping that those scores don't come through, or if he gets another opportunity to improve his situation with a set right here.
Yeah, it looks like he's gonna get that shot here. Paddling hard outside. Big one building. I'm hoping he's in position. I would love to see Luis Denise tee off on a legit set. Let's see, he's spinning around. Looks to be in the perfect position here. Luis Denise, Brazil, dropping in. Nice swooping carve off the top of that wave. Setting up another cutback there. You can see him stall on the tail, waiting for this lip to form. Nice little slash. Looks again, a little more vertical. Nice little hooking style carve. Switches around to this roundhouse. Gets a little fat, so looks at the watch. He's cruising.
Wow, this has been an incredible wave to get right at the buzzer.
It's gotta feel good.
Best wave in his scoreline for sure. He has a 4.43, a 3.27 at the moment. So, you know, this was one of those wider sets that came through that he finally wasn't too deep for. He was in perfect position. He's still going. This is still live action.
Wow.
Turn after turn. He's gonna take this all the way to the sand. Wow.
that was a sick ride.
That has potential to go into the highest single wave score of this heat, I think, Dave.
Yeah, well, let's watch the replay here. Nice swooping carves, you know, good patience, nice pace. You know, a lot of times you could kind of try to outrun the wave, so to speak, with trying too hard. This one, he's stayed nice and patient, timed his turns real nice. I kind of consider that one the money turn of the wave, right in the pocket there. So, you know, there wasn't like one signature turn of that wave, but like you said, he rode it kind of perfect to what it offered up. And then, of course, he got all this extra credit here on the inside that we haven't seen. I don't, you know, maybe not from anyone today, but look, like that looks like the wave's over right there. But then look, watch, gets like 2 or 3 more turns.
Yeah, unbelievable. That's the wave that you want the opportunity to surf all the way in at the end of the heat.
Yeah, and you're like, oh, it's over. Oh, wait, but wait a minute.
Oh, no, another turn. I think he gets 3 more here. Another one, and then one more.
Yeah, so.
Wow.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I'm interested to see that score. Obviously, it's going to be a good one.
Like you said, what we saw from Max on his 7, a much smaller wave, but a few really critical money turns. That one a bit slopier, really well surfed. I think Luis surfed it to everything that it offered. So it's just where the judges, where they consider that in terms of length of ride, criticalness. He did still get that criticalness. He did surf it with speed, power, flow. He's not looking for a score for advancement. So now this is just how high can we see it go for our pure entertainment.
Yeah, either way, Max and Luis will move on to round 2. We'll see Jose and Franco in the Repercharge later on. You see that's the Brazilian coach Americo in the yellow right there.
He's looking for an 8.4 to potentially go into that lead position.
And there you go. He got a 7.0 for that ride. So matching Max's top score, but not quite enough to take the heat. It will be Maximilian Torres from Puerto Rico taking first place. Luis Denise in red from Brazil advancing on with him in second place.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still go and do it.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of competition for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship here in Surf City, El Salvador. Moving through to heat number 9 of men's SUP Surfing round number 1. You are going to be watching Mathieu Carpentier of France in the red jersey, Jesse Cohen of Canada in the blue, and Nainoa David of Tahiti in the green jersey. That brings back some memories, Dave. Nainoa, David, of course, his father, Poto.
Yeah, but just going to say Nainoa, obviously, legendary surf family in Tahiti. Batea, Poto, David, you know, they're basically legends in Tahiti. His dad was on the world tour for several years, pioneers of Chopu. And, yeah, Nainoa's been stand-up paddling a lot lately and getting very, very barreled at Chopu.
As we see Jesse Cohen of Canada up and riding on the first wave of this heat on his backhand. A few nice turns to kick things off for him. So we'll wait for the judges to lock in that score as we're going to throw down to the beachside interview with the winner of the last heat, Max Torres.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bo. It was tight between 2 former world champions, but the returning defending champion got the upper hand. He had to wait till the very last second before he knew that he had won this heat. It was tough for you out there, but it's a great way to start with a win.
Yeah, super tough. El viento estaba un poco offshore, so like you could caught up in the wave and the snaps, but it was really tough heat, you know, with Luis Dini, 3-time world champ. So we got the end there, but yeah, awesome.
And what about being the returning defending champion? Does that add a lot of pressure on your shoulders?
No, it adds confidence. I'm the one that people want to beat now, so they have to beat me. And I'm confident about this wave. I trained a lot in this wave, so vamos con todo.
If there's anything that you would want to improve in the coming heats and the rest of the competition, what it would be?
A little bit wave selection, but my wave selection was good. Just in the last 2 minutes, I got a wave that I shouldn't have gotten, and that's where Luis got the good wave. So just that.
Strategy. Thank you very much, Maximiliano. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much. Max Torres there, moving on through as we catch up with Nainoa up and riding. Live action here. Heat number 9 on his backhand. Some great turns already done. Has to speed through this section here. Does well to navigate his way through. Another searing turn off the top. Carves that board right around just in front of Jesse there as we see him wrapping it all the way through back to the whitewater. And again, sticking with this one as the wave makes its way through. Did very well on the outside there. Going to be a great way to start off this heat for Nainoa. Dave?
Yeah, and I know it's pretty cool. My brother is also a shaper. He doesn't shape very many stand-up boards, but he shapes a lot of boards for Tahitians. We have a lot of good friends out there, so a lot of his boards go out to Tahiti. And a fun fact is my brother actually shaped that board that Nainoa is riding right there.
Amazing.
So, yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty cool. And we see Benoit's brother, Matu, up and riding right here on a pretty wave. Nice little swooping speed carve. Oh my gosh, that wave's like kind of bowling up. Just kind of pacing through it here. Another nice smooth carve for Matu. So 2 solid carves. That wave was just kind of, it's almost a potential for a little head dip on that one.
I think so, definitely. But that first turn, that turn underneath the lip was fantastic. Almost like a little down carve there. And then the way he kept up with speed of that wave was super nice. We'll get a replay on Nainoa's wave. Talk us through this one, Dave.
Yeah, Nainoa, real powerful surfer. It's funny, I don't see him on his backhand that often because he is in Tahiti just getting tubed at Chopu all the time. But really impressed with his backhand style and technique here. That board's super cool. It's got a cool paint job of the Tahitian flag on it. And he did a good job. He got a good flow to this wave, good pace to it. I love that carve right there. Nice and snappy. Wave's a little foamy, but he did a good job kind of, it didn't look to affect him all that much. There's a lot of, feels like he's pretty connected with that board. That snap was insane. A little bit of a navigation around the competitor right there, but does a good job holding his rail. Little bobble on that whitewater kind of section, but the damage was done right before that. A little tail drifter just with a little, Tahitian flair at the end right there. So that was a nice ride. And he got a 5.17, so nice opener for Nainoa.
Yeah, good start for him. Of course, Jesse Cohen getting a start as well, a 1.83. And also Matu of France, a 4.5 locks in for him. Currently sitting in 2nd place at the moment. Still some fantastic waves out here. We'll get a replay of Matu's wave right here. And this first turn, Dave, is really nice.
Yeah, who knows how much that kind of carve scores. But as far as style and, fluid, aesthetically pleasing kind of turn, I'm a fan for sure. And that was just a nice swooping little carve as well. So, yeah, he's got a nice clean style, and I really enjoyed watching him surf on that wave. Here's another angle of it.
Yeah, so a 4.5 for this. You see that turn, beautiful. And then the way he just keeps up with this section here. Like you said, maybe an opportunity to get inside the tube there for a little bit. But obviously that section there just shutting down in front. He manages to get in front of that and does a nice carve back to the whitewater. Then realizing that there's not going to be much more on offer after that, so decides to kick out.
Yeah, and it's easy to sit here and go, oh, he could have got it too. But it's how hard it is? Like this wave isn't known to be like a barreling wave. Obviously you've seen there's some tubes there, but, to kind of, you're not going out there looking for the tube. If he was kind of looking for the tube, guaranteed it would have been more of position to do that.
Yeah.
But overall, just a beautiful wave.
Yeah, exactly. Beautiful waves all along the coastline here of El Salvador. There's Nainoa David out in front at the moment in 1st place. Just looking at his board, is it a step rail at all, Dave? Or?
I think that one, it's been a while since I've seen that board. He's had that one for a while, actually. My brother does do some step rails on his shortboard stuff, like the higher volume big guy shortboards and things like that. So I wouldn't be surprised if there is one in there, but honestly, I'm not too sure.
Does your brother take the boards out there himself? Gets a few waves as well, or?
He never sups.
No, doesn't he?
He never stand-up paddles. No, he does not. So that's why it's just kind of, I'm kind of just giggling to myself that, his board's on the world stage right now.
That's amazing, though.
And it is funny because Nainoa paid me a visit to California on his way here, so I did make him a board as well. And, my brother's probably going, oh, he chose my board.
Oh, well. I definitely had a shaper previously that didn't SUP but would shape my boards. As we take a look at the athletes area here, ice bars on offer for the athletes. Really good way to cool down in the heat. The sun here in El Salvador. Of course, great place. Lots of ice in there.
Yeah, we got to look into the ISA Wellness Center. It is so hot outside. I don't think that ice bath is truly an ice bath.
So we see Jesse here on his backhand, opting for the hat as well. We saw Benoit earlier on wearing a hat for the heat, as we were just talking about. We'll see Jesse bringing this wave through. You're not going to be able to link it up with the inside section. So just a couple of small turns on the outside there. Going to be another small score in his repertoire there at the moment. Just over 10 minutes remaining in this heat. Some of the athletes there stoked on this event. And it looks like some great waves coming through here. Jesse's just paddling back out after that one. The smaller waves here, Dave, some of them will hit the reef or hit the point break a little bit better than others. It really does come down to a lot of wave selection, doesn't it?
Yeah, it's tricky because some of those big ones out the back kind of freight train and they're, just stacking the whole time. Other times they kind of wash out into the channel. And that goes, a lot of times the medium-sized ones are the best ones, but they're so hard to get. You're either too far out or too far in. How do you time it? And then, the inside, like you said, could run up and bowl, but, are you going to risk sitting on the inside and just let everybody get set? So, yeah, it's one of the things where I feel like you have to, start your heat with a game plan, and kind of stick to the game plan. And a lot of times competitors will have a plan B and a plan C. But, yeah, everyone's just lounging. It's kind of a cool setup for all the teams. They got their official team palapas down there, so the flags are waving. Everyone's kind of hanging out together, keeping the team spirit alive. We got a set forming up here.
Yeah, looking like a set approaching the lineup. Athletes just getting into position. That was Team Poland on screen, lounging about, watching all the action. Had a couple of surfers in the previous heat. We can see Matsu realizing that it's a beautiful wave coming through. As we see Jesse opting to go on the inside here. Is he going to be able to get onto this one? He does. Does well. Eyeing off. He's going to go fade back to the left, but just fades a little bit too much and gets caught out by the white water. So a 1.67 dropped for his previous ride. Improves his situation slightly, but still looking for a 2.68 to move into second place. Nainoa and Matu just sitting with one wave surfed at the moment. Looks like Nainoa taking a look at this one. So he takes off on his backhand, positioning himself really well. He's come around this section. He's going to try to get up into the lip. Beautiful turn for the first turn of this wave. And again, up into the lip. Can't hang on to it, unfortunately. Would have been a great combination if he did, though.
Yeah, well, I love that he went for it. Those are some of the more critical backhand turns we've seen this entire event, especially that second one. But yeah, he's looking really solid. I'm digging his backhand approach.
Definitely, we've seen some of the backhand surfers really dominate out here earlier on today. As we take a look at the replay of Nainoa. Straight up into the lip there. Beautiful first turn. Just a slight catch of the rail there. Not sure if it put him off for that turn, but I love the commitment, like you said, Dave, of him throwing that board up into the lip. That's what's going to get you the highest scores from the judges.
Yeah, and like you said, just like that slight grip of the rail digging just took his timing just off, just to not unable to hit that lip, exactly when he wanted. So, but that was fun to watch.
6 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock. Nainoa still drops a 4.4 for just that one turn. So judges recognizing that he's placing the board in that really critical part of the wave, getting the board above the lip as well, and throwing lots of spray with that power turn. So that puts him solidly in the lead Matu just with that one wave score of 4.5, still in second position. He needs a 5.08 if he wants to take the win in this heat. Jesse Cohen at 2.68 is what is needed for him to move up into advancing position. But a non-elimination heat, so the third place will move into the Repercharge round. A couple of competitors out there practicing for the racing divisions coming up. We saw a couple of prone paddlers out there for the paddleboard divisions. A couple of returning champions as well for the prone, for the technical, also the distance. As things go a little quiet in this heat now. Coming down to 5 minutes, 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, and Matu in red hanging on to priority. Still hanging on to a single score of that 4.5. And Jesse Cohen in blue from Canada only needs a 2.68. So this heat definitely has some potential for a little bit of drama as we wind down with 5 minutes, just about 5 minutes left.
Does looks like a small wave approaching here. We'll see if anyone's in position for it. Doesn't look like too much of a wall on it. You can kind of see it tapering off as it moves to the left of screen. No one opting to go that wave. Not enough scoring potential on that, as we see Matu currently sitting with first priority. Taking a look at the next wave of the set. We'll see if this one has any scoring potential. Looking like he's opting not to go. So being very selective out there in the lineup. A good strategy, especially if you are looking for a score to move through this heat. It still looks beautiful though, Dave.
Yeah, I'm just, you know, I'm going to unveil my little secret spot, which is the left off the peak right there. And I've been looking at that all morning long. And it's safe to say I'm going to paddle out there right when this event is off for the day. But yeah, well, I mean, look at that lineup. It's just such a rad, you know, you're out there, you look back on the landscape behind you, and you just see a nice lush, you know, landscape behind you. And man, it's just been so fun to be down here in El Salvador, Surf City. And it's my first time surfing this wave, and man, it's everything you think it is. It's super fun, you know, long waves, tons of waves. And yeah, it's just been really cool.
And that's the thing, there are lots of waves that come through in the heat, but you've got to be in the right spot to catch them. And that's one of the toughest things, especially when there's a bit more size out here as well. Because if you get, you know, those lulls between sets, you might want to move in a little bit, but then it puts you out of position for the bigger ones that come through. It does look like we have a set incoming here. We'll see if anyone is in position. Matu using his priority on this one, dropping down, getting just above the lip again for a turn. He's going to time this one, just a little bit wrong, and he just digs that outside rail on that turn, so he goes down on that one. So maybe a little bit of a mistake there, but he's still going to be in that second position. Just a small 2.43 for that wave. It makes Jesse's job a little bit harder, looking for a 5.10 now to move into second place. He's sitting with first priority at the moment though. This is Jesse's second time representing Canada on the world stage here at an ISA. So he's no stranger to competition. He understands that he has to wait for a good wave now that's going to offer him that scoring potential. And those waves going through the inside there, just mind surfing them right now.
Yeah, it's definitely an open canvas at the moment. And Matu, like you said, got that 2.43, so making the job for Jesse a little bit harder to turn this heat. Needs that 5.10. And Nainoa just out the back, heat leader with a 5.17, high score of the heat.
Yeah, he's been ripping on his backhand during this heat. You got that 4.4 for just one single turn on a wave. So he has what it takes to bump that score up into the excellent range if he can link together a couple of those major maneuvers. And it looks like a couple of bumps hitting the line up on the outside there. We'll see if they come through in time. 1 minute 45 seconds left on the clock. Jesse does have choice of the wave that comes through if he'd like to take it. You can see paddlers now repositioning themselves. Another bigger set rolling through. Team Canada on the shoreline cheering him on. Looks like he is going to decide to take the first wave of this set. Let's see if he's in the right position. See a nice drop from Jesse there. Does well to stay with this one. Can he get around that whitewater section? It's gone really fast on him. He's just sticking right behind it there. He manages to find his way out in front. Able to carve back around, looking for that 5.10. I know David on the wave behind. We'll see Matu Carpentier out in front on the wave there, and we'll stick with Matu on this one as Jesse just flicks off. We'll see him wrap his board back around, looking for a 5.08 to move up into first. Not sure if Nainoa's wave is going to improve on his situation. And Matu there just sitting down on the board, riding it in, realizing that he's running out of time in this heat, so he's going to come on in. Did very well. I don't see Jesse's wave going up into that 5-point range, although he does have another opportunity here on the inside. Spins around really quickly to get onto this wave. He puts his paddle in. Beautiful wrapping carve there back to the whitewater. Puts himself out in the shoulder, and it's a fine line of going a little bit too wide or staying with the wave.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen plenty of guys, you know, just taking that arc a little too far and just missing out on that shoulder. So Jesse, he'll get his next shot in the Repercharge. We got a replay of Matu's. Which wave was this one? It might have been his last wave. Yeah, so this is Matu's last scoring ride that we saw ride into the inside. So a couple little turns, another little cut back. And then right about there, he kind of realizes it's coming to the end of the heat, but does another carve right here. Nice smooth style, Matu. Him and Benoit ride multiple boards, multiple sports. Very talented family there, the Carpentiers.
So a 4.17 drops for Matu. Not enough to get him into the lead. Nainoa David takes first place on the screen there. Matu Carpentier moving through alongside him. And Jesse Cohen relegated into Repercharge round. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with heat number 10 of men's SUP Surfing.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is
competition. We're going to be moving through into heat number 10 of men's SUP Surfing, round number 1 of the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We've got Rachel Tilley back in the booth to call this heat. And we have Leonard Nica representing Italy in the red, Franco Faccin of Argentina in the blue, and Natua Teritahi of Tahiti in the green jersey. So 3 surfers in this heat. As we see almost a quick start there from our competitors, like Franco taking a look at that one alongside Leonard. And Leonard Nica representing Italy but residing in Portugal. Has his SUP surf camps there in Portugal. He's represented Italy many times on the world stage. Also on the APP World Tour. And as we saw Nainoa David moving his way through in that last heat of Tahiti, his teammate Natua in this heat. Looking like he was trying to go for that wave. Just unfortunately falling off there. 18.5 minutes remaining in heat number 10. Thanks very much for tuning in. If you're watching on ISAsurf.org, whether you're on the Facebook or YouTube channels, please comment, let us know who you're cheering for, where you're watching from. It's always great to hear from the stand-up paddle and paddleboard community. These 3 surfers waiting for waves. What kind of goes through your mind when you're out there waiting for a wave, Rachel? Are you just constantly looking back at your positioning, or are you thinking kind of about the other athletes and where they're sitting? What goes through your mind?
At this point, when the heat's just started and there's no priority, you're thinking a lot about the other athletes, where they're positioned, and then, you know, subsequently where you're positioned in accordance to them. We can see them really feeding through each other at the moment, constantly moving around. Obviously, on stand-up paddles as well, they can't sit down. That's part of their requirement. So they're constantly just moving around, keeping that speed up, but trying to look for that inside position for when that set comes. It's really crucial to start your heat off. You know, we almost saw Franco get that quick start. We saw that wave kind of roll in. It wasn't anything of consequence, so nothing that he really missed out on there, but getting a quick start is a phenomenal thing to do at this break in particular, because it just gives you more opportunity to be patient towards the back half of the heat for more sets when you already have something of consequence in your scoreline. But yeah, these quiet starts, you know, it's these surfers' first heat. All of their hearts are probably pumping a little bit. They'd like to just, I'm sure, get their feet on a wave so they can get those legs moving, get the jitters out of their legs a little bit. Especially after watching so much spectacular surfing throughout all morning, all the sets, you know, and they'd be excited. But oh my gosh, look at this view.
So yeah, so you were talking about, you know, fighting for that first wave and that getting that priority at the start of the heat. They've pushed themselves really deep on the point out here.
Yeah, I mean, from that wide angle, you know, we could see they were just about to paddle out of that camera angle, and we haven't watched a heat where anyone's been surfing that far up, just for reference. So yeah, they really are battling for that inside position right now. At this point, if I were, you know, whoever makes that break wide first is it starts to have maybe that advantage of actually the positioning that they want. And it looks like our surfer in red has already started to make that break wide.
Yeah, Leonika stroking hard across to get away from the other competitors, but also to position himself a little better. You can see Franco there trying to get onto this one, but he's going to be a little bit deep on the peak there. So it looks like Leo might be in a better position, but it will be Natua on the inside. No, it's going to be Leo. And he's still a little bit deep on the peak. Not enough to even get himself wide enough to be able to get in front of that wave there, Rachel.
Yeah, that's how deep they paddled themselves up. And sometimes you see heats like that happen. I imagine the energy in the water is a little bit intense right now. They all just want to get their account started. We're practically at dead low tide now as well. So that makes the conditions a little bit tough. The peaks of either tide, high or low, are kind of sometimes the tougher ones to find those really high scoring opportunity waves. So being in the right place for them once they actually do come is pretty critical. But 14.5 minutes, we haven't seen a heat so far be this quiet in these first 6 minutes.
That's true. Looks like maybe a start here, though, from Franco Faccin of Argentina. Fading his way back there, positioning himself really well for that first turn. Sliding the tail a little bit. Again, just leaning on the paddle, and manages to link it together for 3 turns and holds on through that whitewater section. He was happy with that little fist bump there as well. So Franco getting his campaign started, and Leonard Nika behind him, up and riding in the red jersey, representing Italy. Great turn there in the pocket as he switches the paddle there to wrap it back. A smaller wave here to kick things off, but realizing that time is winding down, he needs to find a wave, so he manages to get another turn off the lip there. And this smaller wave is actually hugging the point a little bit better along those rocks, and that wave is staying really steep for him. He's about to get some turns done. So Leo making his way through, and now is he going to stick with it through the inside section? Decides to pull out of that one. Good call, because he's done a lot of the hard work on the outside. As we see Natua just having to deal with a fast wave there. And we're going to throw it down to Matu. He's down there with the winner of the last heat.
Yeah, thank you guys. We've got a Tahitian in the house. Nainoa David with me. His first ISA World Championship is from a long line of legend surfers over in Tahiti. The David family is really known in Tahiti for being top surfers. And Nainoa is just won his first hit. Bravo Nainoa pour ta victoire sur ce hit. Comment ça a été les conditions? Comment tu as choisi tes vagues et est-ce que tu es content de ta victoire?
Maruru déjà à tout le monde, pour les supporters. C'était pas évident les conditions. Il y avait du vent et voilà, fallait choisir ses vagues.
Yeah, the conditions were not so obvious, so easy. You had to. It was windy, and you had to really be selective on your waves. Qu'est-ce que tu changerais pour la suite de la compétition, tu penses, par rapport à ce que tu viens de faire là maintenant?
Ouais, peut-être m'échauffer avant. J'étais pas du tout chauffé avant d'aller. Du coup, mes premières vagues, j'ai eu du mal. Hein. Les dernières vagues, je commençais à m'échauffer, mais voilà, c'était pas évident.
Yeah, I asked Naino what he would change going forward, and basically warming up. Warming up would be a nice thing to do. He wasn't warmed up at all. He wasn't ready when he started, so definitely getting warmed up before the event. Bravo, Nainoa. On te retrouve pour le prochain round. Un petit mot en tahitien pour la famille et les amis qui sont en train de regarder.
Maruru na muat fatu, not puwe tana oromete mana. Voilà, c'est tout pour moi.
All right, thank you guys. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Matu. Great interview there with Nainoa David. Moving on through to the next round. Put on a great performance on his backhand. Only found a couple of maneuvers on each wave, but got the higher scores in that heat. So it'd be great to see him link together a few more maneuvers moving through this competition. As we turn our attention back to heat number 10 in the water. Just coming down to 11 minutes remaining. It is Franco Faccin from Argentina with a 5.67, currently in the lead. We are waiting on a score from Leonard Nica of Italy to drop. See if that updates the situation. And there it is, a 3.67. So he moves into second place. And Natua Taritahi of Tahiti, he is in third place. Looking for a 3.51 to move up into that advancing position. Looks like we have some sets approaching the lineup as well. Competitors repositioning themselves at the back. It looks like we do have Franco Faccin looking to get a start on this wave as he drops down. Beautiful angle here of the drone. It's turned under the lip and manages to hang on through that section. Can he get in front of that white water? He unfortunately does not. He goes down, but a great first turn from him. And that's going to leave Leo on this wave here, second wave of the set. This one's walling up very nicely. Let's see if Leonard can get some turns done. Another turn under the lip there. Does well to hang on to that one. Changes the paddle over to the other side. Redirects his board into the white water. Does well to hang on to that turn as he surfs down this wave. The wave's starting to stand up. Again, switching the paddle back for another cut back. And he's just sticking with the pocket of this wave in that power source. Keeping up the speed of this wave. Remember, it is easy to get a little bit too wide and then position yourself out in the shoulder. But Leonard doing very well to stay in that section there. Just hung up a bit with the paddle. But again, just crossing it over. Nice slashing turn on the inside there. This might be his 10th turn on the wave, maybe, Rachel? His legs will be burning at this point, but he wants to maximize the scoring potential. You see there, trying to throw the board up. So a good wave there from Leonard.
That's the backup that he was looking for. You know, early in the heat, they were all so deep. Not even if those sets had come in, all of them would have been out of position, or they were once they finally did. You know, that 5.67 for Franco came in, if you remember, it was basically a closeout for him because he was so deep, but he got those 3 critical turns. So a healthy score there from what that wave actually was. Now that wave in comparison for Leo was so much longer, so much more opportunity. Not as many of those like steep critical sections as what we saw from that short ride from Franco. So I'd love to see where the judges go with that one and how it compares.
Franco Faccin up and riding here. Argentina manages to get himself out in front of the white water. Another powerful carving maneuver back into the pocket there. Decides to kick out of that one, so only a couple of turns on that wave. but they were done in a critical section. We'll see if that improves upon his 2.83. But Leo Nika drops a 4.5 for his last ride, so improves his situation, but still looking for 4.01 at the moment. And Natua of Tahiti in that third place, still looking for a good wave to really kick off his campaign. Currently needing a 7.10. He might be able to do it in 2 waves if he gets onto a wave soon, but as that clock ticks down, he'd just be looking at one good wave to come through.
I'd say kind of when you hit that 6-minute mark, your strategy changes from 2 opportunities or, you know, multiple waves to going, okay, I'm actually now just going to be super patient until I know that that potential of a 7.1 wave even shows up. So let's take a look at this replay. The last one of Franco. Does really good to stay in those critical sections. Has lots of speed through his maneuvers as well. Keeps it short. That one comes in as a 3.1. Taking again a look again at this wave of Leo. So the 4.5, that's what we were talking about before, Bo, is that this one was so long, but not quite as critical as that 5.67. Although Franco's was shorter for that 5.67. While this was really good, clean, smooth surfing, nothing overly critical that the judges are really pushing the surfers to see.
So bring it all the way through to the inside there. Lots of turns on this wave and just kind of mistimes this end section. Kind of steps on the tail there to stall it. Little turn there, but unfortunately can't get that finish that it really would like on that wave. As we see a replay here, this is Franco's 5.67 from the first wave of the heat. So that turn in the pocket there, and then again backing it up, just linking maneuvers, and then up into the lip.
Yeah, so 3 maneuvers, bang, bang, bang. There was no downtime between each one. Each one was connected really fluidly, rail to rail.
Oh, nice looking turn there from Natua. Just can't hang on to it, unfortunately. So he goes down. That's going to be another small score in his scoreline at the moment. Still looking for a very high score for 7.1 to move through to advancing position. Remember, this is a non-elimination round, so competitors moving into the Repercharge rounds. And it looks like some more waves. So although a slow start to the heat, a very active middle of this heat and toward the end. Franco taking a look at this one, fading back in as he sets himself up, and just his back foot slips off. You can see him lift up that back foot to reposition it, but unfortunately just goes a little bit too far back and off the board. He'll make his way across to just get out of the way of this next wave coming in.
So talk to me, Bo, about the, you know, the athletes aren't supposed to be paddling on their prone, on their stomachs. And we were talking before about there being the judges keeping a keen eye on that. Can you speak a little bit more to that?
Sure. So Franco at the moment, he's currently what we'd class as in the impact zone. So you are allowed to prone paddle in the impact zone to get out of harm's way of another wave. As we just catch up with Leo here, just deciding to kick out. So in that situation, you could be prone, but obviously not for too long. There's kind of a little bit of leeway there with the judges looking at that. It's really on the paddle back out and when you are waiting for waves that you need to be standing up, you need to be using the paddle to be able to propel yourself forward rather than lying down with your arms. And the judges are looking for, you know, usually it's 5 or 6 paddles laying down. I think there may be a bit more room for that, but they're definitely, judges are up there with a stopwatch, timing how long they're on their stomach for. And the first time, if it is going to be a warning, so a verbal warning will be read out from the beach announcers, and then it will start moving in. If they do it a second time, it'll be a non-priority interference. The third time will be another non-priority, and then fourth is disqualification.
At how much time with that stopwatch? Are there, you know, specific times, you know, 30 seconds, 1 minute?
I'll have to get confirmation on that from the director, from Anthony Vella, but I do believe that it's probably looking at around, you know, between 5 and 10 seconds. So it's not very long.
Wow.
You know, five paddle strokes.
Yeah.
So not very long. to be on your stomach. It is a stand-up paddle event. Competitors should be standing up to paddle. Obviously, if they're in the impact zone and they need to get out of the way of a wave or another competitor, they can be on their stomach. But yeah, competitors need to be standing up and also standing up waiting for waves. So sometimes you'll see competitors crouch down and maybe sit on their board. The judges don't want to see you sitting on your board at all out there. So standing up, using the paddle to propel yourself forward when you're up and standing. And we've seen, in previous years, that rule not really being in the rule book, and a lot of people sitting down waiting for waves out the back. But I think it's fantastic that this year they're really bringing that in and identifying this as a stand-up paddle event. It's what separates us from a surfing event. And that way, stand-up paddlers have, their own divisions.
Yeah, it's unbelievable athletic ship for them to be able to do that.
Leonika up and riding here. This is going to be his 5th wave. Turn up into the pocket, almost comes unstuck. He's going to set his rail for a beautiful slash off the top there, throwing lots of spray. This wave just reeling off in front of him as he switches the paddle, brings it right back around to the whitewater. And again, using that paddle across his body, he's going to wait for this wave to stand up. Beautiful, really drawn out bottom turn to get himself up to the top of this wave for another top turn. Again, pushing that back foot nice and hard for a slashing maneuver. This could be one of his better wave scores. Leonika had to really race that outside section, but got a lot of work done throughout the middle of this wave. As we see him bringing it right through to the inside. See him shuffling his feet forward, back to just keep pace with this wave. And times it well on the end section there. He's going to finish off on the sand. Just a minute remaining. He's going to be happy with that performance. We'll see if that's enough for a 4.28 to put him up into the lead. I do believe there was another surfer up and riding. It probably was Franco. Now he's paddling back out. So waiting for another score to drop for Franco. And of course, that leaves Natua on the outside in that first priority, but looking for a pretty high score. And I think that score is going to be upped with the last waves to drop from Leo, and we'll wait for Franco's last ride as well. I'm not sure if he's going to get another opportunity. There's a couple of little waves sneaking their way into the lineup, but only 20 seconds left. Natua is going to have a look at this one. I've seen him put his board up into the lip. He really needs to put everything on the line here. A great first turn there, really powerful. Redirects that board back toward the pocket, and again, snapping it off the top. He switches the paddle over for a carving maneuver back to the whitewater. It's a little hung up, but stays with this wave. It's not a big wave, it's a smaller wave. Don't think it's going to be enough to push him up into the 7-point range, but it's really good to see him starting his campaign here now and move back into the Repercharge rounds and give him a bit of confidence moving forward.
Yeah, only having a couple of ones in your score line, obviously as an athlete, that can be frustrating when you know you have more to give. And so for him to finally, maybe it was nerves, maybe it was just timing, but he found his footing in the last 10 seconds and put a score on the board that will go into a score line. Feels good.
Team Italy there, just seeing scores dropping for Leonard's last wave, a 5.23. That's his highest wave score of the heat. Still waiting on Franco's last wave though. We'll see if he can get a 4.06 to move back up into first, but it will be those two surfers moving through to the next round of men's SUP surfing. And we'll see Natua relegated into the Repercharge round happening later today, so he will be up again. See Leo there on screen waiting for scores to drop for Franco. Either way, he's made it through. So not going to really change the situation too much. Yeah, all of his teammates there supporting him. He put on a great performance. You can see those long rides definitely takes it out of you.
Especially in the middle of the day right now.
True.
It's 1:27 local time. It is peak heat out there.
It is. Straight to the ice bath.
Yeah, yeah. That's something Surf City provides. A really nice athletes area. There is ice baths. There is, little acai bowls, stuff like that for the athletes to refuel on. So that is really awesome. and really necessary, especially for these middle of the day heats.
Franco there. Team Argentina on the beach supporting the surfer in the men's round. A 5.7 drops for Franco's last wave, so that puts him up into the lead. First place for Franco, second place for Leonard Nico of Italy, and Natua in that third position. We have 2 more heats coming up of the men's round of SUP surfing in this first round. And then we'll be moving on through to the Repercharge rounds later on today. We'll bring in Dave Bainey to call the action with Rachel Tilley on the next heats.
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful SUP City, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition. And when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country, Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias, everybody. I hope you have a good time.
Are back. Welcome. 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We're in Surf City, everyone. El Salvador. Welcome. We are in men's SUP surfing. We're still in the main event, the round number 1, but we're in heat 11. This one we got Indy Rose from Australia, Kapono Fukuda from Japan, Kevin Vides from El Salvador up and riding. That's the Japanese surfer, Kapono. Getting his heat started. Still plenty of waves. Nice set rolling through right at the beginning of this heat. Rachel, what have you been seeing?
Yeah, well, lots of great surfing happening, obviously. Oh, we have Kevin looking for that left.
Wow.
Kevin is local to El Salvador. He's a phenomenal longboarder as well. And he just picked up the stand-up paddleboard to be a part of this event. Now, normally you would see him out there hanging 10 across Sunzal. He knows this wave really well. So if he can figure out the equipment, he could be pretty competitive out here.
I'd love to see that he went left as a local.
I know.
You know, so that wasn't just like, you know, someone going, oh, I'm going to take this left. He potentially saw potential on that wave, and that's just so fascinating to me.
Yeah, he's someone who's so busy out in the water and can make a lot of different waves look good, you know.
Yeah, we're going to throw it down to the interview with Matu, winner of the last heat. Take it away, Matty boy.
Thank you very much, Dave. I'm here with the winner of heat number 10, Franco Faccin from Argentina. Franco, you're not new to these waves here in El Sunzal, and you seem to be having a lot of fun out there. The only thing is there was a big battle with Leonica from Italy.
Yeah, hi Matthew, how are you? So I'm very happy now, winning the first heat. I was a little nervous. The conditions were good, the waves were perfect, but a little too wind, you know, offshore wind. But it's just like home, so I managed to do the tricks, the maneuvers to get the 2 waves and pass the heat like first.
You were here in 2019 as a SUP racer and SUP surfer. Are you only focusing on SUP surfing this time?
Yeah, now I'm just a SUP surfer. I used to be a racer, but well, happens a few things. So I managed to get again to get the SUP surf and surf that is the most I like. You know, I'm a paddler too. I love to paddle. So it was like a kind of little battle with Nika on the first wave. We were like both pushing, you know, trying to take the wave, and neither of us could take it. But it was I don't know, like a little fight, you know. But feels good, feels good.
Well, there was definitely a little bit of tension that we could feel from the beach, and that was actually pretty amazing to watch. So congratulations, enhorabuena, and we see you in the next round.
Okay, thank you. Saludos a todos en Argentina. Yeah.
Back to you guys.
Yeah, Matty, thanks for that. Franco, congratulations. spent some time with Franco over the years, and like Maddie was saying, he's a really competitive racer just a few years ago, and it was cool to see him and Leo battle it out, both very competitive racers back in the day. And we saw the rider from Japan in red get a really nice ride while that interview was going on. And then we got Indy Rose, Australian surfer, on his backhand.
Yeah, this wave starting to suck towards that reef on the inside. So we saw that downtime of him really angling all the way far towards the right of your screen, and now it's starting to stand back up. He's making the most of it here. Interesting. Looks like he was hoping to cut out so he could, you know, maybe have a paddle battle with Kapono, but just getting unstuck from his feet will kind of take away that opportunity for that paddle battle. But both surfers getting a ride in towards the shore.
Yep, they both got that long paddle back out. Definitely coming into play with these 20-minute heats. We've seen these heats go by pretty quickly. And seems like every heat they've definitely been, you know, had some opportunities with a few sets throughout. But I can't remember a heat that had constant waves. So I think time management definitely is something to think about this whole day, and possibly the entire week.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think if I were coaching, getting a wave in these 20-minute heats, having one wave in your score line that you feel like is somewhat of a keeper before that 14-minute mark really puts you into a comfortable position. It's not impossible to, if that's not the case, to, you know, dig yourself out. But in terms of having a really comfortable and well-paced heat, having a score before those 14 minutes really just, yeah, puts you into a position of power in your wave selection throughout the rest of the heat.
Absolutely, kind of settles you in to your heat. And we just with that, we got 14 minutes left in this heat. So right now we got Kapono Fukuda from Japan hanging on to that 6.0. Nice score for him. Indy Rose with a couple scores, just a 3.67 and a 1. And then Kevin's trying to find his first meaningful score in this heat. See a couple waves pouring in deep off the point there.
I've been seeing Kapono practice since before we had our longboard event here last week. He has been a staple out in the water, surfing really well. So that 6.0 really kicking off his heat campaign is indicative of all of that work he's been putting out there.
Yeah, and he looks to be a really nice surfer. I'm kind of new to Kapono Fukuda from Japan, so it's exciting to see, you know, new talent always coming into these ISA games. In Japan, they always seem to breed really nice surfing athletes. And Kapono throwing down that 6.0 ride. And you see the lineup here. Low tide, you can see back towards the top of your screen how the rocks are starting, you know, they're just exposed a little more. Reef kind of sucking off those rocks. And like we mentioned before, the quickest way back to the lineup is actually going wide. They were telling me there's a nice little rip current that actually kind of pulls you out around the lineup. So if you kind of see them and you're wondering why they're so far down there, it's definitely by design. They're taking the quicker way out rather than paddling directly through the surf.
So Kapono is only 19 years old. He was born in Hawaii, but raised in Japan. And he competes mainly in SUP surfing and has won the All Japan SUP Surfing Championships both in 2023 and 2024, achieving back-to-back national titles.
That's awesome. We got up and riding. Hard to see the color at the moment. Looks like that might be...
I think this is Kevin.
Kevin, yeah.
A local Salvadorian. Finally opening up his account. Getting some nice swooping turns that it looked like from that drone angle.
Definitely, and like you said, he's the local here, and it was cool to see his position. He was pretty deep, and he got that nice wave that kind of peeled across. Here's another look at his ride. So see how far back he's coming from this peak. Goes way out front and gets a nice little swooping carve back to the section there. Another smooth little turn off the top. Doing a good job linking these 3 turns together.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting 3 nice turns. That comes in as a 2.63. So that helps his account. But like you said, coming in deep, you could see how he was using that paddle right off the takeoff to really streamline down the line so that he could be in position. Love how he keeps that rail engaged off the bottom turns. Swings it around.
Yeah, nice ride from Kevin Vides, the local El Salvadorian surfer.
Already halfway through this heat, 10 minutes remaining.
And it looks like Indy Rose kind of using a side wave to get over to the wide peak. He might even have the Andy Irons Rising Sun board shorts on.
It looks like it.
Whoa. I know it's definitely something, at least in the States, a lot of kids are going on eBay and wherever to find vintage board shorts because they're like twice as long. They go past the knee, and that's like that's the vibe right now.
Exactly.
Here we go, a little replay. It looked like Indy Rose did get a wave. Nice little backhand snap. The Aussie wrapping around a second turn. Smaller wave, but has a little bit of juice on that shoulder. A little deeper into the lineup.
Yeah, kept it nice, high and tight, so that allowed him to stay in that energy of the wave, wrapping it all the way around. Comes in as a 3.2, goes into his score line. With a couple of 3s, he's sitting in second position. Kevin in third place, and he's a 4.24.
Yeah, and Kevin, the local, he's got me all fired up on the left now. I'd be stoked to see him get a left and a score. So here he goes. He's taking the inside right. It's a nice swooping little carve. Sets him up for this second little jam. Up and over. Can he hang on?
Oh!
He does. He does. And like you're saying, he's new to SUP surfing. You know, he's a very good surfer, longboarder, like you were saying. So it's really cool to see him, you know, giving it a go out here. Nice smooth style. You see Indy Rose get kind of beheaded on that last
Seriously,
one.
just got deleted so quick.
Yeah, and then Capono, your heat leader. Boom, lots of spray off the top right there. He timed that one perfectly with like a little backwash hit, which extended that turn there. Nice little jam to close that section out. I'm digging Capono's style.
Yeah, really, it has a lot of zest to it. If I were to pick a word, there's just a lot of energy coming out of all of his maneuvers while having a really relaxed overall body posture.
Yeah, we see Anthony Maltese, Team USA, getting ready for the final heat in round 1. He'll be coming up again, Karsten Kurmis, as well as Mehdi Odani. Oh, Tuan's got 2 paddles. Look at that. Yeah, so waiting for a score to drop for Indy and also Capono, that last one. So Capono sitting in the lead with that 6.0 high score. And Indy looking for a 4.24 to jump into that first position. And then Kevin's quietly building a little bit of a heat for himself. He needs a 4.14 to turn into advancement into the second round position. And it looks like Capono dropping a 6.5 on that last ride.
Whew. Really beautiful surfing. Judges really rewarding the variety of maneuvers that he had on that wave, as well as the speed and flow in which he connected each maneuver. See a ride from Indy, an attempted a ride from Indy.
Yep, that's the hardest spot to be as a stand-up paddler, is that late takeoff. Really hard to pull those off. Got some more, got some more set waves pouring in here.
Yeah, you can just watch as they go to turn around for that wave. You lose a lot of speed in that turnaround. So just to build that speed back up in time to make it the late drop is so difficult.
Yeah, definitely have to have really good wave knowledge and time it just right for sure. So we got Kapono Fukuda from Japan leading this heat. Just dropped that 6.5. He's also got a 6 in his score, so he's got the 2 highest waves of this heat. Indy Rose from Australia got that 3.67 as a high score, so he's in advancement position. And then Kevin, the local from El Salvador, needs a 4.14. And we'll see if his experience can give him that magic ride to get that advancement score that he needs.
Yeah, with 5 minutes remaining, this heat's winding down quick. So, you know, we've been talking about time management. At this point, you know, all of those score requirements, it will come down to now one wave. You know, sometimes you can split it up. If Kevin, right now, Indy has his heat total from a 3.67 and a 3.2. So, you know, Kevin could try and get a couple of high 3s to get that heat total, or get that single wave of a 4.14. But with 4.5 minutes remaining, it pushes you and forces you into just looking to get it from that one single wave score.
Yeah, and just based on this, like the scoring we've seen throughout the day, you know, a 4 or above is definitely going to need, you know, a decent sized set. I don't think the smaller ones will get it done. You know, he could luck into a nice medium one, like one of those growers we've seen. But he definitely has to be careful which wave he selects, as, you know, he might only have one more, you know, attempt at getting that score he needs.
But of course, a non-elimination heat. This is the only non-elimination heat of the event, or sorry, you know, of non-elimination round.
Right, correct.
Not just this one, but all of these surfers that got 3rd and or 4th respectively in their heats will surf this afternoon in the Repercharge round to have an attempt to get back into the main round, and then there on out, everything's elimination. Everyone's surfing towards that grand final in order to obtain some medals for their country. And you know, your placings, even if you don't get an individual medal, your placing goes towards an overall point system for the standings of the country, as well as there is overall team standings. And we've been having a lot of conversations about those team medals. We've seen Spain coming back as champions, France be champions before, really robust teams, Peru. So it's going to be a combination of everybody's effort.
Yeah, absolutely. That's one of the unique things about the ISA. You know, of course, there's individual accolades and dreams these athletes have, but it truly is about the team, you know. As we see heat leader, Kapono, up and down.
Trying to stay busy, but it doesn't really flourish for him there.
Yeah, we got the Aussie Indy Rose. Nice looking wave right here. Yeah, I love that quick little snap. Yeah, this wave giving him a little bit more speed in the pocket and unable to hang on to that one.
You know, unfortunately, so he has a 3.67 and his 3.2, creating his heat total. That isn't super representative of the heats of the surfing that we've seen him do in this heat. You know, we've seen some really great moments from him, and unfortunately just not creating an overall well-rounded wave to get higher than those 3s. But some of those turns have just been really magic.
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see the conditions we are blessed with today. for the competition. 4 to 6 foot swell. Very light winds in the 2 mile per hour range. And I mean, no complaints. The weather's been incredible. And high tide and low tide, I mean, the wave is just so fun. You see out the back, this one's swinging wide. You know, we've been talking about the lineup all day long, and it looks like someone's going to get caught out the back here. We get the Aussie again, Indy Rose, hooking another backhand turn. Gets his third turn off. So Indy warming up now, looking good. Gets one more maneuver there. 33 seconds left in this heat, so he wanted to ride that one in, but got bucked off.
Definitely, I think the best wave that we've seen of him so far, finally piecing together some of those beautiful turns we've seen moments of. But it's Capono who has had the demand on this heat all 20 minutes. And Kevin having a ride in. He's looking for a 4.87 now because Indy got a 3.93, his best single wave score on that last one.
Yeah, so we'll see what Kevin was able to do before we got into the middle of his ride. But he does need a 5 or a 4.87. So it looks like Capono Fukuda from Japan will take that heat in red. Indy Rose from Australia, second place. Then we got the last heat of the men's coming up next. Stick with us for more action from El Salvador. We'll be right back.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been a tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back to day number 1 of competition here in Surf City, El Salvador for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. We are going to be running the last heat of the first round of men's SUP Surfing, and up and riding, representing Team USA, Anthony Maltese on his backhand. A strong first turn there, but just gets caught behind the whitewater. Anthony's going to put on some great surfing. Already we see from Morocco, Mehdi Oudani, nice snap under the lip there, just gets a little bit caught behind as well. So I think athletes to start off this heat, Dave, maybe pushing themselves a little deep on the reef just to fight for position.
Yeah, it did seem that way. Like Mehdi hanging on to that one, did make it to the end, but there's not much there. But yeah, I mean, admittedly, Anthony hasn't spent a ton of time in this lineup. I believe it's his first time here, and he was just here a day before competition. So I know he did get a session out here, but I think his first couple sessions were more further down at La Bocana in front of his hotel, just to get his feet in the wax and everything. So Yeah, so Anthony, just needs a little more experience, obviously, if he's pretty deep. But he's been doing a lot of training leading into this event. We got a break. Obviously, Trestles, he lives in San Clemente. There's a break on the south end called Churches, and he put a lot of time in. So it's a longer kind of right, a little more SUP friendly than lower Trestles or upper Trestles. So he spent a lot of time there practicing on his backhand. One of our old friends, Giorgio Gomez, has been coaching him, filming him, and giving him some tips. And we got Anthony up and riding right now.
Oh, great turn on his backhand, straight up into the lip. That was super radical from Anthony. He's going to bring this one through, trying to link together a couple more maneuvers. Another great turn on his backside. Again, wrapping it off the top. See him taking this one through. He's found a good wave here that's offering up a steep wall in front of him. Switches the paddle there for another top turn. He finds himself in that bumpy section here just after low tide. Lots of water moving through the end section of the wave. As he finds his way through to the inside again, banks it off the top, unfortunately goes down, but a lot of great maneuvers already done on the outside. It's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Anthony up against Mehdi Oudani of Morocco and also Carsten Gomes of Germany up and riding. See Carsten on his first turn there. And again, just pacing this wave. Does really well to get around that section. Beautiful turn off the top there as well. And again, wrapping it around, jumps forward on the board to try and stay with it, but just gets a little too far forward. And then our Moroccan surfer, Mehdi, carving it back around, waiting for this wave to stand up. Great snapping turn there, starting the fins at the top of the wave as he makes his way through for another turn. And just pushes a little too hard, loses that speed, falls off the back of that ride.
Yeah, so a couple rides from all the competitors in that last set of waves. We'll see how the scores start lining up. Looks like Anthony on his first wave got a 3.5. Still waiting on that second one that we just watched. Carsten got a 2.57. And waiting on scores for Mehdi Oudani. And it's interesting because Anthony's got a full carbon board. It's all black. And of course in California it doesn't get all that hot. So you don't have to worry about wax melting and things like that. So right before we left, Anthony's like, man, you think I should bring a traction pad? I'm like, it could be a good idea. So he actually bought like front foot traction to perhaps add to his board. And after his first session, he's like, oh man, I scraped my wax. I threw a traction pad on there. So he has full traction on his board. And I think it was a good call.
Yeah, that's really interesting. We've seen a lot of competitors here opting for just that wax deck, maybe a tail pad at the back. But some of the production boards out there having that full deck pad, what's the kind of difference between the two under your feet? Is it personal preference?
I think it is, it comes down to personal preference. Obviously, every athlete wants their board as light as possible, so that's where the wax comes into play. Me personally, for stand-up paddleboarding, I love a full deck of traction just because it's just always there, and you get to sink your toes into it a little more when you're crawling over waves and stuff. We see Mehdi right here getting a nice little cutback. And he's going to kick out of that one. But, yeah, like with the wax, it has that familiar surfy feel. You get that sensitivity under your feet when you're riding the boards, and that feels nice as well. But, I prefer a traction pad for SUP. We're going to throw it down to Matty with an interview from the winner of the last heat. Take it away, Matty boy.
Hey, guys, I'm with Capono. Omeneto Capono. That was a pretty amazing. There, 2 solid scores and consistent, 650 and 6.0. That's a total of 12.50. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was a pretty good waves, but I didn't know that the point was not 12. I thought there was like 5 or something. And then I missed the first wave, and then I was trying to the lipping, but the fin was like threw away. And then it was pretty bad. Yeah, but I'm very happy.
Hey, tell us a little bit about your background. I know you were born in Hawaii.
Yes.
What's your story?
I was born in Hawaii, part of the North Shore, and then my parents moved to Japan, and then grown up in Japan.
And I know you can do pretty much everything: surfing, SUP surfing, wing foiling, foiling. What's your favorite arm weapon?
Yeah, I can't decide, but Yeah, SUP surfing is pretty fun. Yeah.
Looks like it. Looks like it indeed.
I love surfing. Yes.
Well, good luck to you and to Team Japan. Looks like you've got a pretty strong team in this week.
Yes, thank you so much.
All right, back to you guys. Thanks very much.
As we see live action in the water, Kapono Fukuda there with that post-it interview. Great young surfer from Japan. We just saw Carsten there on a quick ride here, 2.57 to kick off his heat. And we see Anthony dropping a 5.33 on his last ride, so that puts him up into first place. And Mehdi a 3.07. Team Morocco there supporting Mehdi out in the water as we see him taking off on this ride. He switches the paddle over for that cut back, all the way back to position himself. Hopefully a bigger turn, but maybe he gets caught a little bit behind. Again, just switches the paddle, a little bit of a carve there underneath the lip. So his turn's done quite low on this wave face, not high up into the lip, as we've seen those bigger scores getting dropped. He's going to stick with this one through the midsection of this wave. And Mehdi just keeping up pace with it. Gets in front now, pushes hard, slides the tail. And again, another turn from Mehdi. He's just going to kick out of that wave, not offering any more scoring potential. Team Morocco cheering on her teammate. 11 minutes, 30 seconds remaining. Mehdi will get out there in a few minutes. We'll need to see him get to his feet, Dave, pretty soon.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Looks like he's going out to the, the channel there, so should be standing up here pretty quickly.
So competitors in the SUP surfing and also the racing need to be on their feet, paddling out. If the judges deem that the competitors are lying down for too long, they will be issued a warning. And then if it happens again, a non-priority interference, and that could lead to disqualification if done a number of times.
Yeah, and I think we've had a few warnings today, but no actual penalties.
Yeah, it's kind of a scare, I think, if you get that warning. That's, oh, I did stand up.
They are actually watching.
Yes, definitely are watching, of course. Conditions here, Dave, it's been offshore wind all day, which is fantastic. Usually we get an afternoon sea breeze. We'll watch a replay of Mehdi on this wave with his teammate.
Yeah,
on
you
the
can
beach.
see the reaction of the teammate. She's pretty fired up, clapping after every turn there. And Mehdi, like you speak of the offshore winds, Morocco, he's used to the wind. A lot of right-hand point breaks in Morocco with a lot of wind, so Mehdi feeling right at home here. A lot of support, as you can see, on the beach for all the athletes. And it's kind of funny. Sometimes when you're on the beach, you're more nervous than the athletes themselves.
Yeah, definitely. You can see just the stoke there for Mehdi as he makes his way back out. 9.5 minutes remaining. He's up into second place, Mehdi. His last wave dropped a 3.07, so he has a couple of 3.07s. And there is our local SUP surfer in the women's, Jocelyn. She'll be coming up in the next round of the women's Repercharge heat. She'll get up against Jojo from Germany and Rachel Cantor of the USA. You can see she's happy, all smiles on the beach, heading out to one of her local spots that she surfs. As we get a beautiful drone angle of the Surf City region. El Tunco, the town there, just past that rock that sticks out. La Bocana, the surf spot just off to the right of screen, to left hand. Also a right hand wave, so a good peak there. The ISA World Surfing Games were held there earlier this year. And then, of course, the long point break of El Sunzal, playing host to this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. This is the final heat of men's, round number 1 for the SUP surfing. We'll be coming up to the Repercharge heats for women and men after this. And then we'll look toward tomorrow's action, again with the SUP surfing. Moving through toward finals on Thursday morning. for the SUP Surf, and then into the racing portions of this event for both the SUP and prone paddleboard. As we see some sets approaching the lineup here, looks like Carsten on the inside, up and riding. Unfortunately, just goes down on that bottom turn. Maybe held it a little bit too long. Just got caught up with the rail there in the water. He's looking for a 3.57 to move into second place to advance into the next round. Third place will be moving into the Repercharge rounds.
Yeah, and you can see heat leader Anthony Maltese out the back, waiting patiently with priority. He let that one go, which that Carson ended up taking. So definitely being selective. He wants to improve on that 3.5.
He's sitting out there, like I said, first priority in first place, so quite comfortable at the moment. 7 minutes left on the clock. And things going a little bit quiet out there at the moment. You see maybe a couple of waves sneaking through to the inside. See if anyone decides to take those. It looks like we'll have to sit and wait. It's always tense times when you're counting down the heat, especially when you don't have that, strong backup score. Carsten will be looking to improve on his situation to try and get into advancing position. And Mehdi definitely feeling some of the tension at the moment with 2 3-point rides in his scoreline. Our sole Moroccan competitor out there in the green jersey.
Yeah, and Karsten Kermis, I mean, he only needs a 3.57. Completely doable out here, as we've seen. That's kind of, really about the average score we've been seeing, right? That mid-range 3. Just needs a wave to come his way.
We've seen Mehdi kind of doing those slashing maneuvers, the board being quite flat on the water. We've seen other surfers being more on rail, seeing the bottom of the board a little bit more. The judge is going to be, deciphering between those two types of maneuvers.
Absolutely. I think that, kind of the flatter slidey turns, there's definitely a spot for them, but I feel like you got to mix those in with more rail, more through the lip. If you could combine it with that stuff, I totally think they're valid. But if you do 2, 3, 4 of them in a row, you're not going to see those big scores, So, it's a maneuver you should keep in your bag, but definitely gotta mix it up and throw it into the lip a little bit.
And like you were saying there, judges looking for a variety of maneuvers as well. That variety of repertoire, different types of maneuvers on the wave. Do too many of the same maneuver, it gets a bit repetitive. Judges like to see you mixing it up. Top turns and carves and cutbacks. And this wave offers all of that, Dave.
Really does. You get the right one. I mean, man, we've seen some great surfing today. A lot of different style maneuvers, a lot of good carving. And yeah, the canvas is open for that paintbrush, as they say, Bo.
It certainly is. And what a fantastic wave to do your painting on, to do the surfing. As we see some lines approaching the lineup now. So competitors out there, priority sits now with Carsten in the blue. Second priority with Mehdi, third with Anthony. So Carsten will have choice of the next wave if he wants to take it, and the other competitors will have to give way. You can see Anthony there noticing that Carsten has that priority, up and riding in the blue jersey. Does very well to get that speed along that section. Unfortunately, just goes down. That could have been a great wave for Carsten, and looking for a 3.57, but just gets bumped off from that lip. Will be Anthony Maltese from the USA, up and riding. Great turn on his backhand, kind of underneath that steeper section of the lip there, carving it back through. See him riding on, cutting back into the white water. And again, making his way, rebounding off the white water, trying to get a bit of speed through this section here. Try to link together on the inside, but he's found another wave that has linked through. Unfortunately, just coming unstuck there. And we also have Mehdi up and riding at the back. This wave getting a bit bigger on the inside here. See him stomping on the tail. And switching that paddle over for a more carving maneuver. Unfortunately goes down on that ride as well. So surfers not being able to link it through to the inside section. See and wait for those scores to come through for all surfers. Quick one there for Carsten. But we'll look at the scores from Anthony and Mehdi. That first turn of Anthony, really nice though.
Yeah, it really was. He seems a little bit off for Anthony. I tend to watch. I get to see him surf a lot, is what I'm saying. Looks a little tentative in my opinion. He usually sticks those landings. He came unstuck a couple times. Little out of whack for him, but he's getting the job done. He is throwing the board into the lip. He's got pretty darn good wave selection this heat. Fortunately for Karsten, that was probably the wave of the heat we've seen so far, and just wasn't able to run around that. And now he needs a 4.70, and that's even before we see Anthony's score from the last one. So Mehdi able to up his score line.
Yeah, making things difficult now for Karsten, but there are sets approaching on the outside. I think Karsten's going to have to duck under this one. He actually opts to go over it. There are 2 or 3 more waves, though, on the outside. Look at this beautiful drone angle of El Sunzal. Perfect right-hand point break for our SUP surfers. Karsten just getting caught on the inside. You can see that wave breaking almost out near the buoy there, Dave. A big set.
That's a real wide one. Mehdi trying to poach one on the inside right there. Anthony just scratching. He's like, what? How is this one so far out here? That's probably the widest one we've seen all day.
And it's breaking super wide, but still holding up with quite a lot of steeper face as well. Moving on through, you can see those waves pushing wide of screen. Just a little taste of what the swell can do here at El Sunzal.
Absolutely. Looks like Tuan is aware of the time. He's going to try to flip around and get this one. Can't get it, so there's a minute left. See him scratching kind of to the inside peak. Fortunately for Karsten, he just got stuck in that heat, or that set rather.
Yeah, it's quite easy to do, especially if it's been a bit slower. You want to sit on the inside, try and get those medium-sized ones, but then you get caught out by the bigger sets. And with a lot of water moving out there, it's really hard to kind of get that board speed up to get out there and kind of match that position where the wave is breaking.
Absolutely. You get stuck in the impact zone. You kind of feel like you're on, just like a runway that's just never ending.
Exactly. But Karsten is up and riding. Will this be a 4.7? He's a bit caught behind at the moment. Looks like he's going to stay caught behind in that white water. He's going to ride it through. Just under 30 seconds remaining left in this heat. Looking like it is going to be Anthony Maltese of the USA winning this heat, moving through alongside Mehdi Udani of Morocco. Now up and riding, 15 seconds left. Fading it right back to the left here. Another left, Dave. Loving it.
Mehdi going left. I mean, I've never seen a left I didn't like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm stoked he's going backhand right there.
As we see Anthony, a victory lap here for his first heat. He'll be looking to, like you said, improve on that for the next heat, but gains his confidence a little bit more, moving through in first place.
Yeah, Anthony, he's going to use that as a warm-up. Like I said, he got here kind of late. Everyone seemed to be here before, we got here. We were on the same flight. So I think that was a good practice heat for Anthony. He got the job done. He always does that signature paddle clap when he's stoked, so he's feeling good.
Team USA there to greet Anthony as he makes his way in. And we're going to be moving through into the women's Repercharge round of the SUP Surfing. So we're going to go to a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll bring Rachel Tilley back in to call the action for the women's SUP Surfing.
Bienvenidos a El Salvador.
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition. And when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassador of beautiful, the smallest country, Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias, everybody. I hope you have a good time.
The dream of Olympic surfing was a dream decades ago, but today is our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
Hello and welcome back. You are watching the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Anthony Maltese on screen there, moving through from the first round of men's SUP surfing competition. And we turn our attention now to the women out in the water. This is Repercharge round number 1. This will be an elimination round. And you can see it is heat number 4 on screen. So the first 3 heats of the Repercharge only had 2 women in each heat. So they're going to automatically move through into the main round again of competition. This heat seeing 3 surfers, so they're going to be battling it out. Unfortunately, we're going to be losing 1 surfer today. And the top 2 will be moving through back into the main round of competition. And we have Jocelyn Alabi of El Salvador in the red jersey. Jojo Cast of Germany, she's in the blue. And Rachel Cantor in the white for Team USA. Great to bring Rachel Tilley back in here to call the action for this women's Repercharge heat. Seen some great sets come through in the last heat, Rachel. Some really big wide waves coming through as well. I wonder if we'll see that in this heat.
Really different conditions to the ones that these women surfed this morning on that high tide. We're now just past the low tide. Rocks are still really exposed at the moment on the inside, but that changes the reef that we're seeing the waves come in on. They're freight training a lot farther down, providing a lot more critical opportunity for these surfers to just do some beautiful surfing as we saw throughout all the last men's rounds 12 heats.
Yeah, as you said, there's been some really high scores being dropped today. We saw, Vanya Torres of Peru dropping an excellent heat score. Benoit Carpentier as well dropping another excellent heat score. So lots of really good waves being ridden out there. As we turn our attention, Jocelyn Alabi, the local El Salvadorian surfer. We see her carving her way through on that first turn. And again, just bringing that board right back around. But unfortunately, just that wave disappearing. And if we take a peek out the back, there are some sets coming through. We'll see if any of the other surfers are able to get onto any of these waves. But Jocelyn getting her campaign started here. As we said before, top 2 surfers moving through back up into main round of competition. Elimination heats from here on out with the SUP surfing events. So if you do find yourself in that 3rd or 4th position in a heat, you will be eliminated from competition. And of course, the top 2 moving through, gaining valuable team points for the team rankings, and also, one step closer to that gold medal.
Yeah, absolutely. Jocelyn in red, the only surfer that has opened up her account so far. Representing El Salvador, we also just saw Kevin Vides, not in that last heat, but the heat before in the men's side. He will be surfing in the men's Repercharge coming up. So he's new to stand-up paddle surfing. He's an incredible longboarder out here at Sunzal. It's just great to see El Salvador show up with an awesome team and have that representation on the world stage across all of the events that ISA hosts here in Surf City.
Yeah, it's a fantastic venue for what the ISA does. But we're going to throw it down to beach commentator with Matu with the winner of the last heat, Anthony Maltese.
Hi guys, thank you very much. I'm with Anthony Maltese. He had to wait a long time for his hit to go into action in his hit. He won it with authority. Well done that. Consistent scoring for you. 2 very nice waves. And obviously you had the Infinity gear with you. The winning gear.
The winning gear. This is my magic winning carbon board. It's been real good to me, and it's actually pretty buoyant here in the salt and in the warm water. It feels like it floats more at home. So I've kind of had trouble practicing, and I've not really been in sync with the wave until just now. So saved it for now. I was able to calm down a little bit in this heat and put it together.
All right, well, you showed up at the right time, and that's what we want. What do you think you want to change or improve going forward into the competition?
Well, I do have my backup board, and it's a little thinner, so I might ride my thinner board. Maybe get practice after the heats are done today, see if it works. I've had a lot of great sessions at La Bocana. It's in front of where I'm staying, and it's such a good wave. There's so many fun spots here in El Salvador. It's like everywhere you look, there's a perfect little reef break, and it reminds me so much of home. The waves are just perfect peelers, so it's been really fun.
Well, that's exactly what I was going to say. You're from San Clemente. You've got some pretty nice waves down there. So how do they actually compare these waves with back home?
Well, we never really get off shores like this. It's very rare. So this offshore is tricky, especially we got our boards are like airplane wings. So it's like, lifting up all the time. It's hard to really set it down in, but it's been working good though.
All right. Well, you are through to main round number 2. So congratulations for that. And now we're down to the Repercharge heats with the women. Back to you, boys.
Thanks very much, Matthew. Anthony Maltese there moving on through to the next round of the men's. He'll skip that Repercharge round. We've got the women in the water at the moment. Just that single wave ridden by Jocelyn. 2.67 for her, so she's currently in the lead. Still waiting for our other competitors to catch a wave. And we can see just the water on the inside there moving quite a lot with the swell we have off the point, so creating a little bit of bump on the inside there. You've done very well to navigate that on the nose and on the tail, the longboard, Rachel.
Yeah, it is tricky, you know. I mean, keeping that rail engaged when you're going through all of that chatter can be really easy to get bucked off, and you know, for me on a longboard, and similarly, you know, these surfers aren't on 9-foot-plus boards, but they still have a lot of volume within their boards, and so keeping that rail engaged through that chatter can be a really difficult thing. And you can see a lot of them moving their back foot rail to rail to help accompany that effort, and that inside can get really risky, especially, you know, when you've done all this work on the outside, and that's where you've done a lot of great critical surfing. Once you get towards that inside, you're like, please just finish this wave cleanly.
Of course, as we see Jocelyn there having a look at that ride. Looks like she's going to lose priority, so that priority switches over to Rachel Cantor of the USA. So she has choice if she wants to take off on the next wave coming through, but it looks like Jocelyn is in a better position for this ride. Not much of a wall looking like it's stacking up on this wave, so we'll see if Jocelyn is able to catch it. Unfortunately, she just falls off the back of that. 12 minutes left on the clock as we count down this heat. This will be the only heat of the women's Repercharge round. Then we'll move back into men's Repercharge round with 2 heats of surfing to round out the day of competition. I'll be back tomorrow with the main rounds of SUP Surfing for the women and the men. And then crowning SUP Surf champions on Thursday.
Still looks like, I mean, I only see our surfer from the US and El Salvador out there. That other angle, we could see our surfer from Germany making her way out. She's still not in our viewpoint yet, so maybe just having a bit of struggle throughout that chop and bump to work her way out, or maybe using a different strategy to stay more towards the inside and hopefully just get the scores that she's looking for.
Yeah, she's sitting on the inside at the moment, positioning herself in toward where the shore break is. Maybe she's identified that there are a couple of waves coming through there, and maybe it's a bit tricky for her to position herself on the outside to be in the right spot for those waves. So identifying that she's going to stick to her strengths. Of course, the judges will be rewarding maneuvers on the outside of this wave as we see a local surfer, Jocelyn Alabi, up and riding. Nice first turn there to get things started on this wave. You can see the fins as she does that bottom turn there, using a lot of power in her legs. Judges love the power surfing again, pushing hard, bringing that board all the way back around to the white water. Again, you can see using that paddle for that rotation, being able to see where she's going on the wave, rotating that chest, the upper body, as a surfer would do, and she kicks out of that one. Just over 10 minutes. Here we go. Rachel's first wave up and riding, representing Team USA, carving it back around. This is going to be a great score for her. She can stick with it. She does well to get down the face of this wave. Again, carving back toward the white water. She is continuing through the midsection of this wave. This is going to be a good score for her to start things off. Definitely going to help her get into that advancing position to move through to the next round. Rachel doing well. You can see a little bit more scoring potential here on the inside. She decides to kick out of that one to get herself out the back. 9.5 minutes left on the clock. Good start there by Rachel. Rachel?
Yeah, it sure was. To get her campaign opened up with 9 minutes, 20 seconds remaining was super crucial within that timeline for her to have that opportunity to get back out the back and get another wave into her scoreline. Jocelyn, I think that'll come in through as a healthy score as well, looking to improve and build, add to that 2.67. So both of these surfers starting to now create that divide and creating that requirement for our surfer from Germany, Josefina, to obtain in order to advance through. So we can see that's where Josefina's been sitting, or standing. And we can see Jocelyn kind of going past.
I feel like they're having a chat out there.
Yeah.
Just discussing maybe where Jojo's been sitting, and Jocelyn maybe trying to help Jojo as well. Identifying that there is a couple of sets coming. Jojo's going to stay on the inside here and stick with her strategy of catching these smaller insider waves. Well, I won't say smaller because sometimes the sets push wide.
That's very true.
Quite a bigger inside section there. So 2.17 drops for Rachel Cantor. Puts her into second place. And now it looks like Jocelyn might have a chance here. She's only about not even halfway out. She's deciding just to keep paddling out over these waves. And then Jojo up and over this one as well. She notices that there is another set coming. So just trying to avoid the breaking waves there. But what beautiful scenes we have. This long right-hand point break of El Sunzal. Perfect waves coming through. We see Rachel Cantor just coming into screen now. The left-hand side there, paddling back out after her first ride. Jocelyn, she drops a 4.67, so as you said, a healthy score into her scoreline, puts her comfortably in the lead in this heat at the moment. 7 minutes on the clock remaining. Competitors are going to make their way back out. Hopefully get another chance at a set wave that comes through. Remember, top two move through back into the main event of the women's SUP Surfing. The third place will unfortunately lose in competition.
So the door's still open for anyone. Josefina only needing a 2.18. Sitting on the inside, she's relying a little bit more on luck with her positioning here for the right wave and angle of that swell to make it to where she's positioned at the moment.
So Jojo, only 18 years of age. And she's going to be competing in the racing disciplines later on this week, so maybe a bit of a tactical kind of chance here to save her energy for the racing division. She is known as a stand-up paddle racer. She does enjoy SUP surfing. I think maybe she's going to save her energy for the racing portion of this event.
And you know what? One of those tactics as well of even if she doesn't advance out of this position here, that's more points to Team Germany than if she didn't compete at all. So we could be looking at an entire strategy from Team Germany there to say, hey, just show up for the team, but you don't have to go far because we just want those points in another division.
That's a great point, Rachel. Very, very good point. So going to be getting those team points for Germany. And she's going to be coming up in the junior technical race and also the sprint racing happening on the final day of competition. Very exciting finish to the week here. But it's just getting started. We're only at day one of competition. have the local El Salvador surfer, Jocelyn Alabi, currently sitting in first place in this heat. Some strong points for El Salvador as she makes her way through this heat. Looks like she's just repositioning herself. Time counting down, just under 5 minutes now left in this heat. There will be 2 more heats of SUP surfing coming up after this from the men. And that will round out today's competition as we take a look at that beautiful drone angle of Surf City here, El Tunco, El Sunzal. Some great restaurants, some great bars. Go get a massage, go get a pupusa, always delicious.
Yeah, it's an awesome town. Great to book a surf trip to. Actually, my brother and like 10 of his friends are coming down here next week for a surf trip into El Tunco after seeing all the events that have been taking place here and the commitment from, you know, Surf City and also the display of waves that they've been able to watch from afar. They're like, their next surf trip, they all said it had to be El Salvador. So we've been seeing a lot of that happen from around the world as all of these incredible spots have just been put on the map.
Well, thanks to the ISA as well for showcasing the world's best surfers in some of the world's best waves that we have here in El Salvador.
Yeah, absolutely. And such an incredible venue that the ISA and Surf City have this great partnership to keep coming back to. And, you know, for all these different disciplines, we've now seen SUP surfing, we've seen junior shortboard, we've seen World Surfing Games shortboard, we've seen longboard. It's incredible to see this wave host so many different styles of surfing and the excellent surfing that can be done on these waves.
We just see a paddle there from Rachel Cantor. She lost priority because she paddled for that wave with a concerted effort to catch it, but unfortunately missed it. So priority switches over to Jocelyn. We see Jojo sitting really wide on the peak, not on the screen at the moment. Sitting quite wide. Jocelyn looks like she's going to get this wave here. 2 minutes 45 seconds left on the clock. Looking to improve upon a 2.67. Beautiful first turn there from Jocelyn. She wraps her board back around. You can see her again, just stamping on the tail, getting right back into the pocket of this wave. She's riding a different board than what she was on earlier in the day. Switching up equipment as this wave changes with the tides. You can see her really carving back toward the white water, sticking with this one as it makes its way through to the inside. She's happy with that wave as well. Definitely going to improve upon that 2.67, Rachel.
You know, I noticed it on her 4.67 and I noticed it on this one too. She was smiling from takeoff. She's just having so much fun. You can see that she's so proud and happy to be here at home competing on the world stage and putting on a great performance for us, leading this heat at the moment, and I'd say holding down first place with that last wave as well.
Definitely, yeah. We'll wait for that score to drop from the judges, but looking like she will solidify her position in first place. 1.5 minutes left on the clock. Lines approaching the line. We'll see if Rachel Cantor can get herself into position. Currently in that second advancing position. Jojo Cast sitting on that left-hand side of screen there. Might even be in position for one of these wider sets if she decides to go. Still without a wave ridden yet in this heat. And we'll see Rachel Cantor taking a look at this one. Not going to be able to get over the top of that one, and she'll turn around to a wall of white water heading her way. Let's see if she can get out of the way of this one. It looks like she will just get over this, sneak over the top. Under a minute now left remaining. A 3.53 drops for Jocelyn's last ride, so that improves her situation. Jojo Cast still looking for 2.18 to move into that advancing position. We'll see if Rachel can get herself on this next ride. She is in position, but she's stroking over the top of this one. And it looks like Jojo just wants to sit wide. Save her energy for those races coming up later on this week. Rachel now taking a look. Jocelyn on the inside as well. She's up and riding. Like you said, with a smile on her face, even though this wave wasn't going to offer up much scoring potential. She sees herself making her way in, realizing that this heat is counting down, and she'll be moving through to the main round number 2 of the women's SUP surfing tomorrow. 2 seconds left on the clock. Will Rachel get on this wave? We'll see if it counts. Unfortunately, she's not going to get over the top of that one. So we'll be Jocelyn and Rachel moving on through. We'll be losing Jojo Cast from competition here. As you said, Rachel, great team points for Team Germany moving through. We'll see men's round of Repercharge coming up after this. Don't go anywhere. We're going to be back with more action just after this short commercial break.
Decades ago. But today it's our reality.
It's about pushing the sport and pushing the boundaries.
It's been like an emotional roller coaster.
It's been tough road for me to qualify to Paris.
That's the game. You gotta win.
The wave is unlike any other wave.
This is one of the biggest goals and one of the biggest dreams.
It's not don't be scared. Be scared, but still don't do it.
In action at the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship from Surf City, El Salvador. Dave Bainey here with Rachel Tilley calling the shots. SUP surfing, we're in the Repercharge round. This is men's SUP surfing Repercharge heat number 3 in red. Dave de Armas, Puerto Rico. Ricardo Urbina in blue from Venezuela. And Franco Bono from Chile. He is in the white jersey.
So we just saw women's Repercharge go finish off. And we're straight into men's Repercharge 1 heat 3 because there are 6 heats in total in this Repercharge. However, 4 of them only had 2 people seeded into those heats. So we'll just be seeing 2 heats surfed that have 3 men in each of them.
Yeah, we got up and riding right now. That's Franco Bono from Chile. Couple nice backhand cutbacks. Another little turn there. Franco doing a nice job working this one all the way in.
Yeah, a really small one that he's milking all the way through. You know, I don't mind the strategy. 18 minutes remaining. He's trying to get something substantial on the board, and he has plenty of time.
Yeah, and I agree with you. Oh, let's see.
Ooh.
Yeah, so 2 riders taking off on that one on the drop, and we got Dave de Armas who had priority just from the inside of the position in red. 3rd turn right there. Nice little slashing turn with some spray. Wraps back around. So it'll be interesting to see if anything was called. We got in blue, that's Ricardo from Venezuela. Does live in Santa Cruz, California at the moment. Mentioned it a little bit before. He does a lot of big wave surfing, Mavericks. Also does a lot of the deep water training with a lot of the athletes up there in the big wave community. So
wow,
good to see Ricardo get a wave under his belt.
We actually just saw opening day of Mavericks take place.
That's it, yes. There's, I saw Izzy Gomez.
Yeah, I saw that too.
And we're going to throw it down to Matu, beachside, with the interview.
Hey guys, we couldn't have a competition day number 1 without a representative from El Salvador. Here she is. Jocelyn has won her Repercharge heat. Congratulations for that. There's a big smile on your face. You look very, very happy.
Yeah, I'm very happy to be here competing. I am almost losing my voice, but those waves were amazing. I had a lot of fun, and watching my friends and family being here, it has been amazing.
So tell us about this spot, El Sunzal. How does it, where does it fit in the whole landscape of surfing and SUP surfing in your country?
Well, for me, this is a special spot. It's where I learned to surf, and for me, it's one of the best waves, maybe after Punta Roca. But here is like very versatile because you can learn here. You can be an expert and you'll have a lot of fun. So it's like a perfect place to come and surf.
So where do you actually live in El Salvador? Do you live here in El Sunzal?
No, well, I live in a departamento. It's kind of a state called La Libertad, but it's not La Libertad by the ocean. It's in the city, so it's like around 30 minutes from here. So I'm able to be working in the city, but waking up here with the sunrise and surfing, and then go to work.
Oh, that's amazing. So going forward, you think you want to use all that experience from obviously being a local against your challengers?
Yeah, well, I never think about doing something against challengers, but getting to learn, to share, and obviously I am thinking about having the best moment and giving my best to do the best for the surfing, for the people, and hopefully to inspire someone.
Right, enhorabuena, Jocelyn. We'll see you in round number 2 then. And let's go back to the booth, guys. You!
Thank you, Maddie. Congratulations to Joss. Such a happy surfer there, and she kind of has life figured out. Go surf and then go to work. She's got a good program going on.
I love her energy just coming off the screen as well. You can just feel how much spirit she has, how proud she is to be here representing El Salvador, competing here at El Sunzal. And on every wave that we saw her compete on, she was smiling from takeoff to cut out. And so you just love to see that energy from our competitors.
Yeah, what a cool feeling to actually compete at your home break. She mentioned it's the break she learned how to surf, so that's got to be a pretty cool feeling. You see the next heat getting ready. We're looking at the surfer in green, Juan Manuel Bernini, coming up next. And it looks like in this heat, Dave de Armas threw down a 6.50 on his opening ride. And we got a couple of scores for Ricardo. Here he goes again. This is his third ride. He got a 2.5 on his last one. So Ricardo staying busy in this heat. Couple cutbacks there.
So we haven't seen that 6.5 from Dave, but that one opening ride from Franco that we saw, that 4.0 was that one he took all the way in. It's Dave looking for his second ride.
Yeah, Dave, nice choice of wave on this one. Again, it's walling up for him. Couple nice turns straight into another car right there. Dave picking up speed, coming around this section. See what he could do. Nice swooping cutback. Gives it a little extra flair at the end of that turn, kind of snapping the tail around. Another one. Nice smooth carve. So staying busy through this wave. Stands up really nice for him. The inside is starting to bowl up as well.
Wow, this has been an incredible length of ride, offering so much opportunity, and he did well to find every little opportunity to make some of those fatter, wider sections more critical, you know, in variety of maneuvers, in the use of his paddle as well.
Yeah, at a good pace, good speed, good pace, good timing on that wave. Just felt like a really nice surfed wave throughout that whole section that he had through the middle there.
Judges are quick to drop that one, a 7.57. That goes into his top 2, obviously, as we see the second ride from Franco.
Yeah, Franco doing some work on his backhand. Loses that one, but Franco has that 4.0 he's sitting on, so he's currently in second place. Yeah, and Dave de Armas in red, dropping a 7.57 in the Repercharge round. little more stress, a little more, you have to be, I mean, it's you either make it or you don't. This is elimination round.
Absolutely.
So Dave, putting a little extra into these waves, definitely looking way more comfortable than his first round.
And that's the way you want to start a heat. Right now, the field is comboed to try and get that first place position from him. He still has 11 minutes to go, so he can still continue to look to build upon that. At this point now, he has 11 minutes of free training time out there with only 2 other people out. That's how I'd be looking at it, looking at these opening rides. Using that paddle, whipping it around, you can see that spray coming off his rail, indicating how much power he's putting into these turns. And this wave stood up really nice, Dave, and just gave him lots of critical opportunity out the back. Wow.
Yeah, and I really like that turn right there. He just held on to it a little bit longer and gave it a little bit of flare out the exit of that turn. And then it just keeps on building. And, just stayed really smooth. Didn't really have any hiccups. Didn't catch rail or anything. It was just a nicely paced, smooth, and very radical surfing on this wave.
Yeah, taking another look at this drone angle. It was these first few turns that really, I think, built that score up into that 7.57 range. Standing up continuously for those first 3 maneuvers that really allowed him to put it on rail, and it was that one that stood out to us as well, where he gets to wrap it around and had that quick redirection in the pocket under the lip.
Yeah, it was a cool turn. It kind of almost looked like 2 turns in one. He kind of had started off with a kind of laybacky kind of carve and then ended it with a snap. It was really cool.
Yeah, and then you can see he's so stoked with that. Really, you feel good with that because it'll be a good score, but man, that was just a fun wave to surf as well. You can tell he's enjoying himself out there, and now he has 9 more minutes to hopefully get another set or 2 and just feel himself out in the lineup without the crowd of all the other competitors training and preparing, and leaving that pressure to be felt by Franco and Ricardo battling for the 2nd place position at the moment.
Absolutely, yeah. So top 2 advance out of the Repercharge around here. Kind of interesting how close the competitors are in this heat.
I agree. For priority already being established, it's interesting they're all kind of right on top of each other at the moment. Ricardo has first priority. He's the one looking for a score, a 3.88, and he's taken off.
Yeah, so nice looking wave for Ricardo. Gets a little snap right there. Bottom turn around this section, another little snap. So Ricardo putting together a couple nice turns here. Big swooping carve. And getting good lengthy ride here. Using the paddle to pick up some speed, and looks like he's got a section he wants to try to make, and it looks like he's going to make it around there. Bottom turns into it. Another little snap. So Ricardo feeling good on this one.
Yeah, finally really getting that opportunity to add to add on with that length of ride.
Yeah, and Ricardo kind of giving a little exclamation mark at the end right there. But good to see him get a nice long run. We'll see how that comes into his score line.
So it looks like the judges have dropped that score quickly, a 3.23. That doesn't put him into the lead, but it is his best single wave score. So that does lower his requirement down to a 3.15 to overtake Franco for that 2nd place position. In contrary, Franco is trying to improve upon that 2.37 to up that requirement for Ricardo. To make that harder, Franco does have that first priority position. Potentially some action going to happen here.
Yep, so Franco with priority, as you said. Dave kind of looking at it. Let's see if Franco wants it or not. And he does, so he opts to take it and use his priority. Looks like a nice wall for him. Nice snap for Franco right there. Kind of loses grip of his paddle for a second, but gets it back with another snap. But yeah, I think just a little bobble with his paddle kind of got him rattled a little bit. You know, it is interesting when you do those paddle switches. You know, it's obviously a skill and technique that you have to practice switching hands. And he just slipped and missed that handle, which kind of just made him think about it a second too long. And threw off his timing for that second turn.
I was surprised to see Dave as aggressive on that takeoff exchange as he was, you know, with that second priority. He doesn't need a score at all. Actually, Franco needs a combination of waves in order to even get competitive with Dave at the moment. So, you know, even still him paddling into that wave, you know, that is recipe for some sort of priority interference. You know, when I'm sitting in Dave's position, you stay off and you go, okay, at this point I'm staying selective. There's no point in hassling or fighting for any waves, because that's where all this hard work that he's already done has the potential to unravel.
Absolutely, yeah, you definitely got to be careful in that situation for sure. You know, maybe the wave looked a lot better from their position, you know, to where he's like, oh, maybe I do want this wave. But that's a good point, though. He, really nothing to risk on that one, holding such a big lead at the moment.
Now with 4 minutes, 55 seconds remaining.
Yeah, Dave de Armas solidly in the lead. He's got the 7.57 and 6.50. That's a heat total that would have won several heats this morning in the main round. So Dave definitely, you know, performing to the call of the Repercharge. We see some fans of Joss. It looks like.
Yeah, you know, having her friends and family and just the country down to support. At all of the events, you see the El Salvadorian community really show up and get excited about all the surfers that are representing them on the world stage. It's great to see.
Yeah, looks like we got a little bit of a wave coming in here. Dave, heat leader, does have that priority. Let's see if he chooses to use it on this wave. Looks like he's paddling for it, maybe. Looks like he is going to give it a go. So Dave de Armas on a beautiful wave. Nice hook, little snap down in the section right there. Another one. So Dave looking real confident in this heat. Nice clean cutback. Still working it.
This has been a beautiful wave. Looks like it's going to stand back up through that inside section as well.
Yeah, Dave really likes that kind of layback carve. There's a little bit more of a snap right there. I'm starting to see his signature moves, that double kind of swooping carve he's got right there. Does it again. So Dave using that paddle nicely through the midsection of that turn. It's almost like two turns in one in a way.
So we'll see if that goes into his score line. Inconsequential to him if it doesn't. You can see Team Venezuela down supporting Ricardo, hoping he gets the opportunity to get that 3.25 in these final minutes.
2 minutos 30 segundos. First priority white, second priority blue.
Yep, 2.5 minutes remaining. As you said, Ricardo Urbina only needs a 3.25 to move into advancement.
But it's Franco with first priority. So you can see that Franco is being really diligent in staying on top of Ricardo right now, not giving him an inch or opportunity. Maybe some lines coming towards the right of your screen. We'll see if those actually materialize or if they go too deep. I think they might go too deep. And Ricardo's just trying to get away from Franco at the moment to see if he can get any sort of opportunity through the inside.
Yeah, and Franco's just staying right above him. just enough in striking distance that he knows that he could catch the wave. But you're right, Ricardo is kind of sneakily paddling away there. Minute and a half left. Looks like the ocean's pretty quiet though. Dave de Armas already took it into the beach. So we're left out the back with Franco and Ricardo with 1 minute, 15 seconds remaining. Franco in white with the priority. You can see him just hovering next to Ricardo. He doesn't want him to get that 3.25.
Knowing that he's capable, he has a 3.23 within his scoreline right now. So that last wave coming just shy of the requirement for Ricardo. .44 seconds remaining.
Yeah, 30 seconds left. You can see out the back, there's not much coming in.
But we see the score dropped for the last of Dave de Armas, a 7.43, so that does go into his score line. He drops that 6.5. That is a great heat total, a 15-point heat total. So we see maybe potential action here. Franco using that priority, and it's inconsequential. The time runs out.
Yeah, so Franco using that priority to his advantage. Nicely managed heat on his part. We're going to throw it to a commercial here. Thanks for tuning in, and we'll be back in just a moment.
Bienvenidos a El Salvador.
Hello and welcome everybody to the ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championships. Beautiful Surf City, El Salvador. I hope you have a great competition. And when the competition is done and it's over, everybody goes home as an ambassadors of beautiful, the smallest country in Central America, El Salvador, with the biggest heart. Muchas gracias, everybody. Hope you have a good time.
Hello and welcome back to the final heat of the day for the SUP Surfing rounds of competition here for the 2025 ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. Located here, the beautiful surf city, El Salvador. We have men's Repercharge, heat number 4, out in the water. There has been a few heats of the men's round with only 2 surfers in them, so they progress automatically through to the main round of competition tomorrow. But this will be the final heat of the day. Arkadiusz Udiak of Poland in the red jersey. And then the 2 Costa Ricans, we have Jose Ruiz and Juan Bernini. Jose in the blue, Juan in the green jersey. So Costa Rica looking for both surfers to progress through, but up against Arkadiusz of Poland. Jostling for position out there at the moment. Of course, the heats start with no priority. That is a concerted effort from Arkadiusz. We'll see if that does put him into 3rd priority. Bo Nixon here joined in the booth with Dave Bainey to call the action. We're going to throw it down to the sidelines down there with the winner of the last heat for a post-heat interview.
Hey guys, Dave de Armas with me from Puerto Rico. You know what? With those scores, I'm actually wondering what you're doing in the Repercharge round. You had a pretty good scoring for you in this Repercharge heat. How did it go?
It was honestly my fault in the first heat. I just had really, really bad wave selection. There's a couple that I thought they were going to line up, and they just completely flatted out. And I didn't really surf them well. So I knew I can surf really good. I know what I can surf. So I just really wanted to prove that to people and just get good scores. And I know I shouldn't have been in that round, but hey, things happen. So on to the next one.
Well, it sounds like we've got another big name to watch out for the round number 2. Well done for that. Funny story, you were using Max's board in this heat.
Yeah, I was using Max's board. Just fun to try new boards. Really liking how it feels. I usually use a squash tail at home. And I was really liking how the round pins feel on this fatter wave. So yeah, I just went with that.
Right. So if you end up being in the same heat with Max, how are you going to do?
I don't know. That's a question you got to ask Max. Is he going to play nice and lend me the board?
Well, it sounds like you guys get along pretty well, and there's a good spirit within the Puerto Rico team, huh?
Yeah, we've known each other for a long time. We studied together at one point eventually. We've always had a very strong but very friendly rivalry. He pushes me, I pushes him. So it's a very good and healthy relationship to keep ourselves growing in the sport.
All right, well, Dave, you're off to the next round, so congratulations, enhorabuena. And I guess I see you tomorrow on the water.
Hopefully, yeah, we'll see.
All right. Thank you, guys. Back to you.
Thanks very much. Dave de Armas there, moving through to the next round of competition. During that post-heat interview, we saw Arkadiusz there from Poland on a ride. Loud cheers from the Polish team on the beach, cheering him on through this heat. He gets a small score of 0.67 to kick things off as we see Jose Ruiz of Costa Rica up and riding on this ride. Just streaking along the face of this one, switches the paddle for a beautiful cutback, wraps it all the way to the whitewater, times it perfectly to set up a second turn there. Slashing maneuver as he again switches the paddle to cut back. His teammate Juan up behind him in the green jersey. We'll stick with Jose. They both decide to kick out of their waves. Great start there from Jose, Dave.
Yeah, real stylish cutback for Jose. I spent a lot of time surfing with Jose down in Costa Rica, so know his surfing quite well. He loves stand-up paddling. He's kind of one of the household names down there in Costa Rica and Nosara, and it's good to see him find a rhythm on that wave. He's out of sorts a little bit in his first round, but he's looking good.
You can see the surf schools down on the beach there. Great place to come and learn to surf. Maybe if you're a stand-up paddler, you've got the family with you, bring them down here. They can learn to surf on these waves here of El Sunzal and El Tunco. Beautiful drone action. You see the event site to the right-hand side of screen, Casa de Mar, there on the point. As we pan across to El Sunzal, the point break here in Surf City, El Salvador. Competitors out in the lineup. A very long wave for our competitors. A great display of SUP surfing all day today from both the women and the men. This will be the last heat of the day for competition today. We'll be picking it up with the SUP surfing again tomorrow, moving through the main rounds as we see a paddle here from Juan Bernini. A late takeoff there on his backhand, does well to hold that. Really deep bottom turn there, kind of a mid-face carve to kick things off. And again, just wrapping that board back around to the whitewater. Gets hung up a little bit at the top, but manages to drop down. Switches the paddle as he really rotates that upper body to swing that board back around and decides to kick out of that one as we see Jose up and riding again. He locked in a 4.17. See if he can add to his scoreline on this ride. Just gets hung up in the whitewater there a little bit as Jose decides to kick out of that one as well. Opting not to ride it all the way through, kicking out halfway so they can get back out to the lineup quicker.
Yeah, I think that was a good call. Jose got that turn, but he kind of got hung up. And by that time, it's a good call to pull out because it's not going to be a giant score at that point. Kind of made it a little bit of a bobble, and I like that decision that he made.
Yeah, smart surfing there from Jose. Also Juan recognizing that that wave is going to offer up much more scoring potential, so they both kick out. They'll be looking to make their presence felt in this heat to both move through to the next round of competition. Still waiting on the scores there from Jose and also from Juan on his last ride. Definitely going to solidify themselves in that first and second position. And Arkadiusz of Poland looking for a better score than his first ride to progress through in this Repercharge heat. We are in the elimination rounds now of SUP Surfing, so that third place will be eliminated from competition. It's coming up to 12 minutes and 10 seconds remaining in this heat. Some lines approaching the competitors now, as we see Juan dropping a 2.67 for his last ride, and Jose just a small score of 2.07 for that last ride. Just trying to think. I thought maybe that would have went a little bit higher with those turns.
Yeah, he did have that nice kind of swooping cutback, but as we mentioned, he got kind of hung up and behind the section. But yeah, he's back out there. It looks like there's a set wave coming in. Let's see who's got this. Looks like Arkadiusz up and riding. The Polish surfer, backhand. You could hear Team Poland in the background just going nuts. And Arkadiusz sticking with this one.
I think he'd be stoked with that. He found himself on a really good ride there and manages to hold on really well throughout that outside section. So big thumbs up to Arkadiusz there, putting on a good show. A 1.3 drops for that ride. Judges quick to lock in that score, just a small score. So he's looking for a 2.08 now to move on through. You see scenes there where the ISA staff are staying there. Casa de Mar with the pool down the bottom of the screen as we move across. You see the event site there. So the judges and a commentary booth is in that white building there. And then to the right-hand side there in the palapas is all the athletes zone. The athletes will be down there hanging in the shade. They've got a fantastic athletes area with some cool down spots. They've got ice baths. They've got a great little cafe there as well. Coffee, fresh juices, keeping the athletes hydrated. Of course, as we look down toward El Tunco and then down toward Las Flores region of El Salvador. Great scenes along here. The beach changes a lot too with the tides. You'll see some rocks appearing, then they'll disappear on the next tide. So the water really pushing the rocks around underneath the water here. And this is where the athletes come and check in for their heats. Also where the post-heat interviews are done there on the glass. And then we've got our lifeguard station there as well. The lifeguards obviously keeping our athletes safe in the water, especially around that high tide. Those things can get a little gnarly on the rocks there. And then as we are making our way through a bit closer toward the athlete area, and each little stand there has the teams, 27 nations represented here for this year's ISA World SUP and Paddleboard Championship. And there's those ice bars we spoke about earlier, Dave. Good hangout area with the cafe there. We've got massage happening.
Yeah, that's what I just heard. I heard they're doing ice bath and massage down there. So full recovery center for the athletes here. We got a rider up, Juan Bernini, the Costa Rican on his backhand. Trying hard to make this section. Looks like this wave's going to flatten out, so he's going to pull out there. So Juan going to head back out into the lineup.
Yeah, I wonder if these athletes are sitting a little bit deeper on the point right now, just with the kind of smaller waves coming through. As we see Jose just getting caught out there. Arkadiusz making his way back toward the left of screen, a bit wider on the peak. And if those sets do come through, they are tending to break out a little bit further and a little bit toward the kind of top left of screen. We'll see if any sets do come through in the last 8.5 minutes of competition to round out day number 1. It's been a fantastic day of SUP surfing. Lots more action to come the next couple of days as well for the surfing. And we're moving through to the racing divisions. Really big thanks for everyone tuning in, watching on ISAsurf.org. You'll be able to follow along with the live scoring on there. Cheer on your teammates, your fellow countrymen and women. Dave, looks like sets approaching.
Yeah, we got Jose Ruiz from Costa Rica in blue. Lining this one up. Cracks it off the top. Makes that one. He's going to try to pump through this section. Looking for some speed. Jose, he's got the war paint on under his eyes, looking good right here. And watch, we'll see. Jose does this thing with his heel. A lot of times he lifts up his toes, and you could just see him digging his heel when he really lays into it. That one keeping it pretty flat, but Jose, decent ride right there.
Beautiful waves rolling through the outside here. Competitors just a bit out of position. A bigger set, breaking a bit further out, as we were saying before. So catching Juan and Arcadius out there. They'll get caught in that white water. A lot of energy can be expended on that inside there if you are caught by a big set. Lucky there's only a few waves there. Club Salvadoreño, we see, is the location for the opening ceremony yesterday. A fantastic spot to welcome all of our athletes in kickoff competition here. Really beautiful scenes as we pan out to the surf break. Some of the prone paddleboarders there practicing the stand-up paddleboard races as well. This is where the racing event is going to be held as well, Dave. Technical, the distance, and the sprints.
Yeah, you can kind of see the buoys there. Those aren't the positions for the race, but it gives you an idea of kind of the lineup and where they're going to be coming in. So there's potential for, you know, a full-length ride in the distance race from the top to the bottom buoy. And you're going to believe it with the forecast looking the way it is. There's going to be a lot of waves ridden on those race boards.
Looks like the swell even bumps up a little bit toward the end of the week, and that's where we're going to start seeing the racing come into play. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday will be the racing disciplines. We'll finish things off in the morning on Thursday for SUP Surfing, crowning our champions there. And of course, athletes gaining valuable team points in this discipline to go toward the end of the competition. And then Saturday, final day of competition with the sprint races, the relay race, and the closing ceremony. Always a fun after party as well for all the athletes. Coming down to 5 minutes, 45 seconds left on the clock here. It is Jose Ruiz currently in the lead. Dropped a 3.17 on his last ride. And Juan Bernini, fellow Costa Rican, in that second position. Arcadius Rudiak of Poland looking for a 2.31 to move through to tomorrow's action. If he does place third, he will be eliminated from competition today. As we see a paddle from one of our athletes out here. It is Arcadius at the moment, eyeing off to redirect himself back toward the left. Maybe getting a little bit too deep and a bit out of position there on this wave. And he realizes that, so he's just going to kick out, try and get himself out there. You see the Polish team just a little bit disappointed with that wave selection. However, their other Polish surfer, Kowalski, he's moving through, as he was just in one of those two-man heats earlier. As we see Juan up and riding, getting lots of speed down this one on his backhand. Can he get around the section? Looks like he's not going to be out. Oh no, he is going to get around this one. Does very well to hang on, but just decides to kick out. Not much scoring potential on that one. So competitors a little bit out of position in this heat, Dave.
Yeah, a little bit deeper than we've seen from the last few heats. Looks like Jose is a little bit, you know, out towards the channel a little bit more at the moment. He's got priority now in blue. Just about 4 minutes, 15 seconds left. Jose sitting with that 4.17, 3.17. And then his fellow Costa Rican competitor, Juan Bernini, hanging on to second place, 2.67, and has that 1.03. So Arcadius in Poland, he only needs a 2.41. Let's see if he can get back out there in time and get a nice long wall.
Yeah, we saw him on that 1.3. He had a lot of speed there. The little carving turn off the top. If he can back that up with another maneuver, he might give himself an opportunity to get through. And then 3.5 minutes remaining in the last heat of the men's Repercharge round. And the final heat of today is to look up the coastline toward El Zonte. Some great waves found along the coastline here of El Salvador. And of course, El Sunzal out here for the competition, providing some great waves to open up day number one. And we see another set wave approaching the lineup. It is Jose Ruiz with first priority, and he's up and riding, getting lots of speed, deciding to kick out of this one. He's a little bit too deep. You can see that wave reeling off.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, Jose's got a big old wall in front of him, but he had a lot of speed. But probably a good call kicking out of that one.
So we are looking to see where Arcadius is at the moment. He's currently in that third position. I feel like he's just off screen there to the left. And he's looking for that 2.41 to move through. Time ticking away very quickly in this last heat. The two Costa Rican paddlers out there at the moment. They are in that advancing position to move through into main round 2 tomorrow. As we see Jose having a look at that one. And then Juan on a wave behind him possibly. Spinning on the last second here. He's going to catch this one on his backhand. 2 minutes left as he takes off. He's looking for a 4.67 if he wants to get up into first place. Whips that board back around underneath the lip. That extension there, that rotation on the bottom turn with his upper body to get himself at the top of the wave. This wave starts to stand up. He has a whitewater section. He throws his board up into the whitewater. Does very well to hang on to that as he rides down. So definitely one of the more critical maneuvers on that wave. We'll see if it's enough to put him into first. I feel like it's going to keep him in that second place, but it's going to make things harder for Arcadius. Looking for a higher score to move through to the next round. Tense times, Dave.
Yeah, Juan did a good job with that ending maneuver, like you pointed out. Nice closeout section. He floated up and over that section and pulled it off. So definitely going to improve that low 1.03. And Arcadius with a 1 minute left on the clock will definitely have a bigger score to chase than that 2.41 as we wait for the score from Juan to drop.
Yeah, so 50 seconds left on the clock. Maybe some lines approaching. We'll see if Arcadius has another chance. And there's Rachel Tilley sneaking out after the contest, a fellow commentator.
That's super sneaky. Oh my gosh, Rachel playing that well.
ISA World Longboard Champion, also the current WSL Longboard Champion. She's heading out for a free surf. And we see some lines approaching, 20 seconds left in this final heat of the day. Lots of screams coming from the beach, trying to get Arcadius onto this one. Unfortunately, he goes down. He's not going to get another opportunity. As we see Jose Ruiz here on a victory lap. He's put together some nice surfing. Build his confidence moving through into tomorrow. A couple of good scores have dropped for him. We'll see if he can improve on that 3.17 to get him through to tomorrow. I feel like he's done enough. Already pushing really hard on that back foot there. And again, off the top as he brings it all the way through to the inside. He's going to get a little bit more opportunity too to open up on the inside here. Maybe a couple of turns. Pushes hard for that one as well. And again, just seeing things open up for him as he rides through. He's happy. Little fist pump there. He knows he's moving through alongside his teammate, Juan Bernini of Costa Rica. They will be in competition tomorrow. Great job from both of our surfers. It's been a great day of action. But unfortunately, we will lose Arcadius Rudiak from competition of Poland. Great showing from him, representing his country.
Yeah, Costa Rica getting it done. You know, it was a little unfortunate that teammates would have to face each other so early in the draw, but they both advanced together. So nice work to Costa Rica. Pura vida.
Pura vida. They've done very well to make it through. Great day of action. And we're going to go to a little highlight reel, today's action. Be able to stay tuned, and then we're going to come back with a post-heat interview. Wow, what a fantastic day of highlights. We've got Jose Ruiz down on the sidelines there with Matu, ready for a post-heat interview.
Yeah, thank you, Bo. We're going to finish off this amazing competition day number 1 with Costa Rica Pura Vida. We got Señor Neftali Luis con nosotros. How was it out there for you?
Well, as you guys can see, waves were epic, waves were pumping. The competitive skills of those guys are amazing. The first heat, I went into a final, that's how I call it, with Luis Deniz and Max Torres. I was like, what the F? But then I was actually kind of good, so I can get my fear out of the water and get my legs around and things like that. And then the second heat was way more manageable, and I made it through, and I'm happy, I'm proud to be here representing my country. Happy to be here. My family is supporting me in hometown, my girlfriend, all my friends. So it's a blessing to be here, and this amazing stadium, to say it like that, and with you guys, with the ISA, it's an epic scenario.
Thank you very much. Speaking of Costa Rica, you were 2 Costa Rican in that Repercharge heat, and you are both through to the main round. You must be happy with that.
Yeah, that was where we were talking like, hey, we're teammates, if we need to do something gnarly so the other one goes ahead, we'll do it. So we were in that kind of teammate space, and luckily we both made it, and we're in the next round 2, right? Round 2.
Yeah, round 2. Congratulations, you are through. Jose, well, we'll see each other tomorrow then.
Yes, sir. We'll see you guys there. Just want to say something in Spanish for my people in Costa Rica.
Yes, please do.
Muchas gracias a todos los que nos han apoyado, la Federación de Surf, mis amigos, mi novia, todos los chicos que están ahí, dando las buenas vibras siempre. Se les quiere mucho y vamos adelante. Pura vida.
Pura vida. Thank you, guys. Well, Dave, Rachel, and Bo, it's our turn to play now. Dave, have you got a board I could borrow? Actually, I'd like to go have some fun. You!
Maddie, man, I haven't even seen Maddie surf before, so maybe I will let him borrow a board. I got to see that.
He goes all right, definitely, for sure. But what a fantastic day of action we have had. We've had some excellent heat scores go down as well, especially, Dave, from your team rider, Vanya Torres of Peru, locking in the highest heat total of today is 16.77.
Yeah, that was amazing surfing. Very proud of Vanya, and I know she's done the work, and it showed. She surfed fantastically, yeah.
And also Benoit Carpentier locking in excellent score for the men. Those are the 2 top highest scores today. We're going to be moving through to men's main round of competition tomorrow. And then we're going to be alternating through men's and women's SUP surfing, getting through those rounds to be able to crown champions on Thursday for the schedule. So, yeah, really thank you very much for tuning in and watching on ISAsurf.org. Thanks so much for tuning in. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks, Dave.
Let's do it. See you guys.